Chapter 505. Bam! 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 With the sound of swords clashing against each other, Eanbatian managed to nullify Du Gufang's extraordinary move with just a few slashes. Even so, the three of them didn't look disappointed. They knew that even if Du Gufang had improved a lot, he wouldn't be able to injure Eanbatian with his flying daggers. They were already satisfied that they were able to hold Eanbatian back for a few seconds with their flying daggers. In a fight between experts, life and death was decided in a second. Even though it wasn't as exaggerated as they said, the time that Du Gufang had bought was enough for Li Zixuan and Du Guexin to do a lot of things. 9 Taishian swords. First style, ride the wind. Riding the wind to the 9 heavens. At this crucial moment to save Du Gufang, Li Zixuan did not plan to use the Taiji sword technique. He wanted to use his best, fiercest and fastest sword move without holding back. Only then could he save Du Gufang. Otherwise, this pretty boy wouldn't be able to survive for more than 2 seconds under Eanbatian's attack. Lone wind swordplay. Almost at the same time, Du Guexin chanted and dashed towards Eanbatian with his sword. The sword moved, and the shadow of the sword followed. Du Guexin leaped into the air and spun in the air. A blinding sword aura shot up like a dazzling silver dragon. Li Zixuan could feel the sharpness around Du Guexin even from afar. He couldn't help but be shocked. Compared to Du Gufang, Du Guexin had improved a lot after that battle. His battle prowess had also increased a lot. This sword strike already had the aura of a grandmaster expert. Being targeted by 2 sharp sword intents at the same time, Eanbatian's heart skipped a beat. He had no choice but to give up on his plan to kill Du Gufang. He could only use his sword to block the attack. His long red hair fluttered in the air, and his eyes were cold. His sword was like a rainbow, and his footwork changed. First, he used a simple lift of his sword to deflect Li Zixuan's ride the wind. Then he appeared in front of Du Guexin. He waved his sword lightly, and Du Guexin was sent flying by a huge force. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He was relaxed and indifferent to the extreme. Eanbatian had crushed Li Zixuan and Du Guexin with his superior cultivation level and unparalleled movement technique. Before Li Zixuan and Du Guexin's swords converged, he attacked them separately. First he pushed back Li Zixuan and then injured Du Guexin. Furthermore, he looked relaxed as if it was as easy as blowing away dust. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between their strength. Swish, swish, swish. How could Du Gufang be missing at this time? Although he regretted falling for Li Zixuan's trick, he couldn't abandon his brother and leave alone. The only choice left for him was to fight to the death. While Eanbatian was busy fighting Li Zixuan and Du Guexin, he channeled his chi into his palm and infused it into the flying daggers that had accompanied him day and night. He could even feel the resonance of blood being thicker than water, as if the flying daggers were a part of his body. Then he stared intently at Eanbatian's body. When Eanbatian retreated, Du Gufang made his move decisively. 3 Xianli flying daggers flew towards Eanbatian's path in a triangular formation, emitting a blazing light. Du Gufang felt that these 3 flying daggers were the most exciting, most accurate, and most powerful flying daggers he had ever used in his life. Of course, these 3 flying daggers were also the most powerful enemies he had ever faced in his life. This was the sound of a flying dagger piercing into flesh. Eanbatian was a martial arts expert at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. His 5 senses were extremely sharp. Of course, he could feel the hot knife chi behind him. However, his entire body was already in a position to retreat. Even if he forcefully changed his direction midway, he would not be able to completely dodge Du Gufang's 3 carefully calculated flying knives. One of the mystic leaf flying daggers sliced open a wound on Eanbatian's left arm like tofu. If it weren't for his strong inner chi and quick reflexes that allowed him to focus his true chi on the wound at the critical moment, this flying dagger would have sunk into his arm. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. No one would have thought that the weakest of the 3, Du Gufang, would be able to injure Eanbatian, a peak grandmaster. Du Gufang's 3 flying daggers were perfectly executed because Li Zixuan and Du Guexin had created a very good opportunity for him to attack. However, to be able to grasp the opportunity so well was enough to prove that Du Gufang's current ability was much better than before. This brat has suddenly exploded with power. He's now famous for injuring a peak grandmaster when he's at the qi cultivating stage. Li Zishuan smiled as he looked at Du Gufeng, who was still in a daze. Ah, you little bastard. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Yin Batian pulled out the flying dagger from his arm and threw it on the ground. Then he screamed at Du Gufeng furiously. Humiliation. He was a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, but he was injured by a junior at the middle stage of Qi transformation. If he didn't kill Du Gufeng today, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Jianghu. F***CK. Don't you call me that, you old bastard. If other people hear you, they'll think that I'm related to you. I'm your grandpa. If you call me that again, I'll stab you again. Du Gufeng had been calling Yin Batian an old bastard. Now that Yin Batian called him a little bastard, he couldn't take it anymore. An old bastard and a little bastard. If other people didn't know their relationship, they would think that they were father and son. That was why Du Gufeng cursed in exasperation. Li Zishuan, who was preparing the second sword technique of the 9 Taishan swords, couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He didn't expect Du Gufeng, this unlucky kid, to be such a prankster. He didn't forget to be funny even in a life-and-death situation. Because of that, more than half of the sword technique that he was preparing dissipated. Wah wah wah. You little bastard, you're too much. Yin Batian had been high and mighty for decades. When had he ever been humiliated like this? It was already a miracle that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Even so, he still felt a ball of fire rising up his head. He picked up his sword and flew toward where Du Gufeng was standing without a care. F***CK. Unfilial grandson. How dare you kill your grandpa? I'm going to kill you. Ah, don't. Grandpa, you're my grandpa. I'm sorry. F***CK, big brother Xiao Xian. I'm going to die if you don't come and save me. How could Du Gufeng bear the anger of a master at the peak of the supreme power realm? In less than 2 seconds, there were 4 or 5 sword wounds on his body. He hurriedly asked Li Zishuan and Du Guxian for help. Chapter 506. 9 Taishan Swords, Second Style Graceful. Li Zishuan wasn't discouraged at all after his first attack was easily deflected by Yin Batian. After he steadied himself, he followed up with the second style of 9 Taishan Swords. The sword in Li Zishuan's hand moved even faster, its trajectory like a flying dragon soaring in the sky. Carrying the remaining power of the first sword, riding the wind, its trajectory was like a flying dragon soaring in the sky, erratic. On the other side, Du Guxian's sword became even sharper. He flew up into the sky and started the second wave of attacks with Li Zishuan. Yin Batian didn't care at all. He just wanted to kill Du Gufeng first. He was very angry today. He didn't know how many years it had been since he was this angry. F***CK. Old bastard, are you done yet? You're forcing me to do this. I'm going to use my ultimate move. Du Gufeng staggered 2 steps and waved his hand, indicating for Yin Batian to stop first. Then he said in a serious tone. While he was talking, he was also putting on a posture. It really looked like he was serious. Actually, he knew that he was just an empty shell now. Although only a few breaths of time had passed, the true qi in his body had been exhausted. There was no doubt that if he did not use up all of his true qi when Yin Batian attacked just now, there was a 10,000% chance that he would be dead by now. At that time, neither Li Zishuan nor Du Guxian could save him because they couldn't make it in time. He could only rely on himself. That was why even though he looked like he was in a sorry state, it wasn't easy for him to survive. No one in the qi-forming realm could do better than him. You're asking for it. Du Gufeng's acting was so good that Yin Batian didn't know if it was real or fake. However, Yin Batian didn't believe that Du Gufeng would be able to throw out 3 flying knives that could threaten a master like before. He didn't want to give Du Gufeng another chance. He wanted to kill Du Gufeng before Li Zishuan and Du Guxian's sword arrived. He was confident that he was faster than Li Zishuan and the others. At this moment, Yin Batian's mind was clouded by anger. He originally had the absolute advantage. As long as he fought steadily, he had a 90% chance of killing Li Zishuan, Du Gufeng, and Du Guxian. But now he had to take the risk of being injured by Li Zishuan and Du Guxian in order to assassinate Du Gufeng. It was unbelievable. It had to be said that anger could really blind a person's eyes and make them lose their rationality. However, Yin Beixian's plan wasn't entirely wrong. Under normal circumstances, Li Zixuan and Dugu Exine wouldn't have been able to come to Dugu Feiying's aid before Yin Batian killed him. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, our main character Li Zixuan was not a normal person from beginning to end. Nonsense, can a normal person be as evil as him? He practiced both martial arts and literature, and he was the most powerful person among his peers. Li Zixuan was 10 feet away from Yin Batian, and Yin Batian was 6 feet away from Dugu Feiying. No matter how he calculated, Li Zixuan would never be able to catch up to Yin Batian. At this moment, Li Zixuan's mind was unusually calm. In an instant, he relied on his immense spiritual energy to come up with at least 100 plans. After analyzing and comparing, he finally came up with the most optimal and most likely plan to save Dugu Feiying. 9 Taishan swords, 3rd style, Snow Walk. Snow Walk without a trace, swift as a swallow. 9 Taishan swords, 4th style, Wavebreaker. Wavebreaker, Sea Lord, Thunder Fury. 9 Taishan swords, 5th style, Dust Parting. A sword parting the dust parting. Li Zixuan used the remaining power of the 2nd style of 9 Taishan swords to consecutively use the 3rd, 4th and 5th styles in less than a breath's time. He didn't want to kill anyone, but because he changed his moves too quickly, he couldn't hit anyone at all, and all of them hit the air. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to take advantage of the situation. 9 Taishan swords was a supreme sword technique, derived from Li Zixuan's internal energy. When he used it, the 9 styles were linked together and it was like a storm. It was continuous and overwhelming. Moreover, the power of each style would stack with the power of the next style. Correspondingly, the speed of the sword style would also stack. Li Zixuan planned to use this method of stacking sword styles to catch up with Yin Beixian's speed. This was the most feasible plan that he came up with after using his immense spiritual energy to deduce countless times. After the 5th style of 9 Taishan swords was used, the tip of the chasing wind sword shone with a cold light. An extremely cold sword intent instantly locked onto Yin Beixian's body. This sword was really a dust parting. Li Zixuan's speed had already exceeded his limit. Because of this extreme speed, his long hair was pulled back like a steel wire on this windless mountain path. After entering the Grandmaster realm, Li Zixuan's 5 swords were now at least twice as powerful as the 5 swords he used to fight against the devils incarnate in the Cheng Mansion. 9 Taishan swords was able to surpass the level of the enemy. That was why he was able to fight Cheng Yaojin to a standstill when he was only at the peak of Qi refining stage. Although Cheng Yaojin went easy on him in terms of moves, he wasn't inferior to Cheng Yaojin. Now that he was able to use 5 swords in a row as a Grandmaster, judging from the power of the 5th style, Dust Parting, he indeed had the ability to threaten a Grandmaster peak expert. Not enough, still not enough. Li Zixuan did a rough calculation and felt that his current speed was still not enough. Therefore, he continued to change his moves. The 6th style of 9 Taishan swords, Drifting Cloud. Smoke Parting, Drifting Cloud, Never Return. Li Zixuan's speed had already reached the extreme, but now it was 40% faster. At this moment, he and his sword were like smoke and drifting cloud, never to return. Others couldn't even see his real body. This was the first time Li Zixuan used the 6th style of 9 Taishan swords in a real battle. Since he entered the Grandmaster realm after fighting with the Flying Snake last month, he had practiced this sword style at least 100 times at home. Now, he couldn't say that he had mastered it thoroughly, but he had some small achievements. Moreover, with the power of the 5 swords in a row just now, the 6th style at this moment was like a sword that didn't belong to the human world. Its speed was even faster than Yin Batian. On the other hand, Dugu Exine was not idle. When Li Zixuan used the 4th style of 9 Taishan swords, he had already seen through Li Zixuan's intention. After all, his martial arts talent was one of the best among the younger generation. Moreover, the person who was in danger was his brother. Logically speaking, he should be more anxious than Li Zixuan. After seeing through Li Zixuan's intention, Dugu Exine jumped up and used a series of complicated sword moves. Then his speed increased by 60%. Although he was not as fast as Li Zixuan, he was not far behind. The two of them, one in front and one behind, stabbed their swords at Yin Beishan's back. Ooh! Chapter 507. This is bad. When Yin Beishan's sword was less than 3 inches away from Du Gufeng's throat, he suddenly felt two murderous intents coming from behind him. He felt a sense of danger. But at this moment, even if he turned around, he wasn't confident that he could block these two killer moves. However, he had no choice but to turn around. He didn't want to die together with Du Gufeng. During this moment of hesitation, Li Zixuan's sword got closer to Yin Beishan's heart. Although Yin Beishan's martial arts realm was higher than flying snakes, his ability to make decisions on the spot was not as good as flying snakes. Chi! In a moment of desperation, Yin Badian had no choice but to give up on Du Gufeng. He quickly turned his body and tried to use his sword to parry Li Zixuan's chasing wind sword. The two swords clashed and a chi sound was heard. Yin Beishan's hasty attack was ultimately unable to defeat Li Zixuan's flowing cloud, the sixth sword of the 9 Taishan swords that he had been accumulating for a long time. The wind-chasing sword easily cut open a wound below Yin Beishan's right rib, and the sword sank into Yin Beishan's body due to inertia. Du Guoxian also took the opportunity to stab his sword into Yin Beishan's left rib. However, Yin Badian had time to block the attack, so Du Guoxian's sword didn't go in too deep. Ah! Shameless brat, how dare you sneak attack me! Yin Badian roared and released his true chi at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, sending Li Zixuan and Du Guoxian flying far away with their swords. Du Gufeng also took the opportunity to crawl to Li Zixuan's side. He had just survived a disaster. At this moment, this guy's heart couldn't help but thump, thump, thump. He thought he was going to die just now because Li Zixuan and Du Guoxian were still far away from him. Now that he found out that he was still alive, he had to cherish this hard-won chance of survival. Du Gufeng swore in his heart that he would never do this kind of work again, even if he was beaten to death. Damn it! As soon as Yin Badian finished speaking, he flew over with his sword in hand. The two wounds on his body were dripping with blood, making him look extremely horrifying. Of course, the expression on his face was even more horrifying. This old man probably hadn't been injured for more than 10 years, and now he was so angry? That's right, Yin Badian was furious. At this time, he threw out all of his sword moves as if they were free. It looked like he wanted to quickly cut down the 3 little trash fish in front of him. At this moment, of course, Li Zixuan would not be so stupid as to fight head-on with a master at the peak of the supreme power realm who was in a berserk state. He stood in the middle of the 3 people, combined with the analysis of his powerful spiritual force, and used the full defense version of the Taiji sword to bear and resolve a large number of attacks for the whole team. Bang! 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 Just when Yin Badian was about to attack again, the sound of hundreds of people running together suddenly came from the mountain path, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Yin Badian took a closer look and saw that it was a team of 100 Imperial Guards. How can they be so fast? Yin Badian was not the only one who thought so. Li Zixuan, Du Guoxian, and Du Gufeng all had the same thought. Although the 3 of them wanted the Imperial Guards to leave the snake swarm and come to save them, they never thought that the Imperial Guards would come so quickly. In fact, when Yin Badian was hit by Du Gufeng's flying dagger, the connection between him and the snake swarm immediately weakened by 30%. Later, when Li Zixuan and Du Guoxian suddenly attacked him, Yin Badian suffered even more serious injuries, and he instantly lost all connection with the snake swarm. As a matter of fact, the Imperial Guards closest to them took the opportunity to rush over. Hee. Trying to run? It's not that easy. Li Zixuan sensed that Yin Badian was quietly retreating. He laughed coldly and appeared in front of Yin Badian. He was going to take the initiative to attack. Rock spreading wings hugging the moon, Yaksha exploring the sea, wild goose shooting, green dragon showing claws, falling flower, white tiger grabbing the tail, black dragon twisting the pillar, sweeping plum blossom. Last time, when he fought against the flying snake, Li Zixuan had taken 18 offensive sword moves from the 55 Taiji sword forms, and used his powerful mind energy to quickly deduce the best combination of offensive sword moves. He created a full offensive version of the Yang-style Taiji sword, and beat the flying snake until it could not breathe. This time, Li Zixuan did not hesitate to use the full attack version of the Taiji sword against Yin Badian. His goal was to stall Eanbatian and prevent him from escaping. Back then, Snake King had personally told Eanbatian in the secret chamber, "If you meet that Li Zishuan kid, if you can kill him in one move, don't save it for the second move. That kid is evil, and he'll be a disaster if you let him live." At this moment, Eanbatian finally understood Snake King's good intentions. Previously, when he wanted to fight Li Zishuan had created a strange set of sword forms that could always nullify his attacks. Now that he did not want to fight anymore and wanted to escape, Li Zishuan had created another set of sword forms that stuck to him like glue. It was really annoying. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying were not idiots. They also understood Li Zishuan's intention. One of them held a sword, while the other threw a flying knife from afar. They both joined the battle at the same time. In this short period of time, Dugu Feiying had already recovered 10 to 20% of his inner breath. He could still throw flying knives from afar to harass Eanbatian. Poor Eanbatian, a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, was being chased by 3 juniors at a lower level. It was really frustrating. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only defend himself while feeling anxious. The 100 Imperial Guards took advantage of the precious time that Li Zishuan had bought for them to surround Eanbatian. At this point, the situation of a pack of wolves trapping the Lion King was finally formed. The arrogant master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm was now like a hero at the end of his road. He looked at the increasing number of Imperial Guards around him, and his eyes flashed with anger and unwillingness. Seeing this, Li Zishuan quickly retreated from the battle with Dugu Xian. He did not need to personally charge into the battle anymore. The Imperial Guards had a battle formation that was specially designed to deal with the masters of the Jianghu. He only needed to stay outside and hold the line. Eanbatian, you only needed to hand over Snake King, but you insisted on doing things your own way. In the end, you dragged your sect down with you. You're asking for trouble. Since you don't want to hand over Snake King, I have no choice but to wipe out your 7 cultivators of virtue. Li Zishuan calmed his inner breath and said coldly. Now that the situation was settled, he was no longer in a hurry. Bah! The winner takes all. You can kill me or cut me up as you wish, but do you think it's your turn to teach me a lesson? When I was roaming the Jianghu, you were still in your mother's womb. Chapter 508. Humph! You're about to die, yet you still have a sharp tongue. As citizens of the Great Tang, the 7 cultivators of virtue disobeyed His Majesty's orders and openly opposed the Imperial Court's army in broad daylight. This is no different from a rebellion. Soldiers, listen up. Take down this hut. Dugu Xian didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he waved his hand and ordered coldly. At this moment, he was back to being a great general who commanded thousands of soldiers and horses. Yes. The Imperial army answered loudly, and hundreds of soldiers formed a Mo saber formation with their Mo sabers and began to attack Eanbatian. Although the Imperial Army's martial realm was far inferior to Eanbatian's, their seamless cooperation made up for their lack of individual strength. When Eanbatian beat back an Imperial Army soldier, dozens of Mo sabers would follow behind him. Thus he didn't dare to go all out and attack anyone. This was the power of a battle formation. Many people scoffed at the use of battle formations, thinking that it was just something made up by novelists and that its use on the battlefield was negligible. Li Zishuan also thought so in the past, but after seeing the Imperial Army beat up Eanbatian, he didn't think so anymore. In fact, if one didn't have a battle formation, it was no different from being a hooligan. The tactics of ancient armies mainly relied on battle formations. Because communication methods were basically non-existent, sound couldn't travel far, flags couldn't be seen, fireworks and musical instruments were monotonous, and messengers could be killed if they ran too slowly. A mechanized battle formation was the only way to achieve the goal of a general. For soldiers, they just had to remember who was next to them and whether they should stand in a horizontal line or a diagonal line. As for the rest, it was up to the officers. As for the power of military formations, a simple example could be used to illustrate it. According to reliable historical records, Emperor Wu of Song of the Southern Dynasties led a few hundred soldiers to defeat tens of thousands of peasant soldiers. Many people would think that this was just bragging, but if one understood the true meaning of battle formations, they would know that it wasn't just guns that could be used against the natives. The Art of War recorded the 10 most basic battle formations: square formation, circle formation, sparse formation, number formation, sharp formation, goose formation, hook formation, chien formation, water formation, and fire formation. Some of the messy formations in the later generations were derived from these 10 basic formations. The principle of using formations was to break through the weak points of the opponent's formation and expand the results of the battle after breaking through. Later on, this theory was no longer limited to field battle formations. Eventually, it was promoted to national strategy by Sun Wu. From this, it could be seen that ancient military commanders attached great importance to military formations. In just 15 minutes, Yin Baishan's body was covered in a dozen saber wounds. While there were quite a few injured Imperial Army soldiers, there were even more Imperial Army soldiers coming to reinforce him. What made Yin Badian want to curse the most was that while he was fending off the soldiers, he also had to be on guard against the shameless sneak attacks of Li Zishuan, Dugu Xian, and Dugu Fading. Right now, the three of them were considered experts in Yin Baishan's eyes. They were experts who could threaten his life. The wounds on his body were proof of that. Under the influence of various unfavorable factors, Yin Baishan's true qi was being depleted faster and faster. The saber wounds on his body were increasing, and he had entered a vicious cycle. If this continued, he would be hacked to death in less than 15 minutes because of his true qi. After all, even a martial Dao master could not have an endless supply of true qi. Yin Batian, why don't you just surrender? You are also a formidable person. I don't think you want to end up being hacked to death, right? If you surrender, I can leave you with an intact corpse. Li Zishuan's eyes were like torches. He had already seen through the situation on the battlefield. He crossed his arms and looked at Yin Batian coldly. Yes. Yin Batian, if you call me Grandpa, I might be kind enough to give you a quick death. Don't make any more pointless struggles. Haha. Dugu Feng laughed as he played with the Xian Li flying dagger in his hand. To him, there was no way he would let go of such an opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Moreover, this was a peak grandmaster. He would be proud to brag about such a drowning dog in front of others. But he had forgotten who was the one who shamelessly called him Grandpa and begged for mercy during the battle. Shameless brat, if I have the chance, I will definitely kill you. New and old grudges surged in his heart. Looking back at the battle just now, Yin Batian realized that he had lost because of Dugu Feng's foul mouth. That was why he had made several wrong decisions. Therefore, the person Yin Batian hated the most was not Li Zishuan or Dugu Xian. It was definitely Dugu Feng. He wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Ha. Come at me. Come at me if you dare. Unfortunately, you can't hit me. Let me ask you, are you angry? Are you angry? Ha. Dugu Feng continued to use his foul mouth. But this time his foul mouth was going to cause trouble again. Sha. Suddenly a very clear sha sound came from above the mountain path. Li Zishuan and the others looked up in confusion and were shocked. It was a giant python with 7 heads. When it stood up, it was as tall as 4 people. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. At this moment he wondered if the world he had transmigrated to was the real world of Tang Dynasty. Why does it feel like a magical world? Even a giant python with 7 heads has appeared. What the hell is going on? Following behind the huge snake was a man with a thin face and snow-white hair. The man snorted and said, "Don't worry. Do you really think that the 7 cultivators of true virtue is a pushover? Flying snake." Li Zishuan's pupils shrank as he suddenly spoke. He recognized the person in front of him at first glance. Although the flying snake was masked when he tried to assassinate him, Li Zishuan still remembered the pair of eyes. Therefore, even though the flying snake had a withered face and snow-white hair, Li Zishuan still recognized him. Although the flying snake didn't have much true qi fluctuations on his body, he looked even more sinister and terrifying when he stood next to the giant 7-headed snake. Mr. Li, you really have good eyesight. You can actually recognize me." The flying snake put his hands behind his back and sneered. "Junior Marshal Brother, you're your hair." The Imperial Army was also frightened by the giant 7-headed snake and stopped attacking. Yin Batian looked at the withered face and snow-white hair of the flying snake and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "It's fine. Senior Marshal Brother, you should heal your wounds first. Next, let these people see the real 7 cultivators of true virtue. Ha ha ha. The flying snake waved his hand and laughed maniacally. Chapter 509. The real 7 cultivators of true virtue? On the mountain path, Li Zixuan murmured. Then a trace of horror flashed through his eyes. He looked at the flying snake and asked in confusion, "Is this the 7 cultivators of true virtue?" When Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin came to the Li residence, they told Li Zixuan that there was a rare poisonous snake called the 7 cultivators of true virtue in the Miaozhong region. It had 7 heads and was extremely poisonous. Regardless of whether it was a human or an animal, as long as one of its heads bit someone, they would immediately die. At that time, Qin Qiong guessed that the so-called blood rain of true virtue was related to the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Now that he saw such a huge 7-headed snake and the 7 cultivators of true virtue on the mountain, how could Li Zixuan not know that this huge snake was the 7 cultivators of true virtue that Qin Qiong mentioned? However, he would never have thought that the 7 cultivators of true virtue not only had many heads, but its body was also so huge. It was simply impossible for a human to fight against it. Haha, you have good eyesight. This is the guardian beast of our 7 cultivators of true virtue. What do you think? Isn't it very awe-inspiring? Unfortunately, you will all become food in its stomach today. Ha ha ha. The flying snake looked at Li Zixuan and the others with a trace of ridicule in its eyes. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. It opened its arms and laughed arrogantly. In stark contrast, the imperial army that had been besieged by the snakes had gradually rushed over. When they saw the huge and ferocious serpent of 7 cultivators, although they might have felt fear in their hearts, they did not scatter in all directions. They only clenched the modeo in their hands and quietly stood behind Dugu Xian, waiting for their commander's orders. At this time, the military discipline of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army was reflected. If it were any other army, they would have already fled in all directions after seeing such a terrifying monster. It was really rare for the Imperial Army to be able to overcome the fear in their hearts and not forget military discipline at such a critical time. Don't flatter yourself. If this 7 cultivators of true virtue was really the guardian beast of your 7 cultivators of true virtue, why didn't you bring it out earlier? You are merely at the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. It is impossible for you to fully control the giant snake of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Now that you're able to bring this snake out, I'm afraid you have to pay a heavy price, right? Li Zixuan frowned and sneered at the flying serpent. Li Zixuan reckoned that in the current world, only his master, spiritual master Spirit Su, would be able to match such a huge 7 virtues serpent. Moreover, the most powerful expert of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, Enchantress, was only at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Therefore, he didn't believe that the flying serpent would be able to subdue such a ferocious beast. If they had the ability to subdue this snake, the 7 cultivators of true virtue would have become famous in the Wulin world a long time ago. Perhaps they would have even become a giant in Jianghu instead of being a nobody like they were now. Therefore, there must be some unknown story behind this. Moreover, the current flying snake's aura was many times weaker than before. Its hair had turned white, and its face was haggard. It was obvious that it had experienced a great change. Sure enough, as soon as the flying serpent heard this, its complexion changed greatly. It glanced coldly at Li Zixuan and said in a sharp voice, "Little bastard, if you hadn't gone too far, how would this old man have invited 7 cultivators of true virtue out? Now that things have come to this, you have to pay the price in blood. Don't even think about leaving." After saying that, he raised his head and shouted, "Poison, poison! Kill them all! Don't leave a single one alive. Today they will all be your food." Roar! 7 cultivators of true virtue seemed to understand human language. It looked up to the sky and roared excitedly. Its roar resounded through the valley and spread outside at a very fast speed. Everyone in the field felt as if they were facing a ferocious beast. Their eardrums were buzzing due to the roar, and the weaker soldiers were already vomiting blood. After 7 cultivators of true virtue finished roaring, its body wriggled forward. In the blink of an eye, it arrived near the several hundred imperial guards that had besieged Enchantress. Its 3 heads stretched out and opened its bloody mouth at the imperial guards. "Evil creature! How dare you! Seeing that the dozens of Imperial Guards were about to fall into the snake's stomach, Li Zixuan, Dugu Exine, and Dugu Feiying used their best moves and attacked the 3 heads of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Ding ding ding. There was no sound of sharp blades piercing into flesh, but the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The heads of the 7 cultivators of true virtue were as hard as metals. Retreat. Everyone. Retreat immediately. Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. First, Li Zixuan shouted at the Imperial Guards. Then, Dugu Exine's roar could be heard as well. They all understood that if they didn't retreat, all 4,000 of them would die here. Such a huge beast wasn't something that could be resisted by humans. Although the previous attacks of Li Zixuan, Dugu Exine, and Dugu Feiying didn't break through the 7 cultivators of true virtue's defense, they did slightly hinder its attack. When the several hundred Imperial Guards heard the order to retreat, they took the opportunity to run out of the 7 cultivators of true virtue's attack range. Feiying, you and Xiaoxian leave first. I'll cover the rear. Dugu Exine, who had just been sent flying after his attack failed, hurriedly roared at the 2 people beside him. Big brother. I'm not leaving. Dugu Feiying said angrily. F***CK. You're F***King Bullsh** T. I, Li Zixuan, will never sacrifice my brothers in exchange for my own survival. Besides, my martial arts are better than yours. It's not your turn to cover the rear. Li Zixuan jumped up from the ground and shouted. Then he turned to Dugu Feiying and said, Feiying, among the 3 of us, you're the one who consumed the most energy and suffered the most injuries. Take the army and retreat first. Dugu Exine looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression. Then he said, That's right. Feiying, take the Imperial Guards and leave quickly. But don't be so F***king wishy-washy. At this time, no one will be able to leave. Dugu Feiying wanted to refute, but he was interrupted by Li Zixuan's shout. When Dugu Feiying heard this, he gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. He jumped on his horse and shouted as he ran. Retreat! Everyone retreat! The Imperial Guards, who were further away from the battlefield, were silent for a moment. Then they followed Dugu Feiying and ran down the mountain. In such a short time, the 7 cultivators of true virtue's tail had already swept away a large group of soldiers. When it saw that the army was about to retreat, it hissed and was about to snake its body to chase after its food. Humph! Evil creature, your opponent is us. Dugu Exine and Li Zixuan led the remaining 100 or so Imperial Guards and began to attack the 7 cultivators of true virtue's body in an attempt to stop the beast from harming the army. Chapter 5:10. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing that a group of ants actually dared to block its path, 7th cultivator of true virtue swept its huge tail horizontally. More than 30 Imperial Guards couldn't dodge in time, and were sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Li Zixuan and Dugu Exine barely dodged the attack by relying on their realms and agility techniques. Facing 7th cultivator of true virtue, they only had the strength to protect themselves. Therefore, while stabilizing their bodies, Li Zixuan shouted to the Imperial Guards around him, You guys retreat first. General Dugu and I can hold on for a while. At present, Enchantress was seriously injured, and the flying snake seemed to have encountered an inexplicable accident. It probably had less than 10% of its strength left. Therefore, 7th cultivator of true virtue was undoubtedly 7th cultivator of true virtue. Zhao Siwei, take the brothers and retreat first. Li Xiannan and I will catch up later. Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Dugu Exine furrowed his brows. He had led soldiers for so many years, but he had never encountered a commander who would cut off the path of retreat for his subordinates. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. However, in the current situation, the Imperial Guards were indeed of no use. Thinking of this, he took advantage of the moment when 7th cultivator of true virtue turned around and turned his head to speak to a young general. General, we won't leave. As the general's personal guards, how can we abandon the general and leave alone? General and Lord Ju leave first, and we will cover the rear. Zhao Siwei said to Dugu Exine while holding the Modeo and guarding against 7th cultivator of true virtue's movements. Hee. Leave? Don't even think about leaving. Poison, poison, kill them quickly. Kill them as well as the group that just escaped. How can a mere ant block your path? Kill them all. At this time the white-haired flying snake behind them roared with a crazed expression. Roar, roar, roar. Seventh cultivator of true virtue seemed to be able to understand the human language. Its huge tail twisted at an extremely fast speed, bringing about gusts of wind. The fallen leaves in the forest were swept up and fluttered in all directions. At the same time, its 7 heads opened their mouths and flicked their tongues, reaching toward the crowd. Roar, roar, roar. Retreat. Retreat. How could petite humans possibly contend against such a huge vicious beast? Facing the enraged great serpent of 7th cultivator of true virtue, everyone had no choice but to retreat. The soldiers that were too slow were either swept away by the tail of the serpent or unfortunately fell into the belly of the serpent. Most of them were poisoned to death by the poisonous fog that the serpent spat out. The enraged 7th cultivator of true virtue immediately caused the imperial guards to suffer heavy losses. Li Zishuan was also shocked. He hadn't expected that 7th cultivator of true virtue would be so terrifying when he was angry. Roar, roar, roar. 7th cultivator of true virtue didn't give up, and continued to chase after them. Relying on the advantage of its size, it rampaged all the way, trying to crush the group of ants that were blocking its path. This small group of imperial guards was about to be wiped out in an instant. Brothers, set up the MO sword formation. Cover Lord Zhu and the generals retreat. Zhao Siwei got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and roared at the imperial army soldier beside him. Yes! Cover Lord Zhu and the generals retreats. The remaining imperial guards immediately responded loudly. Although their numbers were small and they were in a bad state, their voices weren't soft at all. Instead, they were full of determination. Zhao Siwei, how dare you disobey the general's orders? Dugu Xian barely managed to stabilize his body under the stormy attacks of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Then, he noticed that the army formation had already taken shape and roared at Zhao Siwei. General, protecting you is the most important responsibility of us 120 brothers. Even if we die, we will protect the general thoroughly. If the general wants to punish us, we won't complain. But please don't disappoint our brothers. General, leave quickly. Zhao Siwei turned his head and roared at Dugu Xian. When he saw that the embryonic form of the MO sword formation had already taken shape, his eyes were red, and his armor was in a mess. However, his posture was still tall and straight. Standing on the mountain path filled with flying leaves, he looked like a hero at the end of his road. General, leave quickly. There were less than 70 imperial guards left, and they let out a thunderous roar. As soon as their voices fell, the MO sword formation that they had formed began to fearlessly charge toward 7th cultivator of true virtue. Zhao Siwei. How could the MO sword formation formed by only 70 people pose a threat to the berserk 7th cultivator of true virtue? Therefore, Dugu Xian couldn't help but be enraged when he saw this. He roared and raised his sword to chase after them. Wait! At this time Li Zishuan stopped Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian angrily turned his head and said, Li Zishuan, what do you mean? Why won't you let me go? While he was talking, 7th cultivator of true virtue and the MO sword formation had already clashed. There was no doubt that the first row of MO sword soldiers was mercilessly swept away. However, the second row of MO sword soldiers still rushed forward without fear of death. At this time they no longer hoped to kill 7th cultivator of true virtue. They only hoped to delay him for a while. It would be even better if they could cut off one of his scales. Pa! Li Zishuan's eyes were red, and 2 drops of tears appeared at the corners of his eyes. He ruthlessly slapped Dugu Xian's face and said in a hoarse voice, Dugu Xian, look carefully for me. Who are they fighting for? Who are they injured for? The strength of 7th cultivator of true virtue in its berserk state is far beyond our imagination. If we don't leave now, these brothers will all die in vain. Let's go. In the future, I, Li Zishuan, will definitely avenge my brothers. Li Zishuan really didn't feel good in his heart. If these guards were fewer in number, stronger in skill, and in better condition, perhaps he could fight Dugu Xian to the death to buy them some time to escape. However, the current situation was that even if the 2 of them tried their best, they would be thankful if 5 of these guards could escape. This was because their current condition was really bad, and each of them was injured. At this critical moment, Li Zixuan chose to be rational. He couldn't be irrational. If he wasn't rational, these cute soldiers would all die in vain, and he and Dugu Xian would definitely be in danger. The two of them didn't have the strength to fight against such a berserk seventh cultivator of true virtue. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Seeing Dugu Xian's sluggish face and unfocused eyes, Li Zixuan roared and dragged him down the snake spirit mountain. Poison, poison! Quickly get rid of these ants in front of us and chase after them to kill them. When the flying snake saw Li Zixuan escaping with Dugu Xian, it couldn't help but become anxious and hurriedly shouted. If it weren't for the fact that it had lost all its strength, it would have chased after them long ago. Roar, roar, roar! Seventh cultivator of true virtue roared 3 times, and launched an even more ferocious charge at the Imperial Guards. Chapter 5:11. Roar, 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 roar! Not only did seventh cultivator of true virtue's roar reverberate throughout Snake Spirit Mountain, but it also traveled further into the distance. Oh, what's that sound? A farmer who was chopping firewood at the edge of Qinling Mountains asked his companion in shock when he heard the faint roar. It sounds like a beast, but I don't think any beast would make such a sound, right? Another middle-aged farmer looked in the direction of the sound and said hesitantly, could it be that there are beasts in Qinling Mountains that we don't know about? Whoa, big tiger, let's go home. No more chopping, no more chopping. The farmer who spoke earlier shuddered and said hurriedly, hey, don't. What's there to be afraid of? Ooh. The 2 farmers weren't the only ones who heard seventh cultivator of true virtue's roar. On the official road outside Qinling Mountains, pedestrians with sensitive ears could vaguely hear the beast-like roar coming from inside Qinling Mountains. Some of the more timid people rushed into Chang'an City. News of unknown beasts in Qinling Mountains spread like wildfire. Reporting. Come in. Li Er, who was in Ganlu Palace, couldn't help but frown when he heard a soldier asking for an audience. Your Majesty, I heard many people at the city gate saying that there are beasts roaring in Qinling Mountains. I thought that Sir Li and General Dugu are still in Qinling Mountains with their army, so I'm here to report to Your Majesty. The person who came was Dugu Feiying's colleague, one of Zhuo Wuwei's soldiers. After Dugu Feiying went to Snake Spirit Mountain with Li Zixuan, he temporarily took over that guy's position and guarded the city gate. There are beasts in Qinling Mountains? Li Er's expression changed when he heard that. He stood up and asked Zhao Song. Zhao Song, how's Dugu Xian and the rest? Have they started attacking the mountain? Zhao Song quickly went forward and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, according to the latest report from General Dugu, the 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department that Dugu Feiying brought with him yesterday have already concocted the antidote to the poison in Snake Spirit Mountain this morning. They should have started attacking the mountain in the afternoon. What? Looks like there's a change in the Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Er's face became gloomy. He frowned and sat back on the dragon throne worriedly saying, at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Dugu Xian, who had always been cold and aloof, now looked even colder than before. It was as cold as ice. Dr. Wang, Dr. Qin, please bring some people to help treat the poisoned and injured soldiers. Dugu Xian frowned and said in a deep voice as he looked at the wounded in the camp. Don't worry, General. We know. We will do our best to treat him. The 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department hurriedly cupped their hands and said. Dugu Xian nodded. Seeing that Wang and Qin had gone to the side, he said to Dugu Feiying, Feiying, do an inventory of the army and count the casualties. When he mentioned the word casualties, everyone could hear the slight tremble in his voice. Yes, big brother. When he saw that only Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian had returned, Dugu Feiying had already guessed that something big must have happened on the mountain. When he heard his elder brother's orders, his heart ached. He opened his mouth, wanting to persuade his elder brother. However, after hesitating for a long time, he did not say anything and walked away. Bam! After Dugu Feiying left, Dugu Xian sat down on the grass behind him. Li Zixuan also sat down. Ever since they left the mountain, Li Zixuan had not said a word. The sorrow and anger in his heart were definitely no less than Dugu Xian's. As a result, There was a strange scene outside the camp. The two men sat on the grass without saying a word, as if they were a couple who had just finished arguing. If it wasn't for the heavy atmosphere in the camp, Dugu Feng would have laughed out loud. After a while, Dugu Feng walked back and said in a deep voice, "Big brother, 651 Imperial Guards were injured this time." "Your Majesty, 651 Imperial Guards were injured and 215 dead on this trip to Snake Spirit Mountain. This general was unable to complete the mission. Please punish me, Your Majesty." After reorganizing the troops at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, Dugu Xian ordered the army to retreat 3 miles. He also ordered the army to send scouts 24 hours a day to see if anyone had escaped from Snake Spirit Mountain. After that, Dugu Xian and Li Zishuan rode out of Qinling, entered Chang'an and entered the palace. When they saw Li Er, Dugu Xian quickly got down on one knee and cupped his fists. "Just a small sect. Why would there be so many casualties? Could it be that something has happened?" Li Er frowned deeply and said, "The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards were one of the most elite forces under Li Er's command. Even if only 3 or 5 of them died, let alone 100, Li Er would feel heartache." Thus, when he heard about such a tragic result, his first thought was disbelief. "Your Majesty, we had already wiped out the top forces of 7 Cultivators sect, but in the end, they invited a giant 7-headed snake." Dugu Xinhuai once again recounted the events of the great battle in the mountains. After listening to it, Li Er was silent. After about a quarter of an hour, he coldly said, "A small sect of Jianghu. First, they assassinated an official of the imperial court. Now they openly resisted arrest and even dared to kill my army. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. A mantis trying to stop a chariot is like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. I must destroy this 7 Cultivators sect. Your Majesty, the most important thing right now is to send reinforcements at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain to ensure that the giant serpent won't come down and affect the lives of the people outside Qinling Mountain. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Dugu Xian lowered his head and continued, "That makes sense." Li Er nodded and said, "Summon Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin Yuqigong, Niu Da Li Jing, Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." "What? There's a giant serpent on Snake Spirit Mountain? And it caused heavy losses to the Northern Yamen Imperial Army?" After half an hour, all the important officials gathered by Li Er arrived at the Sweet Dew Palace. After they were all seated, Li Er asked Dugu Xian to repeat what he said earlier. After hearing it, Chang Yaojin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Little Xian, could it be the legendary serpent of 7 cultivators?" Qin Qiong raised his eyebrows and asked. The others were also shocked. The Tang Empire's military strength was extremely strong. Everyone knew that a mere sect of Jianghu was no match for Li Zishuan. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? "Uncle Qin, it's indeed the serpent of 7 cultivators." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Bah! Who cares if it's the serpent of 7 cultivators or the serpent of 8 cultivators? The 7 cultivators sect dared to resist the imperial court's army, and even released such a ferocious creature. Your Majesty, this old official requests to go to war and avenge our dead brothers." Chang Yaojin took a step forward and cupped his fists at Li Er. Chapter 512. Your Majesty, this old subject also requests to fight. The 7 cultivators of true virtue is in Great Tang's territory, but they didn't abide by the laws of Great Tang. They assassinated the court officials and ambushed the army. If such arrogant people aren't severely punished, the imperial court will lose face. Your Majesty, if you give me 5,000 troops, this subject will definitely take down the 7 cultivators of true virtue in one fell swoop. In the first year of Zhengguan, Great Tang was peaceful. There were basically no large-scale wars. Therefore, these old generals had long been bored to death. Now that they heard that there was a force in Great Tang that dared to jump out and fight against the imperial court, they were both angry and excited. As soldiers of Great Tang, they were very proud. Now that the elite Northern Yamen Imperial Army had suffered heavy losses because of a small sect, they naturally had reason to be angry. However, anger was anger, and the thought of fighting a war made them excited. The soldiers of Great Tang were never afraid of war. They were only afraid of not having a war to fight. Therefore, after hearing Cheng Yaojin request to fight, how could Yuqi Jingda sit still? He quickly jumped out and said loudly, "Ha! Old Black, you still need 5,000 troops? How could Cheng Yaojin be willing to let Yuqi Jingda steal the limelight?" He quickly jumped out and retorted, "As long as your majesty is willing to give me 3,000 elites, I'll definitely be able to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue in 3 days. If not, I'm willing to offer my head to you." In Cheng Yaojin's view, the other party was just a group of people from Jianghu. He had met many of them in his early years, so he felt that those free and undisciplined Jianghu people couldn't be compared to the disciplined and well-trained imperial court army. He said 3,000 troops just now because he was giving face to 7th cultivator of true virtue. Otherwise, 2,000 would be enough. However, it was clear that this old man didn't have the slightest idea of the situation. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was so easy to take down, Li Zixuan and Du Guexen wouldn't have returned in defeat with the 4,000 Northern Imperial Army soldiers under their command. "You, lunatic Cheng, are you really trying to go against me?" Yuqi Jingda glared at him and cursed. Seeing that these 2 old fellows were about to fight again, Qin Qiong quickly grabbed Qingyan and said, "Jija, don't mess around in front of His Majesty. This Snake Spirit Mountain is not as simple as you think." Lord Li Jing also stepped forward and said, "What Xu Bao said makes sense. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was really so easy to deal with little Xian and Du Guexion's ability, they wouldn't have caused the Northern Yamen's imperial army to suffer such heavy losses. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to figure out how powerful the 7 cultivators of true virtue Great Serpent that little Xian and Du Guexion encountered was. Only then can we make the appropriate deployment." This was one of the reasons why Li Jing was the war god of the Great Tang while Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were not. Every time they encountered a war, Li Jing was the calmest. He could always see the most crucial problem. Li Er nodded his head and praised, "Medicine Master is worthy of being called a medicine master. Today, I called all of you here so that you can think of a way to thoroughly kill that 7th cultivator of true virtue on the Serpent Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, if such ferocious beasts were to spread among the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Du Guexen, why don't you tell the other ministers about the size, speed, and lethality of the 7th cultivator of true virtue? This subject obeys your majesty." Du Guexen cupped his fists and replied in a loud and clear voice. Then, he turned around and continued to speak to everyone. "Minister Fong, generals, the overall strength of that 7th cultivator of true virtue is above that of a great grandmaster. In terms of strength alone, it is much stronger than a great grandmaster. Therefore, it is very difficult to defeat it with brute force. Moreover, its body is covered with a layer of hard scales. It is very difficult for ordinary swords to break its defense. 7th cultivator of true virtue has 7 heads, and each of them can be used to attack. Its fangs are highly poisonous, and its mouth can spray poisonous fog. Anyone who touches it will die. However, in terms of speed, 7th cultivator of true virtue is inferior to that of a great grandmaster. At best, it can only be compared to a peak great grandmaster. In addition, the strength of its tail is also very great. If an ordinary person is hit by its tail, even if they don't die, they will be seriously injured." Silence. After Du Guexion finished speaking, the Sweet Dew Hall fell into silence for a while. Everyone was shocked by the fighting strength of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Yuqi Jingda and Cheng Yaojin, who had previously boasted that they only needed 5,000 or 3,000 elites to destroy it, no longer dared to say such words at this moment. The 2 old generals were so shocked that they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Fang Xianling came back to his senses and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this old subject believes that the most important thing right now is to send an army to seal off Snake Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, the people around Qinling Mountain will suffer a calamity. At that time the people of Chang will also panic and not be able to work. Therefore, this old subject earnestly requests your Majesty to make a decision as soon as possible." Zhang Sun Wuji also stepped forward and cupped his hands. "This old subject agrees. Such an important matter shouldn't be delayed. We can't let a mere Jianghu sect affect the stability of the people." Li Er nodded and said, "Xianling and Xuanling's words are reasonable. Medicine Master, in your opinion, how should we deal with this seventh cultivator of true virtue? Li Jing frowned. He stepped forward and thought for a long time before replying. Your Majesty, this old subject heard that the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is steep and the mountain path is narrow. Many places can only allow one person to pass through. Even if we send 10,000 troops, I estimate that we can only display the strength of 1,000 people on Snake Spirit Mountain. Such a terrain is extremely unfavorable for an army to fight. Presumably, the reason why the Northern Yaman's imperial army was defeated this time is related to this unfavorable terrain. Therefore, this old subject believes that if we want to kill seventh cultivator of true virtue with the least casualties, we must send an army with heavy crossbows to surround Snake Spirit Mountain and lead it to the foot of the mountain. Then we can use the heavy crossbows to destroy it in one fell swoop. Li Er nodded and said with a smile, well, Medicine Master's method is quite reliable. What do you think? The rest of the people in the hall couldn't help but nod in agreement. Only Qin Qiong frowned and pondered. After a while he asked Li Jing, Medicine Master's method is reliable, but what should we do to lead seventh cultivator of true virtue to the foot of the mountain? When Fang Xianling and the others heard this, they couldn't help but cast a puzzled look at Li Jing. Li Jing shook his head and said, Xu Bao, we can discuss this problem later. Just now, Prime Minister Fang also said that the most important thing now is to send an army to surround Snake Spirit Mountain and prevent seventh cultivator of true virtue from going down the mountain to harm the people. We will first surround Snake Spirit Mountain and not attack it. If seventh cultivator of true virtue comes down the mountain, we can use the heavy crossbows to kill it. If it doesn't come down the mountain, we will think of another way. In any case, we must send an army to Snake Spirit Mountain. What a good idea! After Li Jing finished speaking, Qin Qiong stepped forward and cupped his hands to Li Er. Medicine Master has thought it through thoroughly. This old subject has no objections. Your Majesty, please send troops as soon as possible. The rest of the people also cupped their hands and said, this subject agrees. Your Majesty, please send troops as soon as possible. Chapter 513. Ganlu Palace. Li Er looked at all the officials in the hall and nodded slightly. He was about to issue an edict to dispatch troops when he suddenly glanced at Li Zishuan, who was standing behind with his head bowed and not saying a word. Doubt arose in his heart and he deliberately stopped the words that had already reached his mouth. Li Zishuan, what do you think of Medicine Master's plan? As soon as Li Er's voice fell, everyone in the hall suddenly realized that Li Zishuan was too quiet today. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sunwuji, Chang Yaojin, and the others had discussed matters with Li Zishuan in the imperial court before. They were well aware of Li Zishuan's character. That was why they felt that Li Zishuan's behavior today was too abnormal. Actually, when Li Zishuan entered the Ganlu Palace today, he had been silently standing in the corner. Other than answering Qin Qiong's question, he didn't say anything else. His heart was filled with anger and sorrow, but most of all he was deeply remorseful. 215 young lives, how innocent were they? Now because they helped him take revenge, they didn't even have a corpse. This represented 215 families. Because of him, Li Zishuan, there was going to be a tragedy of people dying before their own. You could say that he was a saint, but every time Li Zishuan thought of this, his heart would bleed. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to see people die, but he couldn't bear to see people die for him. If the heavens could give him another chance to choose again, he would stop this war without hesitation. He would rather think of a way to slowly kill the flying snakes than to implicate innocent people. Li Zishuan, I'm asking you a question. Li Er, who was sitting at the top, saw that Li Zishuan was still indifferent. He couldn't help but raise his voice and call out, Your Majesty, I'm here. Actually, when Li Zishuan called him for the first time, he had already heard it. The reason why he didn't answer was because he was thinking of a very important matter. At this time he had no choice but to answer. I just asked you, what do you think of Medicine Master's plan to kill the snakes? Why aren't you answering? Li Er asked with a frown. Although he wouldn't punish Li Zishuan for such a small matter, he was still a little unhappy. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, this humble subject thinks that Uncle Li's strategy of surrounding but not attacking is very reliable. I was blaming myself for the 215 soldiers who died. I was lost in thought for a moment, so I didn't hear what your majesty said. Please punish me, your majesty. Li'er suddenly understood. With a complicated expression he said, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Those 215 Northern Yamen Imperial Guards did not die on the battlefield, but died in the belly of a snake. It was truly a pity. However, 7th cultivator of true virtue is a scourge to the people of Great Tang, and these soldiers have sacrificed their lives to make a contribution to the people of Great Tang. They are all meritorious officials, and I will ask the Ministry of War to draw up a pension plan for them. So Li Zishuan, you don't have to blame yourself too much. It would have been better if Li'er didn't say anything, but as soon as he did, Li Zishuan felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He took 2 steps forward, knelt on one knee and saluted. Your Majesty, this time the attack on Snake Spirit Mountain was mainly because of this humble subject. But this humble subject didn't expect that more than 200 soldiers would die without a trace. How can this humble subject not blame myself? This humble subject mostly agrees with Uncle Li's strategy of surrounding but not attacking. However, this humble subject has something to add, and I hope your Majesty will approve. Li'er frowned and said solemnly, speak. Your Majesty, this humble subject thinks that we should send the army to surround the mountain with heavy crossbows. If 7th cultivator of true virtue comes down the mountain, we should use the heavy crossbows to drive it back to the mountain and prevent it from harming the people. As for killing the snake, your Majesty, give this humble subject 3 days. This humble subject will definitely make the entire 7 cultivator of true virtue, and that evil beast pay with their blood within 3 days. Inside the main hall, although Li Zishuan's voice was soft, it was very firm, and everyone could feel the cold killing intent in his voice. Your Majesty, this humble subject also requests to go to war. This humble subject cannot absolve himself from the blame for this defeat. I hope that your Majesty will give this humble subject a chance to atone for his mistakes. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, Dugu Exine thought that Li Zishuan was going to personally lead the army to kill the snake again. Therefore, he quickly cupped his fists and said. Li'er frowned and said, earlier Medicine Master said that the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is rugged and not suitable for an army to fight. You two have just come down from the mountain, so you should know better. Why do you want to attack the mountain again? In any case, I won't send the army to attack the mountain before all of you come up with a foolproof plan. You can't let your emotions affect your decisions when marching to war. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, your Majesty, this humble subject has no intention of leading the army to attack the mountain again. What this humble subject means is that this humble subject alone is enough to deal with the 7 cultivator of true virtue and 7th cultivator of true virtue. What? Li'er's eyes widened and he suddenly stood up. His hawk-like sharp eyes swept over Li Zishuan's face as he said word by word. Li Zishuan, is what you just said true? The officials in the hall were all inexplicably shocked. Qin Qiong's reaction was faster. He hurriedly came over and pulled Li Zishuan's arm, saying anxiously, little Xian, this old man knows that you blame yourself, but you can't ignore reality just because you're eager for revenge. Li Zishuan shook his head and thanked Qin Qiong. Then, he looked at Li'er and said solemnly, your Majesty, what this humble subject said just now is absolutely true. This humble subject only needs the Imperial Army to seal off Snake Spirit Mountain for 3 days. Within 3 days, this humble subject alone can destroy the 7 cultivator of true virtue in one fell swoop. This humble subject's enmity with the 7 cultivator of true virtue is a personal grudge. This humble subject doesn't want innocent people to lose their lives because of this. Your Majesty, please grant my wish. Fang Xianling secretly nodded and thought that this child's nature was really kind. When he saw that Li'er was about to speak, he quickly stepped forward and said, your Majesty, please wait. This humble subject has something to say. Li'er said, Minister Fang, please speak. Thank you, your Majesty. Fang Xianling cupped his hands to Li Zishuan, then turned his head to look at Li Zishuan and said, this old man is very pleased that Li Zishuan is brave and fearless and loves his soldiers like his own children. Although this old man doesn't know martial arts, after listening to General Dugu's description, I know that the 7 cultivator of true virtue in Snake Spirit Mountain is not something that can be defeated by a single person. As the saying goes, A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. Li Zixuan originally had a heavy responsibility, so don't put yourself in danger because of a momentary impulse. Obviously, Fang Xianling cherished talents and didn't want Li Zixuan to throw his life away. Li Er also nodded and said, Minister Fang's words are reasonable. Li Zixuan, the enmity between you and the 7 cultivator of true virtue isn't a personal grudge. You are a courtier and represent the imperial court. If they dare to assassinate you, it means that they are looking down on the prestige of the country. I won't tolerate them. Therefore, you don't have to take the risk alone. As for the 7 cultivator of true virtue, I will deal with them in another way. Li Zixuan felt helpless. He didn't want to attack the mountain alone. He wasn't an idiot, so of course, he wouldn't foolishly throw his life away. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty and Minister Fang. However, this humble subject didn't say that out of impulse, nor did I put myself under a collapsing wall. This humble subject is confident that he can destroy the 7 cultivator of true virtue by himself. Chapter 514. Southeast of Chang'an City, Dunhua Square. A rich and powerful house. Granduncle Li Zixuan and Dugu Exine just returned to the city. In an elegant room deep in the courtyard, a white-clothed man cupped his hands and smiled at the old man. The green-clothed old man sat on his knees on the couch, leisurely brewing tea. His posture was calm and elegant, neither hurried nor slow. After the tea boiled, he poured himself a cup, then leisurely opened his mouth with a smile. Oh? Xianji, judging from your expression, Li Zixuan and Dugu Exen must have returned in defeat, right? The white-clothed man cupped his hands and said, Granduncle is wise. I heard that the Northern Yamen Imperial Army suffered heavy losses on Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zixuan probably came back to ask for reinforcements from the imperial court. The blue-clothed old man put the teacup under his nose and sniffed it. Then, he narrowed his eyes with a satisfied expression. Hee, that was expected. Young people nowadays are like newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers. It's good to be impulsive, but if they don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, they will definitely fall down a few times. Xianji, you have to take this as a lesson. Xianji understands. Thank you for your teachings, Granduncle. Hearing the old man's endless preaching, the white-clothed man didn't show any impatience on his face. Instead, he seriously cupped his hands and nodded. After a while, he frowned and asked tentatively, Granduncle, you don't seem to be optimistic about the Northern Yamen Imperial Army besieging the 7 Cultivators sect. Xianji doesn't understand. Is the 7 Cultivators sect really that strong? The blue-clothed old man glanced at the young man with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, They might not be strong. However, how can the things in the world be measured simply by strength? Taking advantage of the situation and borrowing the power of others can defeat the strong. And although the 7th cultivator of true virtue sect is small, it has an extraordinary item. Xianji understands. But what is this extraordinary thing that Granduncle is talking about? The old man waved his hand and smiled. I won't tell you now, but you'll know in a few days when the 7 cultivators of true virtue is destroyed. The young man's expression changed as he asked, Granduncle, didn't you say that you were optimistic about the 7 cultivators of true virtue before? Now, why are you claiming that the 7 cultivators of true virtue is about to be destroyed? Haha. Oh, you. The old man put down the teacup and said with a sigh. His Majesty has always been a man who likes to make grand achievements. This time, the Imperial Army lost face in front of a small 7 cultivator of true virtue and returned in defeat. How could His Majesty not be angry? Before sunset, there will definitely be a general leading at least 5,000 elites out of the city. Facing the power of the entire imperial court, the 7 cultivators of true virtue is no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their destruction is only a matter of time. The young man nodded and said regretfully, Unfortunately, we couldn't borrow the hands of the 7 cultivators of true virtue to get rid of Li Zixuan. I heard that the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of true virtue is a peak Grandmaster realm expert, but I didn't expect that even he couldn't stop Li Zixuan. It's really annoying. Xianji, Granduncle has told you before that the Jianghu is just a bunch of weeds. Not enough to make plans. Granduncle never expected them to be able to get rid of Li Zixuan in the battle against the 7 cultivators of true virtue. The old man first lectured him earnestly. Then he smiled and said, "However, it's not like the 7 cultivators of true virtue didn't completely fail. This time, Li Zixuan brought 4,000 Northern Yamen's imperial army with him, but he still failed to take down the 7 cultivators of true virtue and even suffered heavy casualties. His Majesty is bound to be dissatisfied with him. Once the Emperor's favor falls, what right does Li Zixuan have to oppose us?" The young man smiled and said, "Granduncle is right. It seems that the 7 cultivators of true virtue has helped us a lot." The old man nodded and looked at the young man. "That's true, but we can't completely rely on outsiders. Xianji, Granduncle asked you to meet with the other clans to discuss the matter of getting rid of Li Zixuan. How are the arrangements coming along?" The young man's smile disappeared as he cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Granduncle, don't worry. Everything has been arranged properly. 3 days later, we'll meet at the Grand Hyatt restaurant to discuss the matter." The old man smiled with satisfaction and said, "Good, but don't make a fuss. His Majesty has been keeping a close eye on the aristocratic families. Don't let him find out that our clans are secretly communicating." Xianji understands. "I'll be very careful." "Little Xian, why do you have to put on a brave front? Although the 7 cultivators of true virtue is protected by the 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent, if His Majesty were to send a large number of troops to attack it, he would definitely be able to take it down in one fell swoop. Why do you have to put on a brave front? If something were to happen to you, your father and mother would be there. And I, old Cheng, wouldn't have the face to see them." On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Chang Yaojin stood beside Li Zixuan and nagged at him in disappointment. At this moment, Chang Yaojin was like an old woman in her 70s or 80s, nagging endlessly. Li Zixuan didn't mind Chang Yaojin's nagging because he knew that Chang Yaojin was truly treating him as his own nephew. He patted Big White's head and turned to Chang Yaojin seriously. "Uncle Chang, I don't want to implicate the other soldiers because of my personal grievances. We're all born and raised by our parents, and there's no such thing as who should die for whom. The 215 soldiers who died on Snake Spirit Mountain are the biggest mistake I, Li Zixuan, have ever made in my life, and also the biggest guilt in my heart. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay what I owe them in this lifetime. A person's life is like a plant's autumn, and living in debt will always make one unhappy. I don't want to owe more debt, so I want to settle the 7 cultivators of true virtues matter by myself." Chang Yaojin was stunned in place. At this moment, he thought of those brothers who had sacrificed themselves in the war with him in his early years. Many of them had blocked knives and arrows for him. Therefore, at this moment, his heart was surging with waves and extremely complicated emotions. After a long silence, he patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and sighed. "Good child, don't blame yourself too much. As soldiers of the Great Tang, it's indeed their regret that they didn't die on the battlefield, but serving the Emperor's order and repaying his kindness is also the responsibility of a subject and a soldier. His Majesty will also compensate them well." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Uncle Cheng, although you say that, I still can't get over the hurdle in my heart. Although I want to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by myself so that the innocent soldiers won't be implicated, I also want to take revenge for the 215 heroic souls with my own hands. I know Uncle Cheng is worried that something will happen to me, but you don't have to worry. I never do things that I'm not sure about." Chang Yaojin smiled and said, "Heh, that's true. But this time your tone is a bit too big. That's a Jianghu sect guarded by a fierce beast comparable to a great grandmaster." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Uncle Cheng, do you believe me?" Chang Yaojin laughed and said, "Haha. Feng Xianling, Yuqi Lao Hei, and even His Majesty might think that you're bragging, but I believe you. Although you're not willing to tell us the specific methods, how can we, these old fellows, guess your crafty ideas? I'll just stay at home and watch the show. But if you have anything you need help with, don't be embarrassed to say it because you can't put aside your face." Ooh. Chapter 515. After bidding farewell to Chang Yaojin, Li Zixuan rode his horse to the barracks of the Right Guards in the south of the imperial city. After a short discussion in the Suite du Hall, Li Er finally decided to let Niu Jinda lead 6,000 elites of the Right Guards into the Qinling Mountains and join forces with the Northern Imperial Army. They would use 10,000 troops to completely seal off the Snake Spirit Mountain. The reason why Li Er didn't choose Qin Qiong was because he felt that Qin Qiong hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. The reason why he didn't choose Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda was because he felt that those two old fellows were too impulsive. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. After the discussion, Dugu Xian didn't have the time to rest and quickly left the city to find his troops at Qinling Mountains. As for Niu Jinda, the general of the right Wu Wei, he naturally returned to his home to gather his troops and prepare for battle. Little Xian, you're here. After gathering the troops, Niu Jinda came to the commander's tent and greeted Li Zishuan, who had been waiting inside for a long time. Li Zishuan quickly stood up and said, "Yes, Uncle Niu, I'll have to trouble you this time." Niu Jinda shook his head and laughed. "Haha, what do you mean by hard work? How can this old man disobey His Majesty's orders? Besides, you're half a son-in-law to Shu Bao, so why are you being so polite?" Li Zishuan nodded and cupped his hands. Since that's the case, this young man will accept Uncle Niu's kindness. However, this time this young man has something to tell Uncle Niu. Niu Jinda stretched out his hand and said, "Little Xian, tell me." Li Zishuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Niu, this time when you lead the army to surround the Snake Spirit Mountain, you must adhere to the strategy of surrounding it and not attacking, because the terrain of the mountain is too steep. Also, the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue, Enchantress, has already been seriously injured by us, so he shouldn't be a threat. However, the 7 cultivators of virtue's poison techniques are mysterious and unpredictable, and they have the ability to harm people in a large area. Uncle Niu, you must be careful. Yesterday, His Majesty had sent 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department. They were both experts with superb medical skills and noble medical ethics. At critical moments they could save a lot of people in the army. No matter what, I hope that Uncle Niu won't let anyone leave Snake Spirit Mountain in these 3 days. At the same time, I hope that there won't be any casualties in the army during these 3 days." Niu Jinda nodded seriously. He patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, "Okay, this old man will remember everything you said. This old man also promises you that within these 3 days, not even a single bug will fly out of Snake Spirit Mountain, and the army will not suffer any casualties. As long as those people dare to come down the mountain and fight on the plains, I, Niu Jinda, won't be afraid of a mere 7 cultivators of true virtue." Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Oh, on Snake Spirit Mountain. After the war, the 7 cultivators of true virtue that once stood aloof from worldly affairs and was peaceful and quiet had become somewhat devastated. The mountain path was covered with corpses. The surviving disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue were moving the corpses in groups of 2s and 3s. If they didn't bury the corpses on such a hot day, it would easily cause a plague. Obviously, the person who gave the order had some common sense. Of course, these corpses belonged to the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. After all, most of the dead members of the Northern Yamen army had been eaten by the snakes. "Lu Duong, have you finished counting the casualties of our disciples?" Inside the main hall of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, Enchantress looked at a disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, who just entered the hall and asked with a gloomy expression. Lu Duong bowed cautiously and said, "Sect Master, this disciple has finished counting the casualties. During the war, a total of 38 disciples died, and 26 escaped from the mountain. Now, only 30 disciples are left, and half of them are injured to varying degrees." Enchantress couldn't help but get angry when he heard that so many disciples had escaped. He slammed the table and cursed. "Humph! A bunch of ungrateful bastards. All these years this old man has taken care of you, fed you and even taught you martial arts. Have I ever mistreated any of you? But now that the sect is in trouble, these damned ingrates fled in all directions. They're not worthy of being my sons. I'm so angry." After saying that, he still hadn't vented his anger and threw the teacup in his hand toward the door. Lu Duong jumped in fright and quickly dodged. "Senior brother, please calm down." Upon seeing this, Flying Snake waved his hand toward the rest of the people in the hall, indicating that they should leave. Then he walked toward Enchantress and said, "Senior brother, this time the imperial court's army attacked the mountain. Although many of our disciples died, Li Zishuan's side didn't have it easy either. At least 200 of them died. You should know that those were Li Shimen's most elite northern Yamen army. If it were any other force in Jianghu, it would be impossible for them to achieve such a result. Even if Li Zishuan escaped, he wouldn't be able to avoid being scolded by Li Shimen, right? Moreover, the imperial court lost so many people, but they still couldn't take down our 7 cultivators of true virtue, right? After this battle, they definitely won't dare to attack the mountain again. Now we just need to waste time with them. Let's see who loses their patience first." Enchantress said, "This is the only thing we can do now. Although the northern Yamen army has retreated 3 miles, they are still guarding the surrounding passes. Now we can't leave even if we want to. Fortunately, we have enough food and 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent guarding the mountain. Otherwise, our sect would have been destroyed by that brat." Flying Snake smiled and said, "Yes." Enchantress grabbed a jug of wine and drank a few mouthfuls. Then he looked at the Flying Snake and said with concern, "Junior brother, you used your own blood essence to feed the 7 virtues serpent. It can be said that your vitality has been greatly damaged. With your current strength, I don't know how long it will take for you to fully recover. Moreover, we are in troubled times now." Flying Snake was silent. After a while he opened his mouth and said, "It doesn't matter. This time, the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was in danger because I was too confident in the terrain and poisonous miasma of Snake Spirit Mountain. I also underestimated the strength of the imperial court's army. Of course, I have to bear the responsibility for my mistakes. In that case, if I didn't restore 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent to its peak state, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to turn the tide. As for the future, I believe senior brother won't abandon me." Enchantress patted his chest and said, "Of course. How could I, Enchantress, ignore the feelings between fellow disciples? Junior brother, don't worry. Even if you lose your martial arts, senior brother will do his best to protect you." Flying Snake was slightly relieved. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Sect leader. Sect leader. Bad news, bad news. At this time a hurried shout came from outside the hall. Judging from the voice, it was Lu Duong, who had just left. "What's the matter? Come in and tell me." Enchantress frowned and shouted. Lu Duong crawled in, bowed, and cupped his fists. "Sect leader, a lot of the imperial court's army has arrived at the foot of the mountain. There are even more of them than the previous batch. Now our Snake Spirit Mountain is surrounded. I don't think even a fly can escape." Chapter 5:16. This must be an army of over 10,000, right? On top of the Serpent Spirit Mountain, Flying Snake and Enchantress led the remaining disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue to the edge of the cliff, and looked down at the army that surrounded them. Even from such a distance, they could see that the ground was full of people. Flying Snake's eyes couldn't help but twitch in shock. At this point, he no longer dared to underestimate the strength of the Great Tang army. Previously, he thought that the 7 cultivators of true virtue had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and manpower. If the imperial army wanted to capture them, they would have to suffer at least several thousand casualties. But today Li Zishuan, Dugu Xi and Dugu Feiying, and the northern Yamen's imperial army taught him a lesson. The loss of more than 200 people was a huge number for Li Zishuan. But for Flying Snake and the 7 cultivators of true virtue, it was far from their initial expectations. Moreover, if Flying Snake hadn't abandoned his cultivation at the last moment and brought 7 cultivators of true virtue, who had recovered to his peak state, the 7 cultivators of true virtue might have already been destroyed by the imperial army. That Li Shimen is really muddle-headed. He actually mobilized such a large army for the personal grudge between Li Zishuan and you, junior brother. Sigh. Fortunately, they didn't attack us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to hold on even with the help of 7 cultivators of true virtue. Enchantress frowned and sighed in a voice that only he and Flying Snake could hear. At this moment, he was somewhat regretting his decision. Senior brother, I'm afraid that we can only hold on until the end of the mountain. Previously, the food reserves of the sect were enough to feed all the disciples for half a year. Now that we've gone through such a big battle, less than half of the disciples are left. The food reserves are enough to last us for more than a year. As long as the Imperial Army doesn't attack us, we'll be safe for another day. Flying Snake turned around and looked at Enchantress with a worried expression. Enchantress shook his head helplessly and said, "What else can we do besides holding on until the end of the mountain? The food consumption rate of the army of 10,000 is much faster than that of us, right?" Flying Snake nodded and said, "That's right. But senior brother, just in case, we have to let the disciples dig some traps on the mountain path tomorrow. Otherwise, if they really attack us, we'll only have 7 cultivators of true virtue left to rely on." What junior brother said makes sense. "Oh, husband. Hubby, you're back?" Li Zishuan couldn't bring himself to feel happy at the thought of how Dugu Xian's guards had desperately covered his retreat on Snake Spirit Mountain. He dragged Bai along and returned to his home in Yongla City listlessly. As soon as he entered the house, Han Yushi, who had been lying on the stone table in the front yard waiting for him, hurried over with a joyful expression and grabbed his hand. Li Zishuan's heart warmed. No matter how much wind and rain he had experienced outside, when he returned to this home, he could receive the greatest comfort and support from his wife and other family members. He squeezed the soft hand in his hand and then pulled Han Yushi into his arms. He closed his eyes and said tiredly, "Wife, I'm back." Smelling the fragrance of Han Yushi's hair and feeling her heartbeat, Li Zishuan's chaotic heart instantly calmed down. Home was really the harbor of everyone's soul. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Did something happen to you?" Even if this person was her husband, it was still inappropriate for her to be hugged by someone of the opposite sex in public. Hence, Han Yushi instinctively wanted to break free. However, as the saying went, husband and wife were of the same mind. She quickly sensed her husband's exhaustion and heartbreak. Hence, she gently patted Li Zishuan's back and asked gently, "That's right. Hubby, I implicated so many innocent people and caused them to die tragically today. Do you hate me? Hubby, didn't you go to encircle the 7 cultivators sect these few days?" Could it be? Han Yushi recalled that Li Zishuan had been at Snake Spirit Mountain recently. She couldn't help but raise her head and exclaim in shock. "My wife's guess is right. The army suffered heavy losses in the battle at Snake Spirit Mountain today. Many of our brothers died while covering for Dugu Xian and me as we retreated. I just returned from the palace." Li Zishuan sighed and let go of Han Yushi. He took her hand and continued walking forward. As he walked, he said, "I'm a defeated general, and I even caused the death of so many brothers. I even hate myself now." Han Yushi frowned and her face was full of heartache. She raised her head and said, "Hubby, although I'm a married woman, I know that victory and defeat are common in war. Hubby, you mustn't be discouraged because of a moment of disappointment. I believe that there's nothing in this world that can stop you. As for the soldiers who unfortunately died, I will often go to the temple to burn incense and pray for them. If my husband feels guilty, you can take care of their families when you have time in the future. I believe that their souls in heaven will be very happy." When Li Zishuan heard this, he was suddenly enlightened. He smiled in relief and said, My wife's suggestion is really good. Since things have already happened, there's no benefit in sighing in vain. It's better to do as you said and take some remedial measures. My wife, you're really my great benefactor." Han Yushi said embarrassedly, "How can I be as good as you say? Hubby is just a bystander." "Oh, by the way, hubby, you didn't fight well this time. His Majesty didn't blame you, right?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said softly, "No, he didn't. The situation of the 7 cultivators sect is special. The result of this battle would be the same no matter who went. His Majesty isn't an unreasonable person. Of course he won't blame me. However, I lost so many brothers. Even if he doesn't blame me, I'll blame myself. Therefore, I still have to find a way to destroy the 7 cultivators sect." Han Yushi knew that she couldn't persuade Li Zishuan to change his mind. She could only force a smile and said, "Hubby, you must be careful. You promised me before that you wouldn't personally take risks." Li Zishuan pointed to his head and said with a smile, "Of course. Don't worry, my wife, there's not much danger this time. Fighting doesn't only rely on the fist, but also the brain. After saying that, he looked around and asked, "Huh? Where's father, mother, and Lanner? Why don't I see them?" Han Yushi replied with a smile. Father went to the tea house to play chess. Mother was invited by Duke Lu's wife to watch a play. As for Lanner, she went to Cloud Mountain with Iron Egg yesterday. She said that she would help you build an academy, and stayed at my father's place last night. I don't think she'll come back for the next 2 days. Li Zixuan nodded and said with a smile, "Well, it's good that they're all fine. I won't be at home for the next 3 days, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of everything at home. If father and mother ask, just tell them that I went to Uncle Nyo's camp and that there's no danger. Tell them not to worry." Okay. Ooh. Chapter 517. Hey! Did you hear? His Majesty sent 4,000 Imperial Guards out of the city the day before yesterday. It seems that they went to Qinling Mountain to wipe out a Jianghu sect. The next morning, discussions about the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain resounded in a tea house in the East City. What Jianghu sect? They actually sent 4,000 Imperial Guards to encircle and wipe them out? I think it's called the Seven Cultivators sect. Hey, it's just a small sect. However, not only were the 4,000 Imperial Guards unable to take down such a small sect, they even suffered heavy casualties. A wretched man with broken teeth patted the table and said mysteriously, "What? How is that possible? How can so many Imperial Guards be unable to defeat a small Jianghu sect? Meng Tao, you brat, don't spread rumors." A shirtless man opposite him stood up and pointed at the man with broken teeth angrily. Hey. Boss Mao, I'm not spreading rumors. My cousin is a soldier in the military camp, and he told me this himself. Also, I happened to see the commander of the Imperial Guards returning to the city with injuries yesterday afternoon. The man named Meng Tao stood up and said seriously, "Oh? Commander? Then tell me, who is the commander of the 4,000 Imperial Guards encircling and suppressing the 7 cultivators sects? I'd like to see which bastard is the one who lost the face of our great Tang." Meng Tao sat down, took a sip of tea and said mysteriously, "The commander's identity is closely related to the reason why the Imperial Court encircled and suppressed the 7 cultivators sect. F***C. Which bastard is the commander? If you keep me guessing, do you believe that I won't beat you?" Boss Mao waved his big fist and threatened fiercely. Yeah. Tell me who the commander is. Keeping me guessing at such a crucial time. Even if Boss Mao doesn't beat you up, I still want to beat you. Yeah. Meng Tao's words could be said to have angered the crowd. The customers who had been listening to him earlier started to denounce him one after another. Meng Tao was startled. He quickly put down his teacup and said with an apologetic smile, "Everyone, don't worry. Don't rush. I'll tell you now, I'll tell you now." The commander of the Imperial Guards this time was the commander of the Northern Imperial Guards, General Dugu, and the current Crown Prince Zhan Shi Li Zixuan. As for the reason why the Imperial Court sent the Imperial Army to encircle and annihilate the 7 cultivators of true virtue, it seems that the 7 cultivators of true virtue have a personal grudge against Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan? Li County man? I say, Meng Tao, you brat, don't have *king spread rumors, right? Li Xianan was the one who made the curved plows and sold cheap books. He has always been a kind person, so how could he possibly have a grudge with the 7 cultivators of true virtue? Boss Mao widened his eyes in disbelief. Young man from the Meng family, don't try to slander Li Xianan here. He is our family's benefactor. Yes. You can slander anyone, but you can't slander a man from Li County. Poor farmers like us are all thinking of his kindness. It had to be said that Li Zixuan had a very good reputation among farmers and poor scholars. When they heard Meng Tao say that Li Zixuan was the loser of the army, some people in the surroundings immediately became unhappy and refuted. Meng Tao was very anxious and hurriedly defended himself with a solemn oath. Hey, you guys, I didn't spread rumors, so you have to be reasonable. My cousin got all this inside information, so it's definitely not fake. I'm not lying, so you can ask around if you don't believe me. If I, Meng Tao, am lying, you can come over and cut off my head and use it as a piss pot. Boss Mao was dumbfounded and muttered, could it really be Li Xianan? Could it be that Lord Li really led so many people and lost the battle? I don't believe it. I heard that Lord Li is the youngest grandmaster of martial Dao in our Tang dynasty. He's so powerful that if His Majesty really sent him to attack the 7 cultivators of true virtue, he alone can take down the entire sect. I don't believe that Li Xiannan was defeated by them. Yes. Meng Tao, you must be mistaken. Meng Tao refuted. Hey, you guys really don't believe me. Yesterday, after Li Xiannan and General Dugu returned to Chang'an to get reinforcements, another 6,000 elite soldiers left the city under the leadership of General Niu. Now, in order to help Lord Li settle his personal grudge, His Majesty used a total of 10,000 soldiers. Tisk. Our Lord Li is really lucky. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Some people agreed with him while others disagreed. What good fortune. I don't know what kind of magic potion this Li Xiannan gave His Majesty. He obviously doesn't have any ability, but he was put in an important position. He's not even 15 years old, but he's already a 3rd-rank official. He probably got that position by flattery. That's right. How could he use the imperial court's army to settle his personal grudge? It's fine if he used them, but they couldn't even take down a small martial sect with so many people. What an embarrassment to the Tang army. Don't listen to Meng Tao's nonsense. There must be a reason why Lord Li was defeated. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have continued to increase the number of soldiers for him instead of blaming him. That makes sense. Hey, *T reason. Li Xiannan probably sucked up to His Majesty again. Otherwise he would have been punished by now. *T. *T. You're the one who's *ting. You're the one who's *ting. Your whole family is *ting. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the citizens of Chang'an City were fighting over this matter, which was supposed to be debated by the big shots in the imperial court. Moreover, as the person involved, Li Zixuan, didn't come out to explain himself, those who criticized Li Zixuan and thought that Li Zixuan was selfish and incompetent grew louder and louder. Li Zixuan didn't know about these things at the moment. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have the time to deal with them. After all, he was very busy right now. Faubert, help me prepare some things. When you're done, send them to Drunken Wind Pavilion for me. Li Zixuan left his house early in the morning and went to the workshop. He scribbled in the study room of Drunken Wind Pavilion for a while before coming out with a piece of paper and giving it to Faubert. Yes, young master. Faubert glanced at the list and saw that everything on it could be bought. He nodded and agreed. Although he was puzzled as to why Li Zixuan wanted these seemingly irrelevant and useless things at this age, his curiosity was no longer that big. Therefore, he didn't ask and went to arrange for people to buy the materials. Song Xiaoxi. Li Zixuan waved his hand, and Song Xiaoxi hurriedly ran over and bowed. Young master, I'm here. Bring 2 honest people with you and follow me to Drunken Wind Pavilion. You guys will guard the door and don't let anyone in. Do you understand? Understood, young master. Oh. Chapter 518. Zhao Siwei, the left lieutenant of the Imperial Army, was a brave warrior. However, during the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain yesterday, Zhao Siwei protected his commander and died bravely. My condolences. Such a brave and loyal soldier is the role model of the Tang Empire's soldiers. I hereby confer upon Zhao Siwei the title of Xianwei General and bestow upon his widow Yongyangya 300 mu of farmland, 100,000 yuan and 20 horses. South of Chang'an City and Lu House. In a 2-story house, the courtyard was filled with mourning dresses. I accept the edict. Thank Your Majesty for your grace. In the courtyard in front of the mourning hall, an old woman knelt down, a young woman who was weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, and a 4 or 5-year-old girl whose small mouth was pursed and whose face was full of tears. After the inner attendant of the yellow door finished reading the imperial edict, the old woman stood up from the ground and bowed slightly. My condolences, old lady. His Majesty also said that if you have any other requests you can let me know. If it's reasonable, His Majesty will definitely grant it. The servant of the yellow door handed the edict to the old lady and asked gently. The old lady shook her head and said, His Majesty's grace is already very generous. I don't dare to ask for more. Rank 4 Xianwei general and 300 mu of farmland. Logically speaking, Li Er had already given Zhao Siwei's family a very generous reward. Yongye fields were also known as Shirye fields. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, from the various kings to the military governors and rank 5 officials, they were given Yongye fields according to their ranks. Their descendants were exempted from paying taxes. Such things were like iron rice bowls. With a few hundred mu of farmland, their descendants would not have to worry about food and clothing anymore. All right. Then I'll return to the palace to report. The servant of the yellow door was stunned for a moment before he bowed and said goodbye. Angel, please wait. I wonder if your majesty can send my husband's body back. Sup. There's only my husband's clothes in the coffin now. The young woman in mourning clothes stood up and cried. Body? The old eunuch looked troubled. Seeing this, the old lady beside him quickly said, Wanqing, don't make things difficult for the angel. Siwei sacrificed himself for the country. Even though he died, it's an honorable death. Mother. But this daughter-in-law wants to see her husband for the last time. Whoa. The young woman couldn't hold it in any longer. She knelt on the ground and wailed. Mother, Wanner also wants to see father. Sob. Wanner also wants to see daddy. The little girl who was kneeling at the side came over and hugged the young woman's arm as she said with tears in her eyes. Seeing this scene, no matter how strong the old woman was, her eyes could not help but turn red. I will pass on Madame Zhao's message, but you have to be mentally prepared. Snake Spirit Mountain is not an ordinary mountain. The attendant of the yellow door sighed, then turned around and left with his entourage. Are you serious? Was my husband really killed because of Li Zishuan's random command? Today in Chang'an, many families were holding funerals. In a dilapidated courtyard in the west of the city, a woman dressed in mourning clothes and another woman in her 30s wearing red silk were squatting in the corner and whispering to each other. How can it be fake? Chang'da family, think about it. How old is Li Xiannan this year? He's not even 15 years old. How can such a young child have the ability to lead troops? Didn't he get this position by flattering the emperor? He did get promoted, but he caused the deaths of so many soldiers. Now in Chang'an City, everyone is talking about it. The middle-aged woman looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she pulled the young woman aside and whispered, But Li Xiannan doesn't look like such a person. The young woman said in disbelief. The middle-aged woman said earnestly, Sigh. Chang'da family, as the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. You haven't interacted with him before, so how do you know what kind of person he is? Now, the families of the soldiers who died in the battle are all crying for justice for their men. There's such a thing? But didn't the imperial court already give us compensation? It's useless for them to cry for justice. The middle-aged woman said resentfully, Compensation? Chang'da family, let's not beat around the bush. How much compensation did the imperial court give to your family? Is it 8 strings of coins and 10 mu of Yongye farmland? Aunt Zhang, how did you know? The middle-aged woman snorted and said, Why can't I know? I just came from Mingping's house. All of their families had received this much in compensation. Xinha, I don't want to criticize you, but what can this amount of compensation do? After Chang'da left, this family can only rely on you to do some needlework to support the family, but your Baoyun will have to marry when she grows up. Can you afford a dowry with this amount of money? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Baoyun. The young woman was stunned and said bitterly in her heart, I understand, but Chang'da left, what can I do? Sigh. There's a way. Who said there's no way? Madame Zhang immediately became excited and she hurriedly said, Xian he. Look at Li Zishuan, he's still eating and drinking at home after losing the battle. His Majesty didn't punish him at all. Chang'da, Mingpeng, and the others were ordered by Li Zishuan to go through fire and water, but he's rich and has nothing to worry about. Is this fair? The middle-aged woman's words were very harsh and could easily bewitch people. After hearing this, the young woman's heart began to waver. It's not fair. This is definitely not fair. That's why the other families are all discussing going to Li Zishuan's house tomorrow morning to cause trouble. Even if they can't get His Majesty's attention and punish Li Zishuan for his crimes, they can still get more compensation from the Li family. Aunt Zhang, this isn't good? I heard that many soldiers died in the battle this time. Even if the Li family is willing to pay, it can't be that much, right? Aunt Zhang raised her orchid fingers and said with a smile, "Haha, silly child, you're thinking too much. Do you know how much money the Li family has? Even if all 200 families go over, the Li family can still afford it. You know about Li Zishuan's wedding last month, right? The cost of that wedding was more than 100,000 strings of cash." Ah? More than 100,000 strings of cash? So much? The young woman covered her mouth in surprise. A hint of smugness flashed across the middle-aged woman's eyes. Then she probed. Hey, of course. So, Xinhe, do you want to go with them tomorrow to ask for an explanation? The young woman struggled for a moment and finally nodded. All right. Haha. That's good. That's good. We'll gather at Mingda's house tomorrow. We'll go to the Li family together to ask for an explanation. Li Zishuan caused so many families to lose men. How can he not pay the price? Oh. Chapter 519. How is it? Did she agree? In a private room of the Grand Hyatt restaurant, a black-robed man with a hood covering his face sat on the couch. He looked at the woman in red silk below and lowered his voice as he asked in a hoarse voice. Looking at the woman's appearance, it was the middle-aged woman surnamed Jiang from before. She agreed. She agreed. Although that girl is a bit stubborn, she was still convinced by me. The middle-aged woman said proudly. Clap, clap, clap. Very good. The black-robed man clapped his hands and praised. Then he asked, including this, you've already convinced 30 families, right? The middle-aged woman quickly nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Boss, you really have a good memory. Hee. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied. Next, as long as you can persuade that family, I'll give you 10 times the reward. The black-robed man laughed and said, 10 times? Boss, tell me quickly. I'll definitely help you do it. Hearing that there was 10 times the reward, the middle-aged woman was afraid that she would miss such a good opportunity and quickly replied. The black-robed man shook his head and said, And don't be in a hurry to agree. This family shouldn't be that easy to convince. Sigh. Boss, what you said is wrong. The middle-aged woman put her hands on her hips and said, I, Jiang Tsuohua, don't have any other abilities, but this mouth of mine, if I say I'm second, no one dares to say they're first. So, boss, if you want me to persuade anyone, just say it. The black-robed man clapped his hands and laughed. Haha. Then you better listen carefully. Next, go to Zhao Siwei's house at Lufang. If you can convince his wife, Xia Wanqing, to go with you tomorrow, I will give you 10 times the reward. Jiang Tsuehua's face fell when she heard this and she muttered, Ugh, Xia Qing. This. The black-robed man frowned and said, What's wrong? From what you said earlier, didn't you say that there was no one you couldn't convince? Jiang Tsuehua quickly waved her hand and said, No, it's not like that. Boss, although this Xia Wanqing has a stubborn temper, it's still all right. The hardest to talk to is her mother-in-law. If that old madam knew that I asked Xia Wanqing to do this, she would definitely use her walking stick to chase me away. 15 times. The black-robed man did not say much and directly increased the price. Gulp. Jiang Tsuehua swallowed her saliva. She was calculating how much the reward was worth. Boss, this isn't about money. 20 times. Without any hesitation, the black-robed man increased the price once more. Deal. Boss, don't add more. Don't worry, even if I, Jiang Tsuehua, have to go through water and tread on fire, I will do what you ask me to do. Just you wait and see. Aunt Jiang? You're here. Happy Lane, Zhao Siwei's residence. Xia Wanqing had just added an incense stick to the memorial tablet when she saw someone walk in from the courtyard. Ah, that's right. I'm here to pay my respects to Lieutenant Zhao. Wanqing, do you still smell good? Let me light some incense for Siwei. Jiang Tsuehua walked over quickly and said with a smile, Yes, Aunt Jiang. Thank you for coming to see Siwei. At this time, only she and Jiang Zuihua were in the courtyard. As for the old and the young, they couldn't withstand the hot weather and had returned to their rooms to rest. Sigh. We're neighbors, what are you thanking me for? It's just that Siwei was such a good young man. He finally entered the guards and even became a lieutenant. He had a bright future ahead of him. How could he be gone just like that? Jiang Zuihua said with a regretful expression. Then she took the incense stick, lit it, and bowed 3 times to the memorial tablet. Finally, she placed it on the incense table. Hearing Jiang Zuihua mention Zhao Siwei, Xia Wanqing couldn't help but start sobbing softly. Jiang Zuihua quickly came over to support her and comforted her. Hey, don't cry, Wanqing. It's Aunt Zhang's fault. Aunt Zhang shouldn't have mentioned Siwei. Boo-hoo. It's not your fault, Aunt Zhang. I couldn't help it. Boo-hoo. Mother is already so old, and Wan'er is still so young. With Siwei gone, I really don't know how I'm going to live in the future. It would have been better if she didn't say it. Now that she said it, Xia Wanqing couldn't stop crying. Sigh. Wanqing. Don't cry. Our lives still have to be lived slowly. Oh right, didn't the imperial court give us a pension? That money should be enough, right? Xia Wanqing wiped away her tears and said, Yes, there is a pension. Although that money is enough for our family to live for a lifetime, I didn't give birth to a son for Siwei when he was alive. Who will inherit the family business in the future? Jiang Zuihua was shocked. She didn't expect that the imperial court would give Zhao Siwei's family such a generous pension. It was actually enough for a family to live for a lifetime. If that was the case, she couldn't persuade Xia Wanqing like she did with the others. Actually, this was very easy to understand. As the commander of Dugu Xion's personal guards and the first lieutenant of the imperial army, Zhao Siwei was the highest-ranking soldier among the 215 soldiers who sacrificed themselves this time. His pension and reward would naturally be the highest, but the other ordinary soldiers definitely couldn't be given according to this standard. Otherwise, no matter how rich the imperial court was, they would still go bankrupt. Wanqing, you still have to restrain your grief. Siwei's spirit in heaven will also be happy to see your family living well. Jiang Zuihua was helpless and could only think of another way. Xia Wanqing shook her head and said, But I didn't even see my husband for the last time. My husband was wise all his life, but now he's dead without a corpse. I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. Jiang Zuihua's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light as she said, Sigh. Speaking of which, it's strange. This time, a total of 215 imperial guards died in battle, but many family members didn't receive the bodies of their loved ones. They only received a notice of death from the Ministry of War. Xia Wanqing raised her head and asked, Why is that? Aunt Zhang, can my husband's body still be sent back? Jiang Zuihua pretended to be troubled and said, Sigh. What else could it be? Isn't it because Li Xiannan brought the imperial guards to attack Snake Spirit Mountain? The mountain path up there is steep, and it would take a lot of effort to transport the corpses of the soldiers back. Li Xiannan was probably afraid of trouble, so he didn't bring them back. What? A trace of anger flashed across Xia Wanqing's face. She stood up and said, Is it because Li Xiannan was afraid of trouble that he didn't bring my husband's body back? How could he do that? This is just my guess. However, this time when the Imperial Guards attacked Snake Spirit Mountain, the people outside all said that Li Zishuan's command was improper, causing the army to return in defeat and heavy casualties. If it wasn't for him, there definitely wouldn't have been so many casualties. Aunt Zhang, are you serious? Xia Wanqing pulled Jiang Zuihua's hand and asked anxiously. Of course. Wanqing, if you don't believe me, Aunt Zhao will accompany you to the Li residence to question Li Zishuan tomorrow. Chapter 520. Heartless Villager, pay with your life for my husband. Heartless Villager, pay with your life for my husband. On this day, early in the morning, 40 to 50 women wearing mourning clothes gathered at the entrance of the Li family in Yongla Lane, loudly shouting slogans. The strange clothes and special slogans of this group quickly attracted a large number of onlookers. The Li family should have been established in Chang'an City for at least 20 years. Before Li Zishuan was born, the Li family led by Li Jingma was a true merchant family. But unlike most of the rich and heartless merchants who valued profit over righteousness, Li Jingma and Mrs. Li had always insisted on being kind to others. Except for their business competitors, almost no one hated the Li family. In the Yongla Lane area and even in the neighboring areas, the Li family's reputation were excellent. Later, the son of the Li family, Li Zishuan, returned from Mount Longhu and made many outstanding achievements, being conferred the title of Baron. The head of the Li family also became Li Zishuan. Under the leadership of Li Zishuan, the Li family still adhered to the principle of being kind, especially to the poor farmers and the children of humble families, bringing great benefits. The Li family's reputation among the people also rose to another level. Now, a group of women gathered at the entrance of the Li family's residence to make a crusade. Many people felt it was inconceivable, and the onlookers kept increasing. They all pointed at the women in front of them and talked about them. Hey, whose daughters-in-law are they? Why are they wearing mourning clothes and coming to the Li family to make trouble? Hey, I don't know. From what they're saying, it seems like Lord Li killed their husbands. How is that possible? Lord Li and Lord Li are both good people. How could they do such a wicked thing? Hey, I know her. Isn't that Changda's wife? But why is she wearing mourning clothes? I heard that Changda was on duty in the Imperial Army, but in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago, the Imperial Army was defeated by the 7 Cultivators sect and could only retreat to the foot of the mountain. The Imperial Army also suffered heavy losses. Could it be that Changda unfortunately died in the battle? Hiss! If that's the case, then aren't these mourning women the widows of the soldiers who died in the Snake Spirit Mountain the day before yesterday? No wonder they came all the way here to cry. Li Xiannan was one of the main generals in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain. You can't say that, right? Which general has never lost a battle? You can't put all the blame on Lord Li just because of one defeat, right? Dear neighbors, the husbands of these poor women are all Imperial Army soldiers who died in the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain. They died because of Li Xiannan's improper command. We came here this time for no other reason than to ask the Li family to give them some compensation. After all, the pillar of their family is gone. In the future, they will have to live as widows and orphans. How can they live without money? Everyone, please be the judge. Are we asking for too much? Today, Jiang Xuehua was also among the crowd that came to cause trouble. When she saw that many people had gathered around, she turned around and said to the crowd with a sorrowful expression. Her act of pretending and playing the sympathy card really did arouse the sympathy of many people. So it's like this. If that's the case, it's not too much. It's not too much. Li Xiannan's family doesn't lack money. When Jiang Xuehua saw that the time was right, she continued to lead the women around her and shouted, "Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life. Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life." As soon as Jiang Xuehua's voice fell, the group of women also quickly shouted, "Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life." Some of the onlookers heard their miserable cries and couldn't help but sympathize with them. As a result, the shouting in front of the Li family's residence became louder and louder. With such a big commotion, it was impossible for the Li family not to notice. In fact, when Jiang Xuehua brought the group of soldiers' widows over, the gatekeepers of the Li family's residence, San Bao and Fu, already noticed. It wasn't that the two of them didn't try to reason with them, but Jiang Xuehua was eloquent and insisted that Li Zishuan personally come out to settle the compensation for everyone. San Bao had no choice but to let Fu stand guard at the door while she went to the courtyard to report to Li Jingma and Madame Li. "Master, Madam, not good. Not good. There are a lot of women causing trouble outside." It was about 7:15 in the morning. Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Han Yushi's family of 3 originally, it was a family of 6, but Li Zishuan, Lanner and Iron Egg were all not at home, were eating breakfast in the front hall. Suddenly they heard Sanbao shouting outside. The 3 of them quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks. When Sanbao came in, Li Jingma asked first, "Sanbao, what did you say? There are people causing trouble outside the residence?" Sanbao took a deep breath and answered, "Yes, master. There are 40 to 50 women outside the door. They said they want to see young master and ask him for compensation." This brat. Li Jingma's face turned green. When he heard Sanbao's words, he subconsciously thought that Li Zishuan had gotten himself into trouble outside. Thus, he couldn't help but look at his daughter-in-law guiltily. What should he do? His son had wronged his daughter-in-law. Who should he speak up for later? Han Yushi was stunned, but she didn't say anything. In front of the two elders, she wouldn't purposely interrupt. It wouldn't be too late to interrupt after she fully understood the ins and outs of the matter. Compensation? What compensation? Sanbao, have you asked clearly? Madame Li didn't believe that her son would do such a thing outside. She first rolled her eyes at Li Jingma, then looked at Sanbao and asked, Madam, the black-hearted county man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. Sanbao was about to explain when a deafening shout came from outside. Madame Li's expression changed. She slammed the table and said coldly, where did this wicked woman come from? My son is upright and upright. I want to see who is pestering endlessly and ruining my Xianer's reputation. With that, Madame Li stood up and was about to leave. Mother! Wait! At this moment, Han Yushi hurriedly stopped Madame Li and said, Mother, they are just a group of pitiful people. Let me go. I will settle this matter, okay? The two of you should have a good meal first. Madame Li stopped in her tracks and looked back at Han Yushi. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and said, Okay, I'll leave it to you. Mother and your father both support you. Chapter 521. The reason why Mrs. Li agreed to let Han Yushi go out to solve this matter was mainly out of respect for this daughter-in-law. She felt that this family would be handed over to her son and daughter-in-law sooner or later. It might not be a bad thing to let Han Yushi go out to train now. The reason why Han Yushi took the initiative to take on this heavy responsibility was mainly because she heard the group of women outside shouting, The black-hearted county man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. She immediately thought of the matter that everyone in Chang and City had been discussing for the past 2 days, that Li Zishuan had lost the battle. She felt that this matter was not simple. If it was not handled properly, it would bring a lot of trouble to Li Zishuan. Therefore, she took the initiative to take on this task. The black-hearted county man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. When Han Yushi arrived at the door of the mansion, it was when the group of women outside were shouting the loudest. Her eyes scanned the crowd slightly and instantly saw who was leading this group of people. Some schemes immediately surfaced in her mind. In an alley opposite the Li mansion stood a man in black wearing a bamboo hat. When he saw Han Yushi coming out from behind the door, he sneered and said, This Li Zishuan is just as After such a big thing happened, he actually only let a woman come out to do it perfunctorily. I don't know if you're confident or incompetent. Forget it. You're courting death. Originally, I didn't expect to use this matter to kill you, but now that you look down on this matter so much, you should be prepared to have a bad reputation. At the same time, the crowd in front of the Li mansion saw Han Yushi come out and also made a commotion. Hey, someone from the Li mansion is here. Isn't this the wife of the Li County man? Why didn't the Li County man come out personally? Neighbors, please be quiet. If you have anything to say, you can sit down and talk slowly. Although Han Yushi's clear voice could not be heard by everyone, most people still heard it. As the saying goes, even if you don't give face to the monk, you have to give face to the Buddha. Li Zishuan's previous impression of him was extremely good. Many of the onlookers quieted down, and those who continued to shout slowly quieted down. Seeing this, Han Yushi said generously, Sisters, neighbors, everyone has been standing for so long. You must be tired and thirsty. Let's not care about anything else. Let's sit down and drink some water first before we talk about things. How about that? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Han Yushi to speak to them like this. Shouldn't the Lord and Madam be high and mighty? Seeing that no one replied to her, Han Yushi was not annoyed. She smiled and instructed Sanbao. Sanbao, quickly arrange for someone to give everyone here a bowl of iced warmth and a cushion. In this era, although there were already Hu stools, there were still many people who usually knelt on cushions or brocade couches. There were at least 100 people in front of her. It was not realistic for the Li residents to take out so many Hu stools in such a short time. Han Yushi thought about it and could only let Sanbao get the cushions. Yes, young madam. Sanbao responded and was about to enter the door. Wait! Jiang Xuehua, who was caught off guard by Han Yushi's strange move, walked out of the crowd and stopped her. With rich experience in fighting, she knew that in a negotiation, the one who had the initiative would get the biggest benefits. Han Yushi waved her hand and motioned for Sanbao to go in quickly. Then she looked at Jiang Xuehua and asked, "May I ask who this aunt is?" "I'm Jiang Xuehua. I'm not worthy of being called aunt by Lord and Madam." Jiang Xuehua pretended to be polite and said, "Madam Ju, there's no need for you to spend money. These are all poor people who lost their husbands in the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago. They're here today to seek justice from Li Xianan, so Madam Ju, please ask Li Xianan to come out." Han Yushi shook her head gently and said, "I'm sorry, my husband is not at home at the moment. His Majesty has sent troops to attack the 7 cultivators of true virtue for the second time. My husband is trying to find a way to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue at the smallest cost, and avenge the soldiers who died in the battle. Yushi is sad about the unfortunate experience of my sisters. If I were in your shoes, I believe I would be even more miserable than you. Today let's not talk about right and wrong. Since you are all guests, please drink some water to cool down. Then we can sit down and have a good talk." At this moment, the maids and servants of the Li residence came out of the door one after another with wine bowls and futons. Looking at the pink and gentle land that was emitting a cool air, many people couldn't refuse anymore. Although it was still early in the morning, it was still very hot in the summer. The women who had been shouting slogans were the ones who felt it the most. The weather was hot to begin with, and they had been shouting for so long. It would be a lie to say that they weren't thirsty. Moreover, the sight of the warm and gentle land in front of them made them salivate. No one could resist its attraction. Hey, don't drink." Jiang Xuehua saw that most people had picked up their wine bowls and started to taste the warm and gentle land. She couldn't help but feel anxious. As the saying goes, one's eyes blind one's eyes. They were here to collect debts. How could they drink other people's wine in front of other people's homes? However, no one listened to her at this time. What the hell is this? Jiang Xuehua stomped her feet in anger. Then she picked up her wine bowl and drank. Drinking this warm and gentle land is really cool and thirst-quenching. Cough, cough. We've drunk this water and sat down. Lord Ju, madam, can we talk about business now? After a while, Jiang Xuehua licked her lips and asked embarrassedly. She was still thinking about the warm and gentle land that she had just drunk. She had never drunk this kind of thing before. Han Yushi swept a glance at the crowd. Seeing that most of them had calmed down and weren't as irritable as before, she heaved a sigh of relief. When she heard Jiang Xuehua's question, she smiled and said, "Of course, but what?" Jiang Xuehua was overjoyed. She thought that Han Yushi was in trouble. "But before that, sisters, please allow me to tell you about the decision that my husband made." Han Yushi ignored Jiang Xuehua and looked at the 40 to 50 women in mourning clothes in front of her. She said in a deep voice, "The Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain was far more unfavorable to the Imperial Army than you imagined. In the end, they were unfortunately defeated, causing 215 heroic souls to be buried here forever. My husband blamed himself deeply for this and couldn't sleep for the entire night. He had already decided that the Li family would provide for the lives of these sacrificed soldiers and their families in the future. Putting aside the compensation from the imperial court, the Li family will give every soldier's family members 10 strings of money every year. If you are willing, you can send the children of the soldiers to study in the Yanhuang Academy in the future. There will be no fees. My husband originally planned to inform everyone of this decision after the imperial army completely annihilated the 7 cultivators of true virtue. At the same time, I also wanted to comfort your husband's soul in heaven. But since you've come to find me, I'll inform you in advance. My husband has a clear conscience and only wants to live up to his conscience." Chapter 522. Han Yushi's words completely turned the passive situation into an active one. If Li Zixuan were here, he would definitely give his wife 32 likes. Every family can get 10 strings of money every year? When the people below heard Han Yushi's words, they could not help but start whispering to each other. Among them, most of them had come here to seek money. Now that Han Yushi had given such a generous compensation plan, Almost no one was dissatisfied. Lord Li is so generous. This is really generous. Yes. Every family gets 10 strings of money every year. No matter what, it's enough to live. Tisk tsk. Just based on these conditions, I want to work for Lord Li. I told you that Lord Li is kind-hearted and wouldn't do such a thing that goes against his conscience. How about it? I was right, right? You guys just had to blindly follow along. Yes. Boss Mao, you're right. We were the ones who didn't distinguish between right and wrong. Madam Ju, we've all let you down. Yes. Madam Ju, we've let you down. We shouldn't have followed along. Not only the martyrs' widows, but even the surrounding onlookers felt that the compensation plan offered by the Li family was very generous. Some people even wished that they could replace it with themselves. Han Yushi retreated in order to advance and turned the passive into active. In an instant, she turned the unfavorable situation around. Jiang Xuehua, who was in the crowd, saw this, and her expression became extremely ugly. Now, she and this group of women had indeed achieved their goal of asking the Li family for money. However, the Li family taking the initiative to give it and them taking the initiative to ask for it were two completely different concepts. Han Yushi's actions completely ruined her established plan, to completely ruin Li Zishuan's reputation in the name of asking for money. However, looking at the reaction of the surrounding crowd, she knew that not only was Li Zishuan not ruined, but he had also gained a good reputation for being benevolent and righteous. Madame Ju is really benevolent. I just don't know how long the Li family can give them the 10 strings of money every year. The more Jiang Xuehua thought about it, the angrier she got. Suddenly, she thought of a flaw and asked. In her opinion, each family earned 10 strings of cash a year. More than 200 families would earn more than 2,000 strings of cash. She did not believe that the Li family would be willing to maintain such a large expenditure for a long time. A cold light flashed through Han Yushi's eyes. Jiang Xuehua was polite on the surface, but her words were targeted at the Li family. This made Han Yushi feel a little angry. She glanced at Jiang Xuehua with a deep meaning and said, Jiang Xuehua, you're the Li family. Auntie Jiang, that's a good question. Our Li family intends to give each family a pension of 10 strings of coins for 50 years. A total of 107,500 strings of cash. Within half a year, my husband and I will raise this sum of money and hand it over to the imperial court. The Ministry of Revenue will distribute it to everyone every year. This way, no matter whether the Li family is rich or poor 50 years later, the pension money for the families of the soldiers will not be lacking. After learning new mathematics for so long, Han Yushi effortlessly calculated the total amount of pension for the 215 martyrs for 50 years. When the onlookers heard that, there was a commotion. Although they felt that the previous 10 strings of cash was a lot, it was still within their acceptable range. Now that they heard that the Li family was going to take out more than 100,000 strings of cash, this was really an eye-opener for them. Good. Lord Li is generous. Lady Ju is generous. What the F***ck? More than 100,000 strings of cash. Lord Li is really unparalleled. That's right. Today these women blocked the Li family's door to cause trouble. It's really too much. Fortunately, Lady Ju is magnanimous. Not only did she not mind, but she also repaid evil with good. It's really rare. That's the truth. Under Han Yushi's step-by-step attacks, the scales of victory had already begun to tilt towards the Li family. The martyrs' widows in the field were pointed at by the surrounding people. Many people did not dare to raise their heads to look at Han Yushi again. A person lives with a face. A tree lives with a piece of skin. In fact, most of them did not have such a big grudge against Li Zishuan and the Li family. It was mainly because Jiang Xuehua used some bewitching words to trick them into causing trouble. Now, in front of the Li residents, not only did Han Yushi not speak ill of them, but she also gave them ice-warm drinks and clean and soft cushions to sit on. This eased the hostility in their hearts by a lot. In the end, Han Yushi did not need them to say anything. Instead, she took the initiative to give them such a generous pension plan. While they were satisfied, they also felt a lot of guilt. They kept feeling that they were the villain in this matter. Madam and Lord Ju are benevolent, but my family doesn't want money. I only want my husband's bones. I beg Madam and Lord Ju to fulfill my wish. Just when Han Yushi thought that the matter was about to be resolved satisfactorily, she saw a delicate woman in mourning clothes stand up and say, "Yes, yes, yes. Madam Ju, why didn't the Ministry of War send back the corpses of the soldiers in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain this time? How sad do you think it is for them to die without seeing their corpses?" Jiang Xuehua's eyes lit up as she quickly jumped out and said, "Humph." Han Yushi's face turned cold as she said to Jiang Xuehua coldly, "I wonder if any of the 215 soldiers who died are your family members, Aunt Jiang?" Jiang Xuehua's old face darkened as she said weakly, "This cough cough, no. Since no, then why is Aunt Jiang more anxious than these people? Can I understand that these people were all instigated by Aunt Jiang to come and ruin our Li family's reputation?" The voice of Han Yushi, who had been speaking in a gentle voice earlier, suddenly became stern. Her beautiful face was also covered with dark clouds. Jiang Xuehua panicked, but she was an experienced person after all. After taking 2 breaths, she hurriedly explained, "Madam Ju, that's not right. Justice is in the human heart. I, Jiang Xuehua, saw that these people who lost their husbands were pitiful, so I stood out to help them. How did I instigate them to ruin your family's reputation? I'm doing this for the public good. Haha. Eager for justice?" Han Yushi sneered, then walked to the delicate woman in white who had stood up earlier and asked softly, "May I know your name?" The delicate woman bowed and answered, "I am Xia Wanqing. My husband is Zhao Siwei, a lieutenant of the Imperial Army and the captain of General Dugu's personal guards." Han Yushi was slightly shocked. The night before, Li Zixuan had briefly explained the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain to her. At the last moment, Zhao Siwei had led the remaining Imperial Army guards and used his life to give Li Zixuan, Dugu Exine, and the others a chance to retreat. Han Yushi remembered this matter deeply in her heart. Chapter 523. So it's Sister Wanqing. Sorry for the disrespect. Han Yushi bowed solemnly to Xia Wanqing and said, "Sister Wanqing, I've heard about your husband from my Lord Ju. I'll tell you in detail later. Now please tell me, did Aunt Jiang call you here?" When Jiang Xuehua heard this, she panicked and said, "Madam Ju, you? Did I ask you a question? I'm asking Sister Wanqing. If you don't have a guilty conscience, please shut up." Han Yushi mercilessly interrupted her immediately. Anyone could hear the coldness in her words. Seeing that Han Yushi was about to get angry, Xia Wanqing also panicked a little. After all, the difference in status was obvious. She hurriedly said in a low voice, "Madam, this Wanqing came here today without consideration, but it was definitely not to ruin Lord Ju's reputation. I just wanted to—" "All right, Sister Wanqing, I know you don't have any ill intentions. I just want to ask you, were you urged by Aunt Jiang to come here?" Han Yushi smiled and patted Xia Wanqing's shoulder as she said gently, "This?" Xia Wanqing looked at Jiang Xuehua hesitantly, not knowing how to answer. Han Yushi immediately understood in her heart. She said in a deep voice, "Sister Wanqing, you all know my and my husband's attitude towards you. Put yourself in my shoes, you have to treat me with sincerity as well. Besides, if anything goes wrong today, both you and our Li family will only suffer losses. No one will be able to gain any benefits, so have you never thought that you were being used by someone with ulterior motives?" Xia Wanqing was startled. When she thought of the whole thing, she felt more and more that someone was manipulating today's farce. "Little girl, don't slander me. I just pity these women who lost their husbands. I'm here to seek justice for them." Seeing that the matter was about to be exposed, Jiang Xuehua simply shed all pretense of cordiality and directly called Han Yushi a little girl. "Hee. Justice?" Han Yushi laughed instead of getting angry and said, "Let's not talk about justice first. Jiang Xuehua, are you admitting that these widows of the Imperial Guards were all urged by you? So what if I am? Justice for one person is the same as justice for 50 people. What's wrong with me calling all of them over?" Jiang Xuehua stiffened her neck and argued, "Haha, does this mean that you, Jiang Xuehua, are here today to seek justice for the 50 widows of the soldiers? And you're not even taking a single cent?" Han Yushi sneered. Then she looked at the crowd that was gathering around her and said loudly, "Dear neighbors, I, Han Yushi, have just married into the Li family for less than a month. I don't know what kind of character Jiang Xuehua had in the past, but I believe everyone present knows very well. Who thinks that she will be selfless, do her best and seek justice for others without taking a single cent? If anyone thinks so, please step forward. Straight to the root of the problem. Han Yushi's words directly hit Jiang Zihua's vital point. The onlookers also saw that today's matter was a little unusual, and they all whispered below. I know this Jiang Zihua. Not only is she stingy, but she also likes to take advantage of small things. I heard that the eggs laid by the hens of blacksmith Wang next to her house are often stolen. I don't know if it has anything to do with Jiang Zihua. It's most likely related. Earlier when I saw you guys making a fuss, I felt that something was wrong. Now that I heard Madame Ju's analysis, I finally know what's wrong. This Jiang Zihua is eating and drinking well, but her mother-in-law can only eat and drink. How can such an unfilial woman be so kind to seek justice for others? There must be something fishy behind this. Yes. I also heard that Jiang Zihua doesn't give her mother-in-law food. Hiss. Do you guys think that there's someone behind Jiang Zihua? It must be. Lord Li treats people so well and even gave so many good things to poor people like us. There must be someone who can't stand it and deliberately used this despicable method to smear Lord Ju. Yes. These women who came to cause trouble are all accomplices. Yes. Accomplices. Accomplices who can't distinguish between right and wrong. Chang'an City wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. The people who lacked entertainment loved to gossip. When something happened, half of Chang'an City would know about it. Therefore, after a while, Jiang Zihua's background was turned upside down. As the people discussed, Jiang Zihua's old face became darker and darker. The martyr's widow kneeling on the ground didn't look good either. Although the mastermind of the whole thing was Jiang Zihua, if they really wanted to talk about it, they were Jiang Zihua's accomplices. Madam, we were all persuaded by Aunt Jiang. We didn't plan to come at first. Yes. We were just at home yesterday to prepare for our husband's funeral. Then, Aunt Jiang came over and told us that this time on Snake Spirit Mountain, it was Lord Li's mistaken command that caused our husband to die. She wanted us to come to the Li residence today to seek justice. Yes, Madame Ju, we were all invited by Aunt Jiang. A martyr's widow stood up and told the truth. Then many people followed suit and the truth gradually surfaced. Han Yushi sneered and said, Jiang Zihua, what else do you have to say? Jiang Zihua knew that this was bad. She looked around and saw that there were people everywhere. She couldn't run even if she wanted to. It was funny that she couldn't wait for more people to come. Now it seemed that she was digging her own grave. No matter what, these people's husbands died on Snake Spirit Mountain. It must have something to do with Li Xiannan. Also, why couldn't the soldiers' bones be brought back? Isn't Li Xiannan responsible for this? Jiang Zihua had no choice but to fight to the death. She felt that even if she was caught and brought to the Supreme Court, she had to drag Li Zishuan down. That way, the mysterious person who was looking for her might be able to save her. You self-righteous stupid woman. Facing Jiang Zihua's dying counterattack, Han Yushi was not afraid at all. She looked at Xia Wanqing below and said, the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain was a nightmare for all the sisters here. Originally, I didn't want to reopen this scar. But if I don't make things clear today, I'm afraid that everyone's misunderstanding of the Li family will become deeper and deeper. In order to prevent everyone's pain of losing their husbands from being used by despicable people, Yushi has offended you today. Next, I will tell everyone in detail what happened to the Imperial Army on Snake Spirit Mountain the day before yesterday. Chapter 524. My husband, General Dugu, and his younger brother worked together to get rid of the snakes and fought against the sect master of the Seven Cultivators sect, Enchantress. After a bitter battle, Enchantress was seriously injured and victory was in sight. Who would have thought that an elder of the Seven Cultivators sect would release a 3-zhang-long 7-headed serpent with infinite strength and venom all over its body? It was impossible for it to be invincible. Under the critical situation, my husband ordered Dugu Fang to lead the army to retreat first. He and General Dugu led the remaining Imperial Guards to entangle the 7-headed serpent and buy time for the army. Later, the 7-headed serpent went berserk several times, causing the remaining Imperial Guards to suffer heavy casualties. At the last moment, the captain of the Imperial Guards, Zhao Siwei, led the remaining imperial guards to fight the seven-headed serpent, wanting to create an opportunity for General Dugu and my husband to escape. My husband couldn't stop him, but he didn't want the soldiers to die in vain. He could only retreat with General Dugu. Recalling Li Zixuan's narration of the near-death experience, Han Yushi's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She looked at the more than 50 martyrs' widows in mourning clothes in front of her and said in a deep voice, "The Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain was like this from beginning to end. What I said just now is absolutely true. The more than 3,000 Imperial Guards who survived can testify for me. My husband and I feel deeply guilty for the unfortunate deaths of my sister's husbands in this battle. But if you say that my husband is the only one to blame for this battle, Yushi will never agree. The terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain, the poisonous miasma, the peak Grandmaster level martial artists, and the seven-headed serpent were all unfavorable factors. If it were any other general who was in command and had the same number of troops, they would also be powerless. His Majesty and the other officials in the imperial court have already come to this conclusion. Jiang Cuihua, today you are still speaking irresponsibly and slandering my husband's reputation. Are you more wise than the officials in the imperial court and the current His Majesty?" Han Yushi almost roared out the last sentence. It was fine for others to talk about her behind her back, but she would never allow anyone to speak ill of Li Zixuan. Jiang Cuihua had already touched her bottom line today. Moreover, Jiang Cuihua's way of using the grief of a martyr's widow to achieve her own sinister goals made her feel extremely disgusted. With Han Yushi's last shout, Jiang Cuihua's face instantly turned pale. The surrounding crowd also fell into a dead silence. Regarding the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain, they had only heard about it through some rumors. They never thought that the real situation would be so dangerous. Especially when the seven-headed serpent appeared at the end of the battle. Li Zixuan chose to personally cover the retreat of the seven-headed serpent. This move moved everyone. Other people would say that a general's success was built on the bones of thousands of soldiers. However, Li Zixuan as a general was able to achieve this step. No matter how picky a person was, they would not be able to find fault with him. Although they were defeated in the end, it could only be said that it was not their fault. In the end, the Imperial Army's personal guards who sacrificed themselves heroically said that they had bought time for Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian to retreat. However, weren't they also covering the retreat of the main army? Even if they did not sacrifice themselves, Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian would not have been in danger. However, more than 90% of the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers would have died. Therefore, in other words, they did not die for Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian. They died in place of more than 3,000 brothers. Lord Zhu is loyal and righteous. We have wronged Lord Zhu. We deserve to die. A white-haired old man cupped his hands at Han Yushi and said in a trembling voice. Earlier, when he saw how pitiful these widows were, he followed suit and shouted a few slogans. Now that he heard Han Yushi's explanation, he immediately blamed himself. We have wronged Lord Zhu. We deserve to die. Even such an old man could take the initiative to admit his mistake. How could the others have the nerve to continue being ostriches? Therefore, those who blindly followed suit and apologized. Everyone, you don't have to do this. You were just fooled by Jiang Cuihua's flowery words. It's not your fault. The one who is truly guilty is Jiang Cuihua. Han Yushi waved her hand at those people, then turned her head and ordered, Pang Sigi, bring her to the Supreme Court for interrogation. I want to see who is deliberately smearing my husband's name. As the head of the Li Residence's guards, Pang Feiji had already run out when he heard the commotion. When he heard Han Yushi's order, he quickly cupped his hands and said loudly, Yes, young mistress. After saying that, he waved his hand and said fiercely, Go, take her down. Stop. Jiang Cuihua widened her eyes and said in panic, You can't take me down. I'm just helping them seek justice. I'm not guilty, I'm not guilty. Humph. You're guilty. At this moment, an angry snort came from outside the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw an old lady in black clothes walking over shakily with a walking stick. Mother? Why are you here? Xiao Wanqing, who was in the crowd, turned pale with fright when she saw who it was. She hurriedly got up and wanted to help the old lady. Humph. If I didn't come, Siwei's reputation would be ruined. Wanqing, you're really muddle-headed. How could you believe Jiang Cuihua's slanderous words? That's right, this old lady was Zhao Siwei's mother. According to custom, elders were not allowed to wear mourning clothes for the younger generation, so she only wore black clothes. At this moment, when Xiao Wanqing walked in front of her, the old lady did not intend to give her daughter-in-law any face in front of others. She sternly reprimanded her. Mother, son is wrong, don't be angry. Xiao Wanqing's eyes were red. She quickly supported the old lady and said gently, "Humph. I'll talk to you later." The old lady used her walking stick to knock on the ground, then shakily walked in front of Jiang Cuihua. Without saying a word, she raised her walking stick and hit her. "Jiang Cuihua, you blabbermouth, I'll let you deceive my daughter-in-law. I'll let you ruin my Siwei's reputation. You're still asking for justice?" My Siwei protected his master and was not afraid of death. Although his corpse is gone, he sacrificed his life for the country. Even if he died honorably. Why would he need a blabbermouth like you to seek justice? It was obvious that the old lady was very angry. Every time she hit with her walking stick, she used a lot of strength. When Jiang Cuihua saw the old lady walking over, she already realized that something was wrong. She quickly ran away, not daring to resist at all. The ancients valued filial piety. Although Jiang Cuihua occasionally dared to bully her mother-in-law at home, if she dared to hit such an old lady in front of so many people, then even if the bystanders came up and beat her to death on the spot, the imperial court would not punish them for their crimes. At this time, the old people's social status was quite high. She did not expect that even if she did not make a move, others would want to beat her to death. When the surrounding crowd heard the old lady's words, they could not help but cheer loudly. Good. What a good sacrifice for the country, even if he died honorably. The old lady is deeply righteous, good job. Yes. Jiang Cuihua deserves to die. She actually used the pain of someone else's husband to achieve her own unspeakable goals. She deserves to die. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. Go and help catch her, don't let her escape. Brother Ji originally wanted the two marquis beside him to catch Jiang Cuihua with both hands, but who knew that before he could give the order, the surrounding crowd had already made their move. Therefore, the old lady did not need to waste any effort to chase after her. She only needed to hit Jiang Cuihua with her walking stick. In a short while, Jiang Cuihua was beaten until her face was bruised and swollen, crying for her father and mother. Sob, Siwei's mother, don't hit her. Don't hit her. I know I was wrong. Jiang Cuihua tilted her head to prevent the walking stick from hitting her head as she cried and begged for mercy. Han Yushi saw that if she continued to hit her, she would die. She quickly came over and said, "Auntie, don't hit her anymore. I will send Jiang Cuihua to the Supreme Court. She will be punished." Chapter 525. Mrs. Li, today's matter is the fault of my Zhao family. Wanqing's personality is simple, and she doesn't know much about the world. That's why she was bewitched by Jiang Cuihua. Please don't hold a grudge in your heart. I apologize to you on behalf of Wanqing. The old lady also felt that she couldn't hit her too hard, so she put down her walking stick. She turned around and looked at Han Yushi with a guilty expression. After saying that, she even wanted to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Mother, no, all of this is my fault. Xiao Wanqing was shocked and quickly pulled the old lady back, not letting her kneel down. Han Yushi was also shocked. She ran over and held the old lady's hand, saying, "Mrs. Zhao, you don't have to do this. Your son and my husband can be considered brothers who fought side by side and shared life and death together. And you're so righteous. I can't even thank you enough. How can I blame you?" The old lady waved her hand and said stubbornly, "Mrs. Li, this matter isn't settled like this. Although my son has made contributions to the war under Lord Ju, that's that. If my son knew that after he died, someone was still using his name to ruin Lord Ju's reputation, my son would definitely die with a grievance. Lord Ju loved his soldiers like his children. Siwei was a person who valued relationships and righteousness when he was alive. It was his honor to be able to serve under Lord Ju. It was also his misfortune to die in battle on Snake Spirit Mountain. This old lady knows that Lord Ju has already done his best. You don't owe this old lady anything. Instead, this old lady owes Lord Ju. Han Yushi was both happy and heartbroken to meet such a righteous old lady. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. What in the world could compare to this kind of grief? Old Lady Zhao could still maintain her rationality and understand things when she was in great sorrow. No one could compare to this kind of benevolence. Mrs. Zhao, please don't say that. Sister Wan Qing only believed the slanderous words of a villain. This was an unintentional mistake. My husband and I won't take it to heart. On the other hand, Mrs. Zhao, you're so righteous and helped my husband resolve the crisis. This junior still has to thank you. Xiao He, help Auntie Zhao into the house. It's hot outside. Han Yushi patiently comforted old Madame Zhao with a few words, and then wanted Xiao He to help the old lady in to rest. The farce this morning had developed to this point. Basically, the crisis had been resolved, and Li Zixuan's reputation would not be affected because of this. Next was some finishing work. No. Madam Li, you're magnanimous enough to not bicker with us, but this old woman doesn't have the face to enter this door. You just said that you would give my family 10 strings of money every year. Don't mention this again. Si Wei's spirit in heaven would definitely not agree. She only hoped that the Lord of the Supreme Court would severely punish Zhang Cuihua, this gossipy woman who stirred up trouble. My son has already shed blood on the battlefield. We can't let him shed tears in the netherworld because of these villains who use his name to do whatever they want. Old Madame Zhao hurriedly refused. Then she pointed at Zhang Cuihua, who was being held down by everyone, and said hatefully, Auntie Zhao is right. Punish me severely. Yes. Don't let the name of a hero be used by villains. Punish the villain. Punish Zhang Cuihua severely. Old Madame Zhao's words resonated with many people. The onlookers clapped their hands and cheered. The martyrs' widows who were kneeling on the ground felt embarrassed. Even an old lady in her 60s or 70s could be so righteous. In comparison, they seemed like villains. Madam Ju, our family doesn't want the 10 strings of money every year. If Changda's spirit in heaven knew that I did such a thing, he would definitely scold me in his dreams. Madam Ju, our family doesn't want the pension anymore. Previously, I listened to Zhang Cuihua's rumors. I didn't mean to ruin Lord Ju's reputation. Our family doesn't want it either. We have offended you previously. Please forgive us, Madam Ju. Su Xinhe was the first to stand up. She wanted to decline the 10 strings of money every year that Han Yushi had mentioned earlier. Although without a man and a pillar of support, her future days would definitely be very difficult. However, if she took this kind of money, she would be criticized by others behind her back. Instead of living under the scolding of others for the rest of her life, Su Xinhe felt that it was better to work hard and live freely. If there was one, there would be a second. Some thin-skinned and kind-hearted women stood up one after another and declined Han Yushi. The remaining dozen or so sat on the mattress as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Their faces were burning. Han Yushi first smiled and said to old Madame Zhao, Madame Zhao, don't worry. I will hand Zhang Cuihua over to the Supreme Court and let them interrogate her properly. When my husband returns, he will also go to the Supreme Court to personally inquire about this matter. Then she said to the group of women, as for the pension, it's a little token of appreciation from my husband and I. I hope that Madame Zhao and all the sisters won't refuse. Otherwise, my husband won't be able to sleep at night. Everyone, just treat it as helping my husband to fulfill one of his wishes. Yushi thanks you here. After saying that, Han Yushi faced the crowd and bowed graciously. Ayo. No way. No. Old Madame Zhao hurriedly grabbed Han Yushi's arm and said, How can you give money to others and still thank them? Madame Li, you're asking for too much. Han Yushi smiled and said, Madame Zhao, what I said just now came from the bottom of my heart, so please help my husband with this. Besides, I heard that Big Brother Zhao has a daughter. Take this money as the dowry that we're giving to our daughter. That's right. Madame Zhao, if you don't accept this money, I reckon that my Lord Ju will personally send it to your residence when he returns, so you'd better accept it. Brother Ji, who was at the side, interrupted with a smile. Old Madame Zhao looked at her daughter-in-law awkwardly. After a while she insisted, No, we definitely can't accept this money. Even if Si Wei is here, he won't allow us to accept it. If we accept this money, Our family will never be able to raise our heads in Chang'an City. Madam Li, you'd better not persuade her anymore. You and Lord Ju are both good people. Good people have good karma. I hope that the two of you can be rich for the rest of your lives." Han Yushi was helpless and could only say, "All right then, but thank you for your auspicious words, Madame Zhao." Since old Madame Zhao had said this, the other martyrs' widows also declined. "Madame Zhao is right. If we accept this money, we won't be able to raise our heads for the rest of our lives." "That's right. Lord Ju has done us a great favor. We were in the wrong in the first place today. No matter what, we can't ask for money anymore." That's right. We can't accept this money." Seeing this, Han Yushi could only say helplessly, "Since you're unwilling to accept it, then Yushi won't force you. However, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me. You cannot accept the money, but it's still right for neighbors to help each other, right?" When the group of women heard this, they hurriedly bowed and thanked her. Han Yushi smiled and looked at everyone. "Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, please disperse, sisters, neighbors, and all of you. Don't affect the other neighbors." Okay. Disperse. Madame Ju is really gentle, kind, virtuous, and righteous." That's right. County Li's man has married a good wife. Haha. A talented man and a beautiful woman. This is a match made in heaven. Yes. A big show came to a successful end. Han Yushi's performance in it was really remarkable. These naturally fell into the eyes of those with ulterior motives. As the surrounding crowd dispersed, they praised Han Yushi repeatedly. On the steps in front of the mansion, Han Yushi looked at the miserable Jiang Cuihua below and turned to Brother Ji. "Pang Sigi, I'll have to trouble you with her." Brother Ji cupped his hands obsequiously and said, "Hey, don't worry, young madam. I have familiar brothers in the Supreme Court. I guarantee that I'll make this shrew spit out the person behind the scenes. Also, young madam, you can call me Xiao Peng in the future." Han Yushi. Chapter 526. "Auntie Zhao, let me help you inside to rest for a while. You must be tired from running here so early in the morning." After the crowd dispersed, Han Yushi asked someone to clean up the door and looked at old lady Zhao. Today's conflict was the first time in Han Yushi's life that she had encountered such a big scene. In fact, she had always been extremely nervous in her heart. In the end, she was able to resolve this matter perfectly. In addition to her adaptability and extraordinary performance, the righteous old Madame Zhao also played a role in it. There weren't many of those martyrs' widows who had bad intentions. They were just at a loss after encountering a great tragedy in their lives, and were then used by a villain. At this time, with old lady Zhao as a clear example, it was easy to awaken the original kindness in their hearts. I won't sit. Fortunately, I heard the news in time today, and didn't let Xianqing make a big mistake. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to see Siwei after a few years." Old lady Zhao leaned on her walking stick and said with some heartache. At this time, she had returned from a messenger of justice to her original identity. A mother who had just lost her son. "Mother, don't say that, it's all my fault. You will definitely be healthy and live a long life." Xia Wanqing held old lady Zhao's hand and cried. Han Yushi also said softly, "Auntie Zhao, Sister Xianqing was just carelessly used by a villain. Don't blame her and don't blame yourself. I still have to thank you for coming all the way here to help today." Sigh. This is what I should do. It's not much help. Old lady Zhao shook her head and said, "Mrs. Li, I stayed because I have something to tell you. Don't think I'm long-winded." "Of course not. Auntie, if you have something to say, just say it. This junior is all ears." Han Yushi stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said with a smile. Old lady Zhao looked to the east. Her gaze was slightly bleak. She sighed and said, "Although you didn't tell me clearly, I guess that my son had already been buried in the snake's stomach and not even his bones were left. As for the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, I wish I could personally go to their sect and perish together with them. As for that 7-headed giant snake, I dream of eating its flesh and drinking its blood even in my dreams. Everyone says that Lord Ju values friendship. This time, the Imperial Court has sent a large number of troops to attack Snake Spirit Mountain. Based on Lord Ju's usual behavior, He will definitely avenge my son and the soldiers who died. However, I really don't want to let more good men follow in my son's footsteps because of revenge. It's enough for this old woman to have to see her own child die before her own. I hope that Lord Ju won't let more people die because of revenge. If that's the case, even if we get our revenge, I won't be able to feel at ease for the rest of my life. What kind of mother was she to be able to say such deep and moving words? Only those who truly had great love and kindness in their hearts would be able to consider things so thoroughly. This was not a small love for a family, but a great love for the whole world. When Han Yushi heard this, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Her eyes were slightly moist. Taking a deep breath, Han Yushi held back the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes and comforted her. Auntie Zhao, you don't have to worry too much. My husband has already thought about what you just said. Right now, he is thinking of a way to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect with the smallest price to avenge Big Brother Zhao and the soldiers who died. You just have to wait at home with peace of mind. Old Madame Zhao nodded her head in relief and said, Good, good. I was thinking too much. It's good that Lord Ju can think of this. Madame Li, this old woman will take her leave first. And Auntie Zhao, take care. Sister Wanqing, you should come over often in the future. And okay. Thank you, Madame Ju. Yushi, you handled today's matter very well. Not only did you not let those who wanted to smear Xian'er's reputation succeed, but you also let Xian'er's reputation among the common people rise to a higher level. Xian'er is really lucky to have married you. After the farce ended, Han Yushi was about to return to her room to tell her parents-in-law that she was safe, who knew that the old couple had been hiding behind the door and secretly observing. Seeing Han Yushi enter the courtyard, Madame Li held her hand and said with a smile, Mother, you're too kind. Actually, I was also very nervous just now. Han Yushi was happy in her heart, but she said modestly, Hee. No matter what, this is the best result. Facts have proven that Xian'er can't leave you. Haha. Li Jingma stroked his beard with relief and laughed. Unlike Madame Li, Li Jingma had been in the business world for decades and had seen countless people. He just saw a trace of shrewdness and experience in Han Yushi's way of handling things. She could handle this kind of situation so well for the first time. He felt that in the future, he could completely be a shopkeeper with his wife because his son and daughter-in-law, one outside the family and one inside the family, could take charge of things independently. Hee. Young madam looks so awe-inspiring just now. Jiang Xuehua is such an unruly shrew. Didn't she have to obediently beg for mercy when she saw young madam? Xiao He came over to join in the fun with a smile. Ha ha ha. The whole family couldn't help but laugh heartily. While they were happy, the mysterious man in the alley opposite the Li residence had a constipated expression. Bastard. Trash. This Jiang Xuehua is really a stupid woman. She could even fail in such a good situation. Why would I find such a trash? The mysterious man kicked over a jar placed by someone by the roadside and cursed loudly. After venting for a long time, his mood finally calmed down a little. He muttered, Forget it. Since this plan didn't work, I can only wait until the day after tomorrow to negotiate with the other families. Fortunately that Jiang Xuehua doesn't know my true identity. Otherwise, wouldn't I have gone for wool and come home shorn this time? What bad luck. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Sigh. Which heartless bastard, who gave birth to a son without PIs, kicked over the pot that I had just washed? Come out. Come out if you have the guts. See if I don't crush you to death. As soon as the mysterious man left, a fat woman with a waist of 3 feet came out from the side courtyard. When she saw the jar that had been knocked over on the ground, she was instantly furious and raised her voice to curse loudly. The mysterious man, who had turned into another alley, heard the faint curses coming from behind him. He couldn't help but frown and say, Which family's stupid woman is actually so shrewish? She's simply ruining the refined culture. However, she shouldn't be scolding me. The mysterious man felt good about himself and shook his head and continued to walk forward. Chapter 527. Your Imperial Highness. Why have you come? Quickly take a seat. Not long after the farce ended, Han Yushi heard a servant report that Princess Changle had arrived. She promptly went out to welcome her. As for Li Jingma and Madame Li, the old couple knew that their son had some friendship with the princes and princesses. Since Changel had come to the Li residence, she was definitely not looking for them. As a result, they returned to the east courtyard. Big sister Yushi, are you alright? Changel heard that someone was causing trouble at your residence. However, Imperial Father and Big Brother Crown Prince are still attending morning court, so I came over myself. After not seeing her for a month, Changel's complexion was much better than before. At this moment she walked over and spoke with concern. Seeing that the concern on Changel's face was genuine, Han Yushi couldn't help but feel warmth in her heart. Smiling slightly she replied, "And I'm fine. Those people have already dispersed. Many thanks for your Imperial Highness concern. It's good that you're fine. Also, big sister Yushi, how many times have I told you? You can just call me Changel. Don't call me your Imperial Highness all the time. That's too estranged. Ah, that's right, where's Big Brother Xiaoxian? After such a big incident, how come I don't see him?" Changel could not help but ask as she sat on the Li residence's special wooden armchair and looked around. She was still considered a half-grown child. Sitting on this large and wide chair meant for adults, her legs were a little short, and her toes could barely touch the floor. Her petite appearance made her look exceptionally cute. Han Yushi was startled. She replied, "My husband wasn't at home yesterday. Right now, he should be at the workshop. He said that he wanted to make something to deal with the 7 cultivators of true virtue." Wow. Then it seems that the 7 cultivators of true virtue is going to be out of luck this time. Every time Big Brother Xiaoxian says that he wants to make something, he always makes something that none of us can imagine. Changel laughed happily. Afterwards she blinked her large, beautiful eyes and asked, "Big sister Yushi, did Big Brother Xiaoxian say when he would finish? When the time comes, Changel wants to see what it is." Han Yushi smiled and replied, "He didn't say when. He only said that he should be able to make it within 3 days. Changel, if you want to know, you can ask him when he returns." "Oh." Changel nodded rather regretfully, and then she said, "Then big sister Yushi, quickly tell Changel how those people were sent away." "Sister Yushi? Sister Yushi? Are you okay?" At this moment a clear female voice came from outside. The 2 people in the house looked out and saw a girl in a red dress with delicate features and mischievous eyes. It was Li Yu, the girl who sold her body to Detong daily and worked to pay off her debts. "Ah, is Little Fishy here?" During the wedding, Little Fishy had also attended the wedding. Li Zixuan had even told Han Yushi about the interesting things that happened when they first met Li Yu. Therefore, Han Yushi definitely knew Li Yu. "Sister Yushi, you're fine." "Hee. That's great. When I came out to buy buns this morning, I heard that a group of peasant women came here to cause trouble. I was so scared that I didn't even eat my buns and ran over. Luckily nothing happened. Otherwise, boss." "Eh? Big sister Yushi, this is?" Little Fishy skipped over. Pulling on Han Yushi and sizing her up, she chattered incessantly. Only then did she notice Changel at the side. She couldn't help but stare blankly and ask, "Ah, Little Fishy, this is Princess Changel." Han Yushi reacted and promptly introduced, "Changel, this is Li Yu. We all call her Little Fishy. She can be considered half a student of my husband's." "Ah, Li Yu pays respects to your highness the princess." Little Fishy was startled. She didn't expect that the little girl, who was about the same age as her, was actually a princess. She promptly stepped forward and paid her respects. However, Changel did not immediately ask Li Yu to dispense with the formalities. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at Li Yu's face, lost in thought. Actually, ever since Li Yu had entered the room, Changel's eyes had never left Li Yu's face. Don't misunderstand. Our Princess Changel is definitely not a lesbian. Cough cough. Changel? After waiting for a long time and seeing no reaction from Changel, not only did Li Yu feel that something was wrong, but Han Yushi also saw that something was wrong. She couldn't help but cough dryly and remind Changel. Oh! Changel finally awoke from her reverie. Somewhat flustered, she said, "Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. Since you are Big Brother Xiaoshuan's student, there is no need to be overly courteous. Speaking of which, you and Big Brother Qingke can be considered half of the same school." "Hee hee. Since your highness says so, then I won't be courteous. Liu had an easygoing personality. Hearing Changle's words, she promptly straightened her body. Giggling, she said, Princess, the Qing you spoke of, is it Prince Li Tai of Wape? I have seen him before. He is a very formidable person. Changle asked curiously. Oh? You have seen Big Brother Qing Cape? Little Fishy proudly replied. Of course. Speaking of which, among the three of you, I have seen the Crown Prince and Prince Wei at the workshop previously, but I have not seen you. When Changle heard that, a trace of pitifulness flashed across her eyes. She said, Since you are often at the workshop, then it is not strange that you have seen Big Brother Qing Kai and Big Brother Crown Prince. It is just that as a princess, it is not as convenient for me to leave the palace as it is for them. That is why you have not seen me. Little Fishy was an exquisite person. How could she not hear the sadness in her words? She quickly stopped smiling and said regretfully, Oh, that is true. But you are the princess of Tang Empire, the apple of His Majesty's eye. Who knows how many people envy you? Envy? Changle muttered to herself. Then she shook her head and forced a smile. Let's not talk about this. Little Fishy, you just said that Big Brother Qing Kai is a formidable person. How is he formidable? Other than reading her sister's novels, Changle really couldn't think of how her brother was formidable. Well, Little Fishy rubbed her chin and said with a smile, Prince Wei is a prince, but he is still diligent and eager to learn. I heard that his mathematics results are one of the best in the school of mathematics. He is comparable to Meng Wenhao. Oh, Meng Wenhao is a good brother of mine. He is always the first in the school of mathematics. When Changle saw Liu's face full of vigor when she said that Meng Wenhao was her good brother, she couldn't help but feel envious. She nodded in disappointment and said, Oh, so that is the case. But he is not formidable. Changle heard from my father that Big Brother Qing Kai has been extremely intelligent since he was young. It is reasonable that he can do this. When Little Fishy heard that, her eyes widened. She said unhappily, How is this not formidable? Prince Wei is from a better family than us, but he is more hard-working than us ordinary people. This is very formidable. Chapter 528. Liu had been in Datong Daily's editorial department for a long time, and her words were more humorous than before. Changle, who had been in the palace for a long time, was amused and laughed. Little Fishy, what you said is really interesting. I must tell Brother Qing Kai about this and tell him not to work so hard. Little Fishy said happily. Princess, you should tell Prince Wei about this. Otherwise, ordinary people like us will feel very pressured when we see him working so hard despite his good background. Changle pursed her lips and smiled. She shook her head and didn't deny it. However, she was secretly surprised because she had only spoken a few words with Liu, and she felt that some of the depression in her heart had been resolved. This was really a person who could bring joy to the people around her. Little Fishy, what do you do at the workshop? Changle was suddenly very curious about this little girl who was the same age as her. Me. I write news for Datong Daily in the workshop. Little Fishy counted with her fingers and said embarrassedly, Unlike you or Prince Wei, my parents passed away early, and I have to earn money to support myself. Changle was stunned. She didn't expect this weird and lively little girl in front of her to have such an unfortunate experience. She quickly apologized. Little Fishy, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Little Fishy waved her hand and interrupted her. Princess, you don't have to apologize. It's actually nothing. Now, other than thinking about my parents occasionally, I'm living quite well. Of course, it's all thanks to my boss for taking me in back then. Boss? Changle was puzzled. I heard you mention your boss just now. Who is this boss? My boss is Li Zishuan. Isn't the Datong Daily editorial department where I'm working now all his? Liu had never treated herself as an outsider. When she heard Changle's question, she directly called Li Zishuan by his name and answered. Changle was enlightened. She said in surprise, So it's Brother Xiaoxian. Sigh. Little Fishy, I seem to remember now. I saw several news articles on Datong Daily, and the name on them was Little Fishy. Is it really you? Originally, she only came to see Han Yushi, but she met a princess. Moreover, this princess was her own reader. Liu shouted excitedly. Yes, 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 it's me, it's me, it's me, it's me. Princess, do you also read Datong daily? Changel smiled and said, Look. Every day. My father is watching too. Wow. That's great. Doesn't that mean I'm very famous? When little Fishy heard that even Li Er read Datong daily, she couldn't help but jump up in joy. She quickly asked, Then Princess, has His Majesty ever mentioned me? I didn't. Changel said with an awkward expression. Little Fishy suddenly turned into a dumbfounded fish. Little Fishy, you really dare to think. His Majesty is busy every day. Even if he saw the news you wrote, he wouldn't be so free to remember your name. Han Yushi called for a servant to come in and refill the tea, but she was amused by little Fishy's confused expression. She couldn't help but say, Oh. Little Fishy pouted gloomily. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the servant girl pouring tea. She smiled mischievously and said, Sister Yushi, I don't want to drink tea. Can you change it to iced tea and tenderness? It's best to use your family's patterned glazed cup. The corner of Han Yushi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How could there be such a guess? She wanted to say that the tea was for Changel, not for her. But she felt that it would be too hurtful to say this. She could only nod and say, Okay, I'll get someone to change it for you. Changel, do you want to change it? Changel hesitated for a moment, and then for some reason she actually said, I'll change it too. Thank you, Sister Yushi. It's okay. Han Yushi chuckled and then ordered someone to change the tea to tenderness. Great minds think alike. How can this tea taste better than tenderness? Liu said with a grin. Changel felt that she was a little rude when she said that. But now that she heard Liu's shameless words, she suddenly felt that what she said just now was nothing. Han Yushi tapped little Fishy's forehead dotingly and said, You only dare to talk nonsense here. Isn't that because Sister Yushi and the boss are kind? Little Fishy was very perceptive and flattered her. In a short while, the servants brought over the tenderness and glazed cups. When the pink wine flowed into the wave-patterned glazed cups, Changel finally understood why Liu specially emphasized that the wine had to be filled with patterned glazed cups. The sparkling pink wine and wine cup in front of her was simply a work of art given by the heavens. It was too beautiful. How is it? Isn't it beautiful? Liu came over and asked proudly. Then, without waiting for Changel to answer, she sighed and said, You can only enjoy this at the boss's place. Currently, Chitsu Pavilion doesn't have such patterned glazed cups. Changel nodded with a dazed expression. Liu smiled and said, Sister Yushi is really lucky to be married to the boss. Not only does the boss treat people well, but you can also often enjoy things that you can't elsewhere. Now, all the women in Chang'an City are envious of you. Han Yushi felt sweet in her heart, but she scolded. Go away. Little girl, how old are you? Do you know what is lucky and what is not? Oh, why don't I know? As a reporter for Datong Daily, I know the topics and opinions of the people in Chang'an City like the back of my hand. It was the first time Changel heard the term reporter. She felt that it was a novelty, so she asked, Little Fishy, what is a reporter? And how did you learn to write the news? Han Yushi covered her mouth and laughed. Reporters write the news based on the culture of the people. As for how she learned to write the news, it started when she first arrived in Chang'an. Little Fishy jumped and said, Sister Yushi, don't say it, it's so ugly. Changel became more and more curious and asked, Sister Yushi, what happened at that time? At that time when she just arrived in Chang'an, she met a silly big guy who wanted to rob her. It was said that 3 women made a scene. The 3 of them chatted until it was close to noon. It was the palace maid that Changel brought over who reminded her. Otherwise, Changel would have forgotten the time. When they parted, Changel still wanted to continue. She really looked forward to Little Fishy's free and surprising life. Of course, the happiness that Little Fishy had from inside out also left a deep impression on her. Little Fishy, have we met before? After sitting in the pink Don't Touch Me, that Li Zixuan had specially customized, Changel finally asked the curiosity in her heart. Little Fishy said blankly, No? Princess, why do you ask? Changel shook her head and said, It's nothing, I just feel that you are very familiar. Forget it, forget it. Then let's part here. I will find you again when I leave the palace. Okay. You are always welcome. Changle smiled and put down the curtain. The carriage gradually drove out of Yongla Lane and disappeared from Han Yushi and Little Fishy's sight. Chapter 529. Ah, Sister Yushi. I almost forgot about the important matter. I came here today not only to see you, but also to interview you. After bidding farewell to Changle reluctantly, Little Fishy patted her head and suddenly shouted. Han Yushi frowned and asked in puzzlement. Interview? Interview what? Interview you. Sister Yushi, you alone made so many troublemaking women return empty-handed today. How amazing are you? I've even thought of the title for you. Yes, it's called The Widow of a Meritorious Official Making Trouble. The county man's wife retreating with wisdom. How is it, Sister Yushi? At this point, Little Fishy clapped her hands excitedly. She looked at Han Yushi eagerly, hoping to get approval from the other party. Han Yushi rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, Nothing much. I'm a woman. How can I show my face in Datong daily? Besides, although there are many people here today, it's far from 1,000 people. Hearing that, Little Fishy hurriedly came over and grabbed Han Yushi's arm. She said, Aya, Sister Yushi, what's wrong with women? Can't women show their faces in public? I think the boss definitely doesn't think like you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught me how to write news back then. In the end, he even arranged for me to work in the editorial department. I think the boss won't care about these things. There's more. What I said just now was just the headline of the news. The headline. Naturally, it has to be exaggerated. That's what the boss taught me back then. Besides, when the people who read the newspaper see the content, who will care whether it's 1,000 people or 100 people? Han Yushi pulled her arm out and said in amusement, Little Fishy, you're not old but you're full of fallacies. Also, you keep talking about the boss. If Xiao Xian knows that someone actually admires him so much, he will be overjoyed. Little Fishy raised her chin and said proudly, Of course. I'm going to inherit the boss's mantle. Sigh. Sister Yushi, don't interrupt. Do you agree or not? Think about it. Today, those commoners came to make trouble for no reason. There must be someone behind them. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. If I write about it on the news tomorrow, no one will be willing to do such things. It will also reduce a lot of trouble for you and the boss, right? It had to be said that this little girl was quite good at bewitching people. When Han Yushi heard this, her heart palpitated. She hesitated and said, Okay. However, those women were only confused for a moment after experiencing the pain of losing their husbands. Their minds were bewitched by despicable people. They don't have any bad intentions. Little you when you write the news, don't be too harsh with your words. They are also a group of pitiful people. It's not good to hurt their hearts. Hee. Good. This month's bonus was settled again. Haha. Hearing this, Little Fishy got carried away and said something that she shouldn't have said. Han Yushi widened her eyes and reached out to pinch Li Yu's beautiful face. She said angrily, Okay. That's your real goal, isn't it? Little girl, you're even scheming against me. Watch how I'll deal with you. Ah, big sister Yushi, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ouch. Ouch. Let go of me first. I'm just trying to earn more money to pay off the debt I owed to my boss. Ah. Heroine, please spare my life. This little sister was wrong. Wrong. What? Such a thing actually happened? Why didn't you report to us earlier? Eastern Palace, Chengqian Hall. Li Chengqian pointed at an old eunuch at the bottom of the stairs and said angrily, Your Imperial Highness, please calm down. Previously, you were still in mourning court. That's why I had eunuch in wait here for you to return. If you want to blame someone, blame Yin. An exceptionally beautiful palace maid came over and bowed. Sigh. Forget it. Then what was the final result? Li Chengqian waved his hand and said helplessly, Replying to your Imperial Highness, it was daunting but not dangerous. When this old servant returned, that group of wicked women had already been persuaded to leave by the wife of County Magistrate Li. You need not worry. Moreover, it is said that Princess Changle has already paid a visit. Madame Li was not offended. The old eunuch wiped his sweat and promptly replied. Li Chengqian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Phew! That's good. That's good. Speaking of which, little sister Chang'e really cares about the matters of little Xian's family. Haha. How about this? Us will also pay a visit to little Xian's family." Yan stammered for a long time before stammering. "Your Imperial Highness, I'm afraid that your Imperial Highness's actions are inappropriate." Li Chengqian frowned and said unhappily, "What's inappropriate?" "Your Imperial Highness may not know, but County Magistrate Li has not been at home these past few days. Right now, only his wife is in charge of the Li estate. If your Imperial Highness were to go now, it would be difficult to guarantee that there won't be vile people gossiping behind your back." Li Chengqian was furious. "Scoundrel! Acting alone is righteous and sitting upright. Why should I fear others gossiping?" Yan shrunk her neck and persisted. "Your Imperial Highness may not fear these things, but there are some things that you should pay attention to. This servant is doing this for your own goods." Li Chengqian was immediately depressed. He also knew that Yan Er's words were reasonable. As the crown prince, he knew this better than anyone else. After cursing these annoying etiquette twice in his heart, Li Chengqian finally waved his hand and said, "All right. That's fine. Yan, go to the storeroom and prepare some gifts. Go to little Xian's family on my behalf." "Yes, your Imperial Highness." Yan hurriedly accepted the order as if she had been granted amnesty. In the hall, Li Chengqian thought for a while and then asked, "Yan just said that little Xian hasn't been at home these past few days. Did he go to Snake Spirit Mountain again?" The old eunuch bowed and replied, "Your Imperial Highness, Lord Zhu isn't in the army. It's said that he's in the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion." "Workshop?" Li Chengqian was puzzled. Imperial Father sent 6,000 soldiers to surround Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago. At that time, little Xian said that he had a way to deal with the 7 cultivators sect alone. "I thought he was in the army. Why is he in the workshop?" This old servant doesn't know." Li Chengqian shook his head and said, "It's fine. Fortunately, I have nothing to do in the afternoon. I'll go to the workshop to see what little Xian is up to." Speaking of this, he actually had to thank Li Zishuan. Ever since Li Tai became addicted to mathematics, he rarely paid attention to the imperial palace. Now that the little fatty had left Chang'an City to experience life at the Cloud Mountain construction site, Li Chengqian didn't have to worry about competing with Li Tai for favor anymore. Now, he only needed to listen to the morning court and deal with the government affairs that Li Erpei sent him. He could be considered to be free and unfettered. "Yes, this old servant will arrange a carriage for your Imperial Highness." Chapter 530. Oh, Li Zishuan married a good wife. She knows when to advance and retreat, uses both the carrot and the stick, and handles it with ease. This girl actually turned a very unfavorable situation for Li Zishuan around. Amazing! Amazing! Haha! Li Zhang Palace Li Heir, who was freeloading at Empress Zhangsuan's place, had obviously heard about the farce in front of the Li residence today. Empress Zhangsun smiled and said, "Haha! Who said it wasn't?" Previously, when Xiaoxian married Han Yushi, many people felt that their family background was not right. Although there was news that Han Yushi was Han Qinhu's great-granddaughter and Du Daoling's granddaughter, many people still felt that this girl was not worthy of Xiaoxian. Now, it seems that this girl is better than many young ladies from rich families. The situation that Zhang Sun said was not groundless because whether it was Han Qinhu or Du Daoling, they were now just fleeting clouds. They only represented the glory of the past, and could not let Han Yushi escape the fact that she was born a peasant girl. A dignified county man who founded the country married a peasant girl. In this era where status and family background were valued, it was inevitable that people would gossip. Previously, Li Zishuan held a grand wedding for Han Yushi that caused a sensation in Chang'an. As well as his meticulous care for Han Yushi after marriage, made Han Yushi feel happy and sweet at the same time, she also felt immense pressure. Therefore, she did not slack off after marriage and kept learning from Mrs. Li. She just wanted to become a woman worthy of Li Zishuan's love. That was all. Sometimes, Li Zishuan could not help but feel embarrassed when he saw her diligence. Of course, there was a reward for effort. If it had been a few months ago, Han Yushi definitely would not have been able to handle this sudden incident on the spot. I didn't expect Li Zixuan, this brat, to be so good at judging people. But Zhao Siwei's mother is also very important. She deserves a reward. Li Er saw things very accurately and got to the crux of the matter in one sentence. However, the first half of his sentence was wrong. When Li Zixuan married his wife back then, he did not consider whether the girl was of equal status or whether she was capable or not. He only pursued congenial feelings. Indeed, if it wasn't for that old lady's righteousness, that girl from the Han family would have to go through a lot of trouble. But Xiao Xian is too generous. He took out more than 100,000 strings of cash just like that. Did he tell your majesty before? Empress Zhongsun asked with a frown. Li Er nodded his head and recalled. He did mention it. Yesterday, this brat asked someone to hand over a booklet. The booklet mentioned that he wanted to pay for the compensation to the families of the 215 soldiers, but we have not approved it yet. But this kid definitely didn't expect that those people would take the initiative to ask for money before he even gave them the money, right? Li Zixuan was right. This was something that Li Zixuan had not expected. If he had been present today, he definitely would not have mentioned the 100,000 strings of cash. As someone who had transmigrated from modern society, he hated things like moral kidnapping the most, because strictly speaking, he didn't owe those people money at all. If he gave it, it was out of sympathy. If he didn't give it, it was only right. No one could force him to give money that he shouldn't have. Empress Zhongsun thought for a while and suddenly said, Your Majesty, it is said that the reason why these women went to the Li residence to cause trouble was mainly because they were instigated by someone called Zhang Cuihua. I feel that this person's intentions are definitely not simple. Of course it's not simple. I'm afraid that some people don't like that brat recently. How dare you do such a thing right under my nose? How dare you? Li Er could obviously see this kind of problem that could be figured out with his butt. He almost instantly saw through the intentions of the person behind the scenes, and couldn't help but snort coldly. What? I've only been away for a few days and so many big things have happened in Chang'an? Duke Lu's residence. Chang Chumo grabbed the food in his bowl and shouted with his cheeks puffed up. In the past few days, this guy had gone hunting with Li Huiran, Yuqi Baolin, and a bunch of other second-generation generals in Zhongnan Mountain. He had just returned near noon today. During lunch, this guy heard Chang Yaojin talk about what had happened in the past 2 days and immediately exploded. Eat. What are you shouting for? Chang Yaojin knocked on the bowl and said angrily. Chang Chumo slammed the bowl and chopsticks on the table and said unhappily, No, Dad, how can I eat? My brother is being bullied, and my brother's wife is being harassed. Tell me, how can I still eat? Eat. Madame Chang glared at this bastard son and said faintly, But the fierce look on her face disappeared in a flash. Chang Chumo immediately withered. He looked at his father, but Chang Yaojin only cared about eating and didn't care about him at all. He had no choice but to sit down again. But at this moment, looking at the food in front of him, he no longer had any appetite. No. After a few seconds, Chang Chumo stood up again. He stretched his neck and said, Dad, Mom, I have to go to Snake Spirit Mountain to take a look. Also, Butler Liang, bring some gifts in the afternoon and visit Uncle Li and Aunt Li. After that, he didn't wait for Madame Chang and Madame Chang to say anything and directly went out. Hey. Wait. Finish eating before you leave. Madame Chang reached out to stop him but couldn't. She could only roll her eyes at Chang Yaojin and complain. Look at the good son you taught. He's as impatient as you all day. Chuliang, don't learn from your brother. Oh. Chang Chuliang, who was at the side, grunted sullenly. Chang Yaojin was unhappy. He glared and said, So what if he's like me? If my son doesn't look like me, does he have to look like old Wang next door? What the F***ck is this? When Madame Chang heard that, she angrily threw the chopsticks in her hand at him and said, What nonsense are you saying? How can you say such things so carelessly? Chang Yaojin tilted his head to avoid the hidden weapon, and laughed dryly. He knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to quibble. He buried his head and continued to eat. Cough. Madam, what about the Li residence? Butler Liang wiped the sweat on his forehead and said hesitantly, Obviously, he knew who was in charge at this moment, so he directly asked Madame Cheng instead of Chang Yaojin. You don't have to go. I'll go personally in the afternoon. Madame Cheng thought for a while and said lightly, putting everything else aside. Her relationship with Li Zixuan's mother was quite good. Yes, madam. Butler Liang heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Chapter 531. Afternoon. The Li residence was very lively. Carriages came one after another. There were carriages from the Cheng residence, the Qin residence, the Yuqi residence, the Niu residence, and the Li residence. What shocked the passers-by the most was that someone from the East Palace also came. Although it was only a palace maid, the meaning behind it was very shocking. This was the social network Li Zixuan operated. Today, he was no longer the young boy who could only rely on his parents when he first arrived in Chang'an. Now whoever wanted to touch him would have to consider whether they could afford to offend the hidden forces behind him. Today, the matriarchs of both the Qin and Chang manors had personally come. This caused everyone to be secretly shocked. Those who participated in the disturbance in the morning couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. On one hand, they regretted listening to the rumors and causing trouble, but on the other hand, they were glad that they declined the compensation from the Li family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the face to see anyone in the future. Baolin, are you going or not? Yes. Yes. Haha. Good. Good brother. This bullshit 7 cultivators of true virtue bullied little Xian. Let's go and kill them all. Yes, yes. Kill. Kill them all. Obviously, Chang Chumo didn't forget to find a companion when he went out to cause trouble. This guy came to Buzhengfang and tricked Yuqi Baolin. Bah! Kill your head. Chang Chumo, you stinking brat. You came to kidnap my family's Baolin again. This time when we went to Mount Zhongnan you all came back fine. Why did my family's Baolin have a few marks on his face? At this time Yuqi Jingda came out of nowhere and scolded Chang Chumo. After scolding he strode forward and wanted to catch Chang Chumo. As the saying goes, if you can't beat the old, what's wrong with bullying the young? What's more, this little brat Chang Chumo is as cheap as his father. He really needs to be taught a lesson. Hey! Baolin Runge! Chang Chumo was as slippery as a loach. How could he let Yuqi Jingda catch him? When Yuqi Jingda was still 3 feet away, Chang Chumo could already tell that something was wrong and scampered off. However, he didn't forget the mission he came here for today. As he ran, he yelled at the back. Ah? Oh! Wait for me, ugly bull. Yuqi Baolin hurriedly followed after him. Sigh. Baolin, don't go. Even little Xian can't beat you. What can you do there? Yuqi Jingda was so anxious that he stomped his feet. In the end, the two of them ran further and further away, and very soon their figures disappeared. The only thing left in the air was Chang Chumo shouting, Uncle Yuqi! Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Yuqi Jingda almost vomited blood. He yelled at the direction Chang Chumo disappeared. Chang Chumo, you better watch yourself. If Baolin gets hurt, I'll kill my way to your Cheng family. After yelling, Yuqi Jingda sighed softly, somewhat distressed. Sigh. How did I give birth to such a stupid son? On the other side, Li Chengqian was a man of his word. After lunch he took a car to the workshop. Nowadays, sedan chairs were no longer popular among some of the rich families in Chang'an City. That thing was swaying and slow, and it was also very stuffy. How could it compare to the speed, coolness, and comfort of the Strange Interest Pavilion's Don't Touch Me? Although the production of Don't Touch Me was still very low, and the market was also very small, the rich had their own solutions. There was always a way. If 1,000 strings of cash couldn't buy it, then 2,000 strings of cash. If 2,000 strings of cash didn't work, then 3,000 strings of cash. As long as you had money, you wouldn't have to worry about not being able to buy a car. The black market, or rather the scalper gang, existed in any era. Once he reached the entrance of the workshop, Li Chengqian called over a Wu Ho who was guarding the workshop and asked, Where is Li Zixuan? When Li Zixuan assigned Pang Feiji's team of Wu Ho to Li Zixuan as his personal guards, the Right Marquis household sent another team of Wu Ho to be responsible for the safety of the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop and the two sides of the Strange Interest culture. Replying to Your Highness, Lord Ju. Lord Ju is at the Drunken Wind Pavilion. That Wu Ho had a difficult expression as he stammered out a reply. All right. I understand, you can leave. Li Changqian didn't notice the strange expression on that Wu Ho's face. After saying that, he walked in by himself. He had been to the Drunken Wind Pavilion before, so he didn't need anyone to lead the way. Sigh, that Wu Ho stretched out his hand, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. Hee. I want to see what you're doing hiding in the workshop during this big battle. Looking at the Drunken Wind Pavilion not far away, Li Changqian thought curiously. Greetings, Your Highness. Li Changqian had been to the workshop more than once. Seeing his arrival, the two workshop servants at the entrance of the Drunken Wind Pavilion hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Dispense with the formalities. Is Li Zixuan inside? Li Changqian didn't expect that there would be two gatekeepers here, so he asked in passing. Your Highness, Lord Zhu is inside. Song Xiaoxi cupped his fists and replied. That's good. Li Changqian nodded in satisfaction and was about to walk in. Your Highness, please wait. Song Xiaoxi gritted his teeth and hurriedly flashed in front of Li Changqian. He stopped him and said, Forgive me, Your Highness, but you can't go in. Lord Zhu had instructed me earlier that no one is allowed to enter this courtyard for the next 3 days. Lord Zhu's meals can only be delivered to the door for these 2 days. Li Changqian was a little displeased. Even I can't go in? Plop. Song Xiaoxi dragged his other companion and knelt on the ground. He said, I don't dare to stop Your Highness, but I don't dare to disobey Lord Zhu's orders either. Your Highness, if you insist on going in, you can step on my body to go in. With that, he hit his head on the ground and prostrated himself on the ground. Li Changqian said angrily, Bastard! Are you threatening me? At the end of the day, this child was also a person above everyone else. He could be a little patient with his friends, but not with people like Song Xiaoxi who had nothing to do with him. Your Highness, please forgive me. I definitely didn't mean that. Song Xiaoxi hurriedly kowtowed. Li Changqian said indignantly, Whether you mean it or not, I still want to go in and take a look. With that, he planned to go around the person in front of him and go in directly. Boom! At that moment, a loud bang suddenly exploded in the Drunken Wind Pavilion. Li Changqian could feel a huge wave of heat coming from outside the courtyard, and he could even feel the ground trembling. Just as Li Changqian was about to shout, the Earth Dragon is here. Loud laughter came from inside. Waha! I did it! I finally did it! Li Changqian recognized the identity of that voice and seemed to understand something. He wiped his sweat and said glumly, All right, as you wish. I won't go in anymore. With that, he ran off as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. This place is really too dangerous. Li Changqian sighed in his heart. Chapter 532. Chonyo Baolind? At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. As usual, Niu Jinda was patrolling the camp with his guards. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the gate of the camp. He couldn't help but frown. He had been in the army for many years, and he had always been strict with his troops. He had never seen a situation where he had to obey military discipline. With anger in his heart, Niu Jinda arrived at the gate of the camp and saw Cheng Chumo arguing with the guards, as well as Yuchi Baolin behind Cheng Chumo. Uncle Niu. It's me. Hurry up and tell this bastard to let us in. When Cheng Chumo saw Niu Jinda, he quickly waved his hands excitedly. This is the military camp. Chonyo, what are you doing here? Niu Jinda's expression didn't improve, and he was still very serious. Ahem. Uncle Niu, that 7 cultivators sect bullied Xiaoxian. As his brothers, of course we're here to help him vent his anger. Don't worry, we're here to help, not to cause trouble. Cheng Chumo had no choice but to suck up to Niu. Niu Jinda secretly rolled his eyes and asked, Do Jijia and Jingda know that you're here? Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Jingda replied in unison. We know. Seeing that the two of them were solemn and didn't look like they were lying, Niu Jinda could only believe them. He waved his hand and motioned for the guards to let them in. Then he said, Come in. Someone will arrange a tent for you later, but this old man will say the ugly words first. The army has its own rules. Don't break the rules and make things difficult for this old man. Changchumo nodded repeatedly and said, We know. Don't worry, Uncle Nyo. We definitely won't cause trouble for you. Yes. We're here to help Xiaoxian get revenge, not to cause trouble. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and chuckled. Niu Jindao was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and continued patrolling the camp. F*CK. So Xiaoxian isn't in the camp. In the end, we came here for nothing. After successfully sneaking into the camp, Changchumo hooked up with a few soldiers of the right Wu-wei. After a few words, he figured out the current situation in the camp. When he realized that Li Zixuan wasn't in the camp, he couldn't help but grumble. At that time, Li Zixuan had boasted that he would be able to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue in 3 days, and that he only needed the imperial court to send an army to surround the Serpent Spirit Mountain, and not let the people or beasts inside escape. Therefore, everyone subconsciously thought that he would be preparing for the attack in the barracks. Therefore, Li Changqian, Changchumo, and the others all fell into this misconception. Then Brother Chonyo, are we still going to stay here? Yuchi Baolin asked. Changchumo rubbed his chin. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Wait, 2 days have passed. I don't believe that Xiaoxian would go back on his words. Let's see how our good brother will challenge an entire sect by himself tomorrow. The 2 of us accidentally missed the big battle a few days ago. This time we can't miss it no matter what. Yes, we can't miss it this time. I also believe that Xiaoxian can do it. Yuchi Baolin waved his fist and said firmly, Newspaper for sale. Newspaper for sale. Today's headline of the newly published Datong Daily. Hero's widow makes trouble. County man's wife retreats with wisdom. 5 copper coins for a copy. Early the next morning, the sound of newspaper sellers in the streets of Chang woke up the world's largest city. With the development of Datong Daily today, it was no longer as low level as before, where it had to rely on paperboys to sell newspapers. Now, at the intersection of every street in Chang, there was basically a kiosk. Firstly, it was convenient for people to buy newspapers as soon as possible. Secondly, it was convenient for readers to receive tips for novel authors. In the past, readers who wanted to give tips had to go to the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop in the east of Chang'an City. Now there was no need to go through so much trouble. You only needed to go to the kiosk near your home, tell the person in charge how much you wanted to give, and then pay the money to receive the fan badge. It couldn't be more convenient. Of course, if you were worried that the person in charge of the kiosk would embezzle the money you gave, it would only prove that you were thinking too simply. The distribution and sale of every fan badge in the workshop were recorded. Every month there would be a professional to check the accounts. Once someone was found to be embezzling, there was nothing much to say. They would be fired immediately and never hired again. Obviously, no one was willing to give up such good benefits in the workshop to do such sneaky things. As a result, the number of fans of every author in Datong Daily's novel section increased exponentially. This was especially true for A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Up until now, the word count of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality had almost reached 1 million words, and the total number of fans had exceeded 30,000. This made the other authors envious and jealous. What do you mean by a county's man's wife retreating with wisdom? I don't care about that. Hurry up and get me a newspaper. I want to read A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Yes. Brother, you're a kindred spirit. I'm also a loyal reader of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I saw Han Li enter the forbidden bloody ground yesterday. I should know what's inside today. Yo, brother, you're also reading A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Soulmate. Haha. I'm guessing that there must be magical treasures and pills in the forbidden bloody ground. Hee. I'm guessing that there must be beauties. Han Li is so powerful now, but he still doesn't have a bed-warming maid. That's not suitable. Waha. Brother, you're right. The 2 bookworms were talking about the plot in front of the group. They seemed to appreciate each other and regretted that they had not met earlier. However, the people behind them were not having it. Sigh. I say, are you 2 done yet? Isn't it just a stupid novel? Other than training, leveling up and finding treasures in arcane realms, what's the point of it? Look at how useless the 2 of you are. That's right. That A Mortal's Journey to Immortality Isn't that good either? It's the same thing over and over again. It's okay when you first read it, but it's boring after reading it for too long. The other person quickly chimed in. The two people in front of the group were not having it. Hey, are you two here to pick a fight? If you think a mortal's journey to immortality isn't good, go write one yourself. That's right. Do you have a mortal's journey to immortality medals? Did you see it? Branch leader. I'm the branch leader of a mortal's journey to immortality. I didn't say that the novel was bad, so what right do you have to say? The person behind said unhappily. Isn't it just a medal? What's so great about it? Hey, why are you still here if you don't have a medal? Go back and spout *T. You're still in the right to read novels for free? Who read novels for free? The money I used to buy newspapers isn't money. The young man in the lead said disdainfully. How can there be such a shameless person like you? Do you want to read newspapers for free? Ooh. Chapter 533. The quarrel between the mortal fans was just a small interlude. Near the other newsstands, there were still many people attracted by the Datong Daily's headlines. The wife of a county man repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? Which county man's wife? Could it be the bride that Li Xianxing just married a while ago? Quick, give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me one too. It's definitely not Li County man's wife. Haven't you heard of the saying repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? How can the girl that Li County man married have such ability? A slightly older middle-aged man in the back said in disbelief. Hey, what are you saying? Can't Li County man's wife repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? I think the girl is quite good. I heard that she's a beauty from the surrounding villages. Beauty? Can beauty be eaten? Ignorant. You're the one who's ignorant. Didn't you say that it's impossible for her to be Li County man's wife? Let's see and we'll know. Let's see then. Who's afraid of who? Some people were arguing over the main character in the headlines, while others had already bought the newspaper and were discussing the contents. These shrews are really despicable. Relying on their husband's military achievements, they actually bullied Li County man's family. He's the benefactor of us poor children. How dare they? Yeah. How despicable. The imperial court can't blame Li County man for losing the war. I really don't know what they're thinking. Under the arbor of a tea house, a few young people couldn't help but complain as they read the newspaper. Luckily, Li County man's wife is quite quick-witted. Otherwise, Li County man's reputation would have been ruined by these people. Indeed, but this old Madame Zhao also came at the right time, and she's much more righteous than those shrews. Hey, I know this old Madame Zhao. Her son is in the imperial army and lives in the south of the city. I didn't expect that. Feichen, you know her? Then when you have time, bring us to visit this old madam. I'm afraid that even scholars like us can't compare to such a person who understands the principles of righteousness. That's right, these three were Jinyu Academy's Hua Hongyi, Chan Tianhua, and Liao Feichen. However, the three of them were no longer as poor as they used to be. Chan Tianhua and Liao Feichen both published novels on Datong Daily. Although they were not as popular as The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, their monthly income was still slightly higher than ordinary people. So now they could occasionally drink tea and go shopping. Especially when the auntie said, "My son has already shed blood on the battlefield. We can't let him shed tears in the underworld because of these vile people who use his name to do whatever they want." I was very touched. To be able to say such words, this Auntie Zhao is a person worthy of my, Chan Tianhua's, respect. That's right. However, those women still have a conscience and didn't ask for the compensation money from the Li family. Otherwise, I, Hua Hongyi, would personally go and judge these people. That's right. At least they have a conscience. The widow of a meritorious official is being unreasonable, and the wife of a county magistrate is retreating with wisdom? What widow of a meritorious official? What retreating with wisdom? How arrogant. Laifu, go buy a newspaper for this old man. A vigorous voice came from a dark red carriage on the road. Yes, old master. The coachman outside the carriage responded and trotted to the newsstand to buy the newspaper. 15 minutes later. Preposterous. This group of shrews is really unreasonable. Even if Li Zishuan is responsible for the defeat of the Imperial Army in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain, he can't take full responsibility. Besides, the Imperial Court has already given them compensation, and this group of people actually ran to Li Zishuan's house to ask for money. How insatiable! These wicked people should be arrested and punished. That's not right. These people can actually gather in front of the Li family's house at such a time. There must be some dirty tricks behind this. The person in the carriage was Wei Zheng, who was rushing to the morning court. At this moment, he was muttering to himself as he read the headlines. From a certain perspective, the appearance of Datong Daily could be said to have provided Wei Zheng with a lot of material to remonstrate with. In the past, he had to personally go to the grassroots and find out where the officials were neglecting their duties, taking bribes, or where the citizens were being bullied. Then, he would organize them into memorials and impeach them in the morning court. But now, he only needed to find some unfair or illegal matters in the newspaper, and then bring it to the imperial court to ask for the emperor's judgment. Haha. Good. This granddaughter of Du Dowling is really not ordinary. Not only does she make good wine, but she also has such quick wit. She's really not simple. Wei Zheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Han Yushi arguing with the group of women. Good. Good. This Madame Zhao is really a hero among women. She gave birth to a Qilin son who fought for the country and sacrificed his life. She is also deeply righteous. How rare. She deserves a reward. She deserves a reward. This old man wants to ask for a reward for this person. When he saw old Madame Zhao appear later, Wei Zheng couldn't help but slam the table and shout loudly. Oh! Don't let the hero bleed and cry. This person called Little Yu summed it up well in the end. Datong Daily is really full of talents. Therefore, a morning court that was supposed to be very calm was stirred up again because of the headlines of Datong Daily. After the ministers condemned Zhang Cuihua and the other women, Wei Zheng stepped out of the crowd and asked for a reward for old Madame Zhao. It was rare for this old troll to ask for a reward for others. Li Er also gave face, mainly because he originally planned to give old Madame Zhao some rewards, and issued an edict on the spot to give old Madame Zhao the title of a 7th-ranked noble lady. Yes, there was no doubt that the Tang dynasty already had the saying of a noble lady. Since the Han dynasty, the wives of the princes, dukes and ministers, that is, those who were in power and above, were called madams. The Tang, Song, Ming and Qing dynasties also gave the mothers or wives of high officials additional titles, and were called noble ladies. The imperial edict as a royal document began in the Western Zhou dynasty. For example, the Shangshu Zhou Shu contained the Great Edict, Tang Edict, Kong Wang's Edict, and so on. It was a document that the Zhou emperor used to warn his officials. Qin Dan did not use it. It was occasionally used in the Han dynasty and was not used regularly. The Tang dynasty used imperial edicts to punish and reward. However, the imperial edict system was gradually perfected during the Ming and Qing dynasties and formed a complete system. With Li Er's edict, the other families who had gone to the Li family to cause trouble were even more terrified. They didn't expect that such a small matter would be heard by the heavens. Moreover, Li Er rewarded Madame Zhao. Didn't he mean that he was dissatisfied with their actions? Therefore, Zhang Cuihua, who was still in prison, was cursed over and over again by countless people. Chapter 534. F***CK. This godforsaken place is so unlucky. There are so many mosquitoes at night. Chang Chumo raised his head, lying on the back of the horse, and said with a sad face. Unlike the other young masters of the rich and powerful families, Chang Chumo was not someone who could not bear hardships. A few years ago he had gone to war with Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing and the others. Even so, the mosquitoes last night were still unbearable for him. Not only did the mosquitoes around Snake Spirit Mountain suck blood, they were also F***king poisonous. Although it was only mildly poisonous and not fatal, it was still enough to make one suffer. Chang Chumo's face, which was not handsome to begin with, was already covered in red bumps. This fellow was still scratching everywhere, as if he would not stop until his skin was broken. Hee. I think this place is pretty good. Yuchi Baolin chuckled as he sat on his horse. Speaking of which, it was strange. Chang Chumo slept in the same tent as him, but the mosquitoes only bit Chang Chumo. Yuchi Baolin was completely fine. He was still white and chubby, no black and chubby. It would have been better if Yuchi Baolin had not spoken, but the moment he did, Chang Chumo was a little angry. F***ck Baolin, you're still being sarcastic here. Why don't those mosquitoes bite you? Is it because you're too fat? Yuchi Baolin said embarrassedly. Maybe it's because I'm too dark and those mosquitoes can't see me at night. Why don't you bask in the sun more, brother Chonyo? You'll be like me then. Scram. Chang Chumo scolded angrily. If I look like a coal ball like you, how am I going to find a wife? Yuchi Baolin laughed dryly. He looked at the sky and said, Brother Chonyo, today is the third day. Why isn't Xiaoxian here yet? Do you think he hasn't thought of a way yet? Chang Chumo's brows furrowed slightly, but they immediately smoothed out. He sat up straight and said, That won't happen. Ever since I've known little Xian, I've never seen him stumped by anything. He'll definitely come today. Okay. Zhao Song, is there any movement on Li Zishuan's side? Afternoon in the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er asked casually as he read through the memorials. Your Majesty, Li Xianan should still be in the workshop and hasn't done anything yet. Zhao Song replied softly. Oh? Isn't today the third day? Did I remember the wrong date? Li Er put down his brush and asked doubtfully. Your Majesty, you didn't remember wrongly. Today is the third day of the 3-day period proposed by Li Xianan. Hey, that's strange. This kid is still cooped up in the workshop. Is he at his wit's end? Do you know what he did in the workshop 2 days ago? Li Er furrowed his brows and asked in bewilderment. Zhao Song bowed and said, Your Majesty, Li Xianan is a martial arts grandmaster. This old servant's subordinates didn't dare to get too close to him, and could only wait outside the workshop. Therefore, this old servant has no way of knowing what Li Xianan did in the past 2 days. I only know that he entered the workshop 2 days ago and hasn't come out since. Li Er nodded. After pondering for a long time, he sighed and said, It's getting harder and harder to see through this kid. Right now, all the people of Chang'an are waiting for the results of the Imperial Army's second expedition against the 7 cultivators of true virtue. He better not make a fool of himself at this critical moment. When Li Zishuan declared that he would destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue with his own strength, Li Er still had some confidence in Li Zishuan. After all, Li Zishuan had given him too many surprises before. However, after so many days, Li Zishuan still hadn't made any move. Li Er's heart turned cold. At this time, he only hoped that Li Zishuan wouldn't make a fool of himself and lose face for the imperial court. As for the 7 cultivators of true virtue, it wouldn't be too late to attack them after the army regrouped. Oh, Senior Marshal Brother, how are your injuries? Snake Spirit Mountain. Inside the secret chamber of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, Snake King looked at the imposing Enchantress in front of him and asked excitedly. Speaking of which, these 2 martial brothers could be considered as brothers in distress. Previously, Snake King was injured by Li Zishuan and returned to this secret room to recuperate. 2 days ago it was Enchantress's turn. However, Enchantress's injuries weren't as serious as Snake King's. Moreover, the recovery ability of a peak Grandmaster Realm expert was even more outstanding. Therefore, he was able to recover in just a few days. Haha. Junior Marshal Brother, you guessed right. My injuries are completely healed. Enchantress laughed and jumped down from the stone bed. Then, he asked with a concerned face. Junior Marshal Brother, how is your body? Haha. Senior Marshal Brother, it's good that you're fine. As for my injuries, I'm already very lucky to be able to keep my life. In the past few days, Enchantress was the only one here to recuperate. Snake King felt that there was no hope for him to fully recover, so he gave up on recuperating. Enchantress's face darkened and he said hatefully, It's all because of that little bastard Li Zishuan. We were originally living in peace, but that brat wanted to destroy our sect. Now both of us are injured and crippled. I, Enchantress, am not a man if I don't take revenge. Senior Marshal Brother is right. I have no other wish in this life except to kill Li Zishuan. It's all up to Senior Marshal Brother. Snake King's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness as he hurriedly pleaded loudly. Batian immediately said with a murderous look. Don't worry, junior marshal brother. Once the Imperial army retreats, I'll take you and your brothers to find a place to settle down. Then, I'll come back to settle the score with that brat. I'll kidnap his wife first, kill his parents, and then slowly torture him. Haha. Senior marshal brother, this is a good plan. We should let that brat have a taste of our strength. By the way, junior marshal brother, are you still suffering from the backlash of the 7 virtues, Snake? A trace of pain flashed across Snake King's face. He nodded and said, now that I've lost all my internal force, I can barely control the 7 virtues, Snake, with the power of the bloodline. It's reasonable for me to suffer from the backlash. But I'm afraid that I can't hold on for long. But what if that brat leads his army to attack the mountain after the 7 virtues, Snake, is out of our control? What should we do? Batian's face gradually became serious. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then he said decisively, then let's launch a surprise attack on them while we still have the strength to fight. Junior marshal brother, you can control the 7 virtues, Snake, to open the way, and I'll detonate all the poisonous pills in the sect from behind. We can take advantage of the chaos to break out of the encirclement. What do you think? Snake King was shocked when he heard this. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no better way at present. So he nodded and said, I'll listen to Senior Marshal Brother's arrangement. But Senior Marshal Brother, you have to hurry. I can control the 7 virtues, Snake, at most for 3 more days. Okay. Then let's make preparations today. Before dawn tomorrow, when the army is still asleep, we'll catch them off guard. Ooh. Chapter 535. Xianji. Did you arrange for those women in Datong daily to cause trouble at the Li Mansion? South of Chang'an City, Dunhua Square. In a quaint room of the wealthy house, the white-haired old man leaned on the couch and looked at the young man standing below and asked in a deep voice, Granduncle, this is all my fault for not thinking it through. Please forgive me. Hearing this, the young man bowed and said with a frightened expression, Haha, Xianji, you gave advice to the family. What's wrong with that? The white-haired old man laughed loudly and raised his hand, indicating for the young man to stand up. Then he continued, Xianji, your plan is a good one. If it's well planned, we can ruin Li Zishuan's reputation without any effort. But the bad thing is that Xianji, you met the wrong person and acted a little too hastily. The young man hurriedly said, Granduncle is right. Xianji really did not think it through this time. The white-haired old man showed a gratified expression and said, Those in power must learn to know how to use people well. Jiang Cuihua is obviously not a person who can take on big responsibilities. Xianji, you must learn from this in the future. Don't ruin things because of these incompetent people. Yes, Granduncle. Although the young man disagreed in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He pretended very well. Oh, that's right. Have you arranged for the meeting of the big families tomorrow? The white-haired old man was suddenly startled and raised his eyes to ask. Granduncle, don't worry. Everything has been arranged. There won't be any mistakes. The young man said confidently. The white-haired old man nodded and laughed. Haha, Xianji, I still believe in your ability to do things. Tomorrow's meeting is also a good time for you juniors to get to know each other better. The young man smiled and said, Actually, Xianji has the same idea. Excluding the royal family, there are only 6 of us left in the 5 families and 7 sects, and we all have our own camps. Now, the Wang family of Taiyuan is still estranged from us and is getting closer and closer to the royal family. In the long run, we will be divided by the emperor. Therefore, I also think that the aristocratic families should contact each other. The white-haired old man agreed and said, Xianji, you understand it best. Those old fellows are not as good as you. Now that we can't count on Snake Spirit Mountain, it's up to you, Xianji. Granduncle, speaking of the Snake Spirit Mountain, my father heard some news. The white-haired old man frowned and asked, What news? The young man stepped forward and whispered, My father heard that the imperial court has sent 10,000 soldiers to surround the Snake Spirit Mountain. However, they will only surround it and not attack. Why? It's said that Li Zishuan made a military order in front of the emperor, saying that he wanted to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. The imperial court only needed to send an army to surround the Serpent Spirit Mountain. The white-haired old man was stunned at first, then he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, this kid really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shameless boasting, shameless boasting. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was so easy to destroy, how could he have returned with 4,000 imperial guards in defeat? I thought this kid would be a good opponent, but I didn't expect him to be an arrogant brat who only knows how to talk big. Xianji, you can help Li Zishuan spread the news." "Spread the news?" The young man was puzzled, but then he suddenly understood and laughed. "Granduncle is wise. In this way, we will be able to defeat Li Zishuan without any effort. This grandson will send someone to spread the news early tomorrow morning." Oh! Although the news that Li Zishuan wanted to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself was not a top-secret military intelligence, the only people who knew about it were the few big shots who went to the Sweet Dew Hall to discuss the matter that day. They would never spread the news. As for the man named Xianji, it was somewhat inconceivable that his father could get hold of this news. Now that 3 days had passed and the sky was about to turn dark, nothing had happened. Those who knew about this news gradually began to doubt Li Zishuan's bold words, and believed that Li Zishuan was going to die this time. Li Zishuan didn't know what others were thinking. He was making the final preparations for his expedition, and was responsible for his own safety. The kerosene is full. It should be enough to fly to Snake Spirit Mountain. These bombs should be enough to blow up a mountain. The ropes are tied tight, the tarpaulin is not damaged, and the bombs have isolated the source of the fire. Oh, what a waste! Lied Su. After Li Zishuan carefully checked everything from top to bottom, inside and out, he jumped into the square rattan basket. Ignite the fire! With a whoosh, the kerosene was ignited. The fuel tank that contained the kerosene was specially made by Li Zishuan, and it could control the intensity of the fire. Not long after, the huge ball-shaped oilcloth quickly swelled up. Gradually, the rattan basket left the ground and slowly rose into the sky. The 3rd day of the 8th month of the 1st year of Zhengguan. It was a night with a light breeze. In the east of Chang'an City, a bright flame suddenly rose from the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion and slowly flew out of the city. The first to notice this strange scene was the spy sent by Zhao Song outside the Strange Interest Pavilion. "Boss, look! 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 There's a ghost fire in the sky." Bullsh *T, there's no ghost. "Ah! What's that?" The leader of the men was about to reprimand his subordinates when he inadvertently saw the flame in the sky, and was instantly scared out of his wits. The night in this era was different from the modern era. There were no streetlights here and no nightlife. Once night fell, there was only pure darkness. Therefore, that flame looked extremely dazzling. Boss! That flame flew out of the workshop. Could it be? Could it be that there's a ghost in the workshop? A short man couldn't help but cower and say, "Smack!" The leader of the men slapped him and scolded. "Chun Nan, you little bastard, don't scare yourself. I've lived for so many years and have seen everything, but I've never seen a ghost." Yes, boss is wise. The leader of the men snorted and said, "You guys continue to keep an eye here. I'll go back and report the situation here to Zhao Song's husband." The eunuchs of the Tang dynasty were often referred to as husband. This husband is not that husband, don't get the wrong idea. Boss? Don't. It's better to let this little brother take care of such a troublesome matter. The rest of the men were stunned. By the time they reacted and said this, their boss had already disappeared without a trace. Speaking of which, even Li Zishuan himself probably didn't expect that the debut of his hot air balloon in Tang Dynasty would be mistaken as a ghost fire by these idiots. Ooh! Chapter 536. Mother brother, look, someone is releasing a sky lantern. Yi Lane Mingwenhao's house. After dinner, Yaya came to the courtyard and inadvertently saw a bright flame floating in the sky in the northeast direction. The little girl couldn't help but shout excitedly in that direction. The so-called sky lantern was another name for the Kongming lantern. It was commonly known as the wishing lantern or the praying lantern. It was an ancient handicraft of China. In ancient times, it was mostly used for military purposes, but some people would release it on major festivals such as the Lantern Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival to make wishes and pray. There were two theories about the origin of the Kongming lantern. One was that during the 5 dynasties there was a woman named Shen Qinyang. When she was fighting in Fujian with her husband, she used bamboo strips to make a square frame, pasted paper on it and made it into a lamp. Burning pine resin was placed on the chassis, and the lamp flew into the sky with the hot air as a military communication signal. This kind of pine resin lamp was called the Kongming lantern in Sichuan. The main reason was that this kind of lantern looked like the hat worn by Zhuge Liang, hence the name. The other theory was that it was invented by Zhuge Liang during the Three Kingdoms. At that time, Zhuge Liang was besieged in Pingyang and couldn't send troops out of the city to ask for help. Kongming calculated the direction of the wind and made a floating paper lantern. He tied the paper lantern with a message asking for help. After that, he really got out of danger, so the later generations called this kind of lantern the Kongming lantern. No matter which theory was correct, it was an indisputable fact that there were already Kongming lanterns in the Tang dynasty. That's true, but there are still more than 10 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why would someone release a sky lantern at this time? Meng Wenhao's mother heard her daughter scream and ran out to see the commotion. After seeing the flame clearly, she said with some doubts, "Mother, that's not a sky lantern." Meng Wenhao said sullenly at this time, and then he gestured with his hands. "That ball of fire is at least 4 to 5 miles away from us. Generally speaking, the farther something is, the smaller it looks. Now that we can see it so clearly from such a distance, it means that this thing is at least dozens of times bigger than an ordinary sky lantern. It's definitely not a sky lantern." Meng Wenhao's mother thought carefully and felt that her son's words made sense, but she still had some doubts. "But if it's not a sky lantern, what else can it fly so high?" "I don't know." Meng Wenhao shook his head and said, "But my master definitely knows." Meng Wenhao's mother rubbed her son's head. Yes. How's your master is the best. All of you should go and rest early." "How you still have to go to Minister Hu's grain store tomorrow to settle the accounts." Meng Wenhao's father had been out at sea for almost 3 months. Now that the pillar of the family was gone, Meng Wenhao had no choice but to step up. Therefore, he took advantage of the 2-month farmland leave to find a job to supplement the family. The other party was Squire whose family that Mother Meng often worked for. As for his position, he was the bookkeeper. Relying on the glorious halo of being the top scorer in the School of Mathematics and the advanced mathematical knowledge in his mind, Meng Wenhao alone was equivalent to 10 of the Hu family's original bookkeepers. Thus, Squire Hu not only treated him with special respect, but also gave him an unusually high salary. "Oh, innit," Meng Wenhao replied in a muffled voice, but his expression became somewhat strange. "Your Majesty, according to the report, a big ball of fire just flew out of the workshop of the interesting pavilion, and it's flying northeast. It should be out of the city soon." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er rubbed his sore wrist and was about to return to Zhang Xuan's place to sleep when Zhao Song suddenly rushed in and reported, "A flying ball of fire?" Li Er frowned, and his face became a little strange. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stood up. "Let's go to the Xuanwu Gate." The Xuanwu Gate, the north gate of the Taiji Palace, was located on the slope of the Dragon Head Plain. It overlooked the entire Chang'an city, and was an important gate in the north of the palace. Of course, compared to its geographical location, the Xuanwu Gate was more famous for its political and military position. After all, there was a change of regime here last year. In fact, in a few years a bigger and more magnificent building would be built here, and that would be the famous Daming Palace. It could be seen even from outside Chang'an City. If there were no accidents, Li Er would order it to be built in the 8th year of Xingguan. "Your Majesty, look! It's that ball of fire. It should be flying out of Chang'an City soon." Zhao Song pointed to the eastern sky and said to Li Er when they came to the tower of the Xuanwu Gate. Li Er nodded and responded, but his eyes were staring in that direction without blinking. Zhao Song did not know why Li Er was so focused, but he did not dare to ask. He just stood at the side with his head lowered. "Let's go back to the palace." After a long time, the ball of fire became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. Li Er flung his sleeves and turned to leave. He left a sentence in the air, but it stunned Zhao Song. "When Li Zishuan returns to the city tomorrow, Ask him to come and see me immediately. Zhao Song frowned and followed behind Li Er. He wondered, isn't Li Zishuan still in the workshop now? Why does your majesty have to wait for him to return to the city tomorrow? A punch to the left, a punch to the right. I urge everyone to take a punch. Li Zishuan couldn't care less about how depressed Zhao Song was. He was busy cleaning up the mess he had made up in the past. When the hot air balloon flew into the sky earlier, he regretted it. That was because the wind was blowing from the south, and the Qinling Mountains were northeast of Chang'an City. The wind direction was not suitable at all. If Li Zishuan did nothing and let the ball of fire fly freely, it would definitely not reach the Snake Spirit Mountain. It would only fly further and further to the north. Back then, when Kongming made the Kongming Lantern to ask for help, he had already calculated the direction of the wind. Although Li Zishuan was a Taoist, he did not learn the ability to calculate. Hence, he was a little confused when he flew up. This was really the only thing that he had missed out on. Fortunately, Li Zishuan was smart enough to come up with this idea. He kept throwing punches to the west. His punches were infused with true qi. Using the recoil force of his punches and the push of the south wind, Li Zishuan limped towards the northeast with the ball in tow. Those who had learned force analysis would definitely be able to analyze it. Damn it! Does this count as a rocket with its own gas tank? Li Zishuan mumbled gloomily as he worked in the air. Ahem, I have to admit that his description was very apt. Chapter 537. Huh. Brother Chonyo, it's already so late. Where are you going? Shoo. Bao Lin, lower your voice. At the base of Snake Spirit Mountain. In the darkness, a fat man and a little girl were huddled together and whispering to each other. Bao Lin, I think little Xian should be here soon. I plan to go out and take a look. Do you want to come with me? But it's already the second night watch period. The military has a rule that other than the soldiers on night duty, no one else is allowed to run around at night. If we get caught, Uncle Nyo will beat us up. Hey, I say, why are you so stupid? Can't we just be smart and not get caught? Just tell me if you want to go or not. The fat shadow scratched his head and said, all right, I'll go with you. Hey, that's more like it. Second senior brother. Second senior brother. Why are you sleeping? If the soldiers at the base of the mountain attack, we'll be finished. On the mountain path of Snake Spirit Mountain, an anxious call came from a thatched hut that was temporarily built at the checkpoint. Woo! Stop messing around. In a few more hours we'll be breaking out of the mountain. Wang Lin, you brat, why don't you sleep a little longer? In the hut, the man on the bed turned around but didn't get up. He muttered impatiently. Huff huff. Ruhua. I'll be able to go down the mountain to find you soon. Hee. You still want to escape? If you don't listen to me, I'll kill those two old things. Haha. After a short while, the man seemed to have fallen asleep and was still muttering. The skinny young man beside the bed was speechless. He pushed the man on the bed twice and shouted, Second senior brother, you can't sleep. If the Imperial Army attacks at this time, we can only wait for death. Second senior brother, quickly get up. Hey. I say, Wang Lin, aren't you annoying? The man on the bed finally couldn't stand the disturbance and sat up. He reprimanded. What are you doing here instead of sleeping? The army at the foot of the mountain has been surrounding us for more than a day or two. If those cowards dared to attack us, they would have attacked us during the day. Why would they wait until nighttime? Our Snake Spirit Mountain's terrain is so steep. If they really dare to come up at this time, I'll do a handstand and eat shit. The young man at the side was scolded until he retreated. In the end he muttered, Second senior brother, how do I eat shit while standing upside down? The expression on the second senior brother's face suddenly froze. You. He pointed at the young man under the bed and couldn't say anything else for a long time. After taking a few deep breaths he roared, Wang Lin, get the hell out of here. You're sleeping outside tonight. Oh, hee. Right here. We'll wait here for little Xian. Inside the camp, after Chang Chumo and Yuchi Baolin avoided several waves of guards, they came to a bush on a small hill nearby. Chang Chumo turned back and said proudly, I'm sure you're right. Baolin, how is it? You won't be discovered if you follow me, right? Yuchi Baolin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He said in amazement, Big Brother Chonyo, you're really amazing. But how do you know when there's no guard on the roads? You're the only one who doesn't know. Brother, I already figured out the night guard rotation pattern here. Chung Chumo's tail was wagging as he showed off. Yuchi Baolin immediately looked at him with admiration. He looked around and asked in a rough voice, but it's already so late. Can little Xian still come? Did we wait for nothing? Haha. Don't worry, kid. Chung Chumo patted Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and smiled. Although little Xian likes to boast, he always comes true. This time won't be an exception. Isn't it only midnight now? I'm sure he'll come before midnight. After all, today's the last day of the 3-day period. Let's wait here. We can see the Yuan Gate from here. If he comes, we'll be the first to see him. Okay. I'll listen to you. Yuchi Baolin nodded and squatted down as well. Unexpectedly, the moment he squatted down, he heard Chung Chumo yelling exaggeratedly. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Baolin, look! Big Brother Chonyo, what are you looking at? There's no moon tonight. Yuchi Baolin was puzzled. Moon my ass. Look up. This guy is prettier than the moon. What the heck? Why is this ball of fire flying so high? Chung Chumo slapped the back of Yuchi Baolin's head, then raised his head and exclaimed in surprise. Out of curiosity, Yuchi Baolin looked up as well. What he saw was incredible. Roar! Oh my god! Brother Chonyo, let's run. This ball of willow, the wisp, we can't beat it. Let's go back and call for help. When Yuchi Baolin saw the flying ball of fire, he was so scared that he jumped up and shouted in panic. Shut up. What will-o'-the-wisp? There seems to be someone up there. Coincidentally, the ball of fire was getting closer and closer to their heads. Chung Chumo had good eyesight and could vaguely see someone dancing up there. He hurriedly covered Yuchi Baolin's mouth and scolded him. Whoa. Shut up. There seems to be a fairy up there. Yes, that's a fairy descending to the mortal world. Oh my god, did the heavens see that I, old Chung, am still single and sent me a fairies? Hey. Why did she run away? Ooh. Good and evil will be repaid, and the heavens will reincarnate. Today, the heavens have bestowed justice upon me, and I'll use lightning and fire to purify you sinful sinners. Silence reigned on Serpent Spirit Mountain. Just as everyone was about to fall asleep, a loud bellow came from the 9 heavens. Everyone immediately woke up from their dreams. Which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my 7 cultivators sect? Eanbatian dashed out of his room and was shocked when he saw the flying ball of fire in the sky. However, he pretended to be calm and shouted, I'm your grandfather. That wasn't the only thing that came from the sky. There were also 4 or 5 black iron balls with sparks on them. Child's play. Eanbatian thought that they were hidden weapons. He took 2 steps back to avoid them and sneered at the sky. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt several earth-shattering heat waves coming from all over his body. Boom, 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 boom. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the sound shook the sky. The peaceful Serpent Spirit Mountain peak instantly turned into a living hell. Eanbatian, a peak Grandmaster Realm expert, was seriously injured in an instant. Ah! Save me! Save me! My leg! My leg! This is the wrath of the heavens. It's over, it's all over. Damn it! Why didn't you run down the mountain with Yunda and the others last time? Li Zishuan didn't show any mercy. He threw the bombs in the hanging basket down as if they were free. The mountain collapsed and the ground caved in. All the houses couldn't withstand the explosion and collapsed in the blink of an eye. Many disciples of the 7 cultivators sect who didn't have time to get out of their houses were buried in the collapsed houses. For a moment, cries for help could be heard everywhere. Senior brother! Senior brother! How did this happen? What happened? Snake King staggered a few steps and came to the side of Eanbatian, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, and asked in disbelief. Run! Junior brother! Quickly take 7 cultivators of true virtue and run away. Run as far as you can. Chapter 538. For the 215 heroic souls who died here 3 days ago, I'm here to avenge you today. I'm going to wipe out the entire Snake Spirit Mountain. Since they were so far away, and the flames of war were raging below, Li Zishuan naturally couldn't see Yin Baishan's current situation, nor could he hear the conversation between the flying snake and Yin Batian. He controlled the direction of the hot air balloon while throwing bombs down below, bombarding the area without any blind spots. This guy was now like a fighter pilot flying a bomber. He just wanted to charge and kill. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, a deafening roar came from below. Li Zishuan could clearly hear it from above. It was none other than seventh cultivator of true virtue. Humph! Just in time, you bastard. Li Zishuan quickly searched for seventh cultivator of true virtue's position with his eyes. After a while, he finally found seventh cultivator of true virtue rolling on the ground behind the original hall of the seven cultivator of true virtue sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Zishuan didn't hesitate. He ignited 4 or 5 bombs in a few breaths and then threw them at seventh cultivator of true virtue. Aren't your snake scales as hard as iron? I'd like to see if you can withstand a bomb or not. Boom, 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 boom. Roar. As it turned out, no creature could resist this violent bombardment. The seventh cultivator of true virtue was instantly covered with wounds, and it issued a painful howl. The sound of the howl was even louder than the sound of the explosion, and it reverberated throughout the entire Serpent Mountain. Poison, poison! Upon hearing the howl, the Snake King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He desperately wanted to run in that direction, but at this moment he was surrounded by flames and couldn't rush out at all. Moreover, a bomb just happened to detonate right next to him. With a loud boom, the flying snake's limbs were instantly blown off, and he was blown far away, no longer able to speak. Most of the houses in this era were made of wood. After Li Zishuan's previous bombardment, the place had basically turned into a sea of fire. In order to prevent anyone from escaping, he did not hold back and bombarded the top of the mountain twice. A quarter of an hour later, apart from the crackling sound of the burning wood, there were no other cries for help or howls. Li Zishuan finally stopped. He looked at the motionless seventh cultivator of true virtue lying on the ground. Then he suddenly had an idea and controlled the hot air balloon to slowly descend. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. 15 minutes ago. Brother Chonyo, it's almost midnight, let's go back. Little Xian probably won't come. Yuchi Baolin pulled Changchumo, who had been looking to the east, that was the direction Li Zishuan had just flown in the hot air balloon, and said in a muffled voice, "Sai, Baolin, stop messing around. Didn't you see the fairy dancing for me on the fireball just now?" Changchumo impatiently slapped Yuchi Baolin's hand away, and said with an intoxicated look on his face, "I didn't see anything." Yuchi Baolin slightly despised Changchumo in his heart. However, he really didn't see clearly whether there was anyone on the fireball just now. His vision was very blurry at night, and he only saw a ball of fire just now. This was more or less what modern people called night blindness. In ancient China, because the ancient people were malnourished, and carrots hadn't been introduced into China at that time, some people believed that the ancient people generally suffered from night blindness. Although this statement was slightly exaggerated, because night blindness was mainly caused by 3 things: disease, congenital heredity, and vitamin A deficiency. The ancient people mainly suffered from malnutrition due to insufficient protein, fat, and sugar intake. Vitamin A deficiency wasn't very serious. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cases of night battles in history books. However, it was an indisputable fact that the ancient people suffered from night blindness compared to modern people. Sai, Baolin, it's not that I want to nag at you, but with your eyesight, even if fate comes, you won't be able to see it. If you continue like this, you're probably destined to be single forever. Changchumo patted Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and said in a tone that was heavy, and not at all full of shame. If this fellow knew the truth, would he still be as calm as he was now? Huh? Yuchi Baolin glanced at Changchumo with an innocent expression. He really got shot even when he was lying down. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, Changchumo and Yuchi Baolin first saw a large patch of bright fire appear on the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain in the east. Right after that, they heard a loud rumble coming from there. The two of them were so shocked that they fell on their butts in the grass. Holy F***CK. Holy F***CK. There's thunder. There's thunder over there. This thunder is 2F asterisk king awesome, isn't it? Chang Chumo couldn't be bothered to hide anymore. He jumped up and shouted, "That's not thunder." At this moment Chang Chumo felt a gust of wind by his ear. Then he heard an extremely calm voice. Chang Chumo subconsciously spat out, "Bullsh asterisk T. Other than thunder, what else can cause such a Uncle Nyo, why are you here?" Chang Chumo turned around and saw who it was. He was tongue-tied. At this moment he really wanted to slap himself twice. Yuchi Baolin had already wilted when he saw Nyo Jinda. When he heard Chang Chumo's suicidal words, he almost burst out laughing. In any case, this child was having a hard time holding it in. Why am I here? This old man wants to ask the two of you, why are you here? Not sleeping in the tent in the middle of the night and going out of the camp without permission. Do you know that you're ignoring military rules? Even if this old man breaks your legs today, Jija and Jingda will have nothing to say. Nyo Jinda put on a poker face and scolded the two of them coldly. Don't, Uncle Nyo, don't be angry. Baolin and I just needed to pee and came out to pee. Coincidentally, there was thunder over there. Alright, you said that it wasn't thunder over there. What was it? Chang Chumo shrunk his neck, licked his face and cleverly changed the topic. Nyo Jinda glanced at this fellow. How could he not see that Chang Chumo was changing the topic? However, he was just scaring these two children just now. He didn't really want to use military law on them. At this moment he snorted and said, "Although this old man doesn't know what it is, it's definitely not thunder. Because there won't be rain in the next few days." At this point, he couldn't help but move his legs. When he said that there wouldn't be rain in the next few days, it wasn't because he saw the weather forecast, nor was it because he could predict the weather like Zhuge Liang. It was because he had a rheumatic leg. Besides, what kind of thunder can shake the earth and mountains? With this momentum, the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain is probably going to be flattened. This is probably Xiaoshuan's method. This child really can do what she says. Nyo Jinda stroked his beard and guessed. What? It's Xiaoxian? F asterisk C vomit. Chang Chumo reacted with a face full of horror. Then, he staggered a few steps and ran to the side to vomit. So, Brother Chonyo's fairy is Xiaoxian. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and laughed foolishly. What fairy? Nyo Jinda was a little confused. Above our heads just now. Yuchi Baolin. If you dare to tell anyone, this old man will definitely kill you. Yuchi Baolin was about to explain when Chang Chumo's angry and sorrowful roar came from the bushes beside them. Chapter 539. Chang'an. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. This old servant has something important to report. West Court, Empress Zhongxuan's bedroom. Zhao Song stood in front of the door with a hunched back. His face was anxious and helpless. He knew better than anyone else that Li Er was probably exercising with Empress Zhongxun at this hour. Whoever dared to disturb them now would not end well. However, Zhao Song was at his wits' end. His subordinates had reported such an important matter to him. If he did not report it to Li Er in time, he would be fully responsible for any accidents that happened. What's the matter? After about 3 breaths, Li Er's muffled voice came from the room. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. No one would be in a good mood if they were woken up in the middle of the night, let alone the ruler of a country. Zhao Song's heart sank. He secretly hated the subordinate who reported this to him. However, now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to say, Your Majesty, there was thunder and fire in the northeast of Chang'an City. Half the sky is burning red, and that direction is Snake Spirit Mountain. I was worried that the army at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain would be attacked and the situation would change. That was why I came to report in the middle of the night. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me. After Zhao Song finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Li Er did not say anything. Zhao Song could only wait outside the room, not daring to move. After an unknown period of time, Li Er's emotionless voice finally sounded. I got it. You may leave. Got it? Would it be over just knowing about it? Zhao Song was full of doubts, but he did not dare to ask. He could only bow and yes, then carefully left the courtyard. In the bedroom, Empress Zhongxuan's hair was messy, and her cheeks were slightly red. She leaned on Li Er's shoulder and asked doubtfully, Erlang, aren't you worried that General Nyo's men were attacked at night? Li Er recovered from his thoughts. He lifted Zhangsuan's chin and smiled confidently. Haha, 10,000 elites surrounded a small sect of less than 100 people. If the other party gave up the geographical advantage and attacked at night, I can only say that they are tired of living. Moreover, Jinda is very strict in managing the army. He definitely won't let anyone take advantage of the loopholes. A confident man was the most charming. Zhang Sun smiled and leaned closer to Li Er. Then he asked, what happened in the northeast to cause such a big commotion? Seeing how calm Erlang was, he probably already knew about it, right? Can you tell me? Li Er looked towards the northeast with a deep gaze, and then said to Empress Zhang Sun with a smile, whatever happened over there, Guanyin maid will know tomorrow. Shouldn't we continue what we were doing just now? No. The weather is dry, be careful of candles. Clang, clang, clang. In this era where there was no TV, internet, or computer, most people would be asleep at this time. However, there was an exception, and that was the night watchman. The job of a night watchman had already appeared in the Zhou dynasty. The rites of Zhou recorded. Compare it with the evening strike of the scorpion. According to the Zihai's explanation, it was strike the scorpion in the night, which was the same as the most commonly used clapper. The curfew system in Chang'an City was only for ordinary people. The night watchman was not included in this list. This was because the night watchman's function was not only to report the time, but also to patrol at night and prevent fire and theft. If they encountered someone stealing, they could report it to the authorities and get a generous reward. Therefore, the night watchman was a very respected job in ancient times. Yongla Lane. 2 old men in blue clothes and blue hats. One was holding a gong, and the other was beating at the side, singing the same tune. Why were the two of them doing the night watch together? It was mainly to boost each other's courage. After all, there were no streetlights at this time and it was dark all around. Anyone would be afraid. As usual, the two planned to go home and rest for an hour after this time. At this time, a fire suddenly floated over from the sky. What was even more strange was that there seemed to be a long thing hanging under the fire. Ghost, 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 ghost. Huayan, run. Demon, demon. Oh my god. Changgue, wait for me. Both of them had a look of horror on their faces. They didn't even want the things in their hands and immediately ran away. Huff, huff, huff. Damn, this is really not something a human should do. No matter what, I won't act cool next time. I'll just stay at home and hug my wife. In the sky, Li Zishuan looked at the familiar mansion below, took a few deep breaths and said gloomily. The straight line distance from Chang'an City to Snake Spirit Mountain was at least more than 20 kilometers in the sky. He had to act as a human-shaped engine twice, and the worst thing was that the wind was against him when he came back. How could he not be tired? Even a grandmaster expert would be exhausted like a dog. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I finally succeeded in acting cool this time, and I've avenged those people. I can go home and rest in peace. Li Zishuan controlled the hot air balloon to the sky above the Li residence. Then, he slowly turned off the fire and planned to let the hot air balloon slowly descend to the west courtyard. Bam! If he wanted to land, he had to unload the goods first. Li Zishuan let the hot air balloon descend 10 meters from the ground and untied the rope that tied the corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue. With a bang, the corpse of the giant snake fell to the ground. Then he prepared to let the basket land. Which scoundrel dares to steal from the Li residence? The head of the guards of the Li residence was awakened by the sound of the giant snake falling to the ground. He hurriedly ran to the west courtyard and shouted in a deep voice. Then he was about to barge in. It's me, Feijai. It's none of your business. Go and rest. Li Zishuan said in a deep voice. Peng Feiji was stunned. Then he said in surprise. Is Lord Ju back? He also stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious just now that he almost forgot the rules. There were women living in the west courtyard. It was not convenient for him to go in. Okay. Go and rest. Don't disturb others. Li Zishuan nodded indifferently. Then, he continued to control the hot air balloon to land. Peng Feiji could only vaguely see the faint light of the fire in the courtyard. He hurriedly said, Yes, Lord Ju. After saying that, he retreated. Heh. I sneaked out of the city and returned in triumph. Does this count as me sneaking out of the city and not taking advantage of the situation? Li Zixuan jumped out of the basket, turned off the hot air balloon, and roughly cleaned it up. Then, he dragged the corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue to an open space at the side and muttered to himself, "Husband, you're back." At this moment the door opened, and the candlelight in the house also jumped out. Han Yushi, who was wearing a thin pink cloak, stood at the door and smiled at Li Zixuan. Chapter 540. Comfortable. How can the grudges of the pugilistic world be more comfortable than sleeping with my wife at home? I won't leave home for so many days in the future. The next morning, Li Zixuan stretched lazily on the bed and moaned in an extremely satisfied manner. Han Yushi, who was dressing up in front of the immortal mirror, rolled her eyes at Li Zixuan and said, "Husband, it's already morning. Shouldn't you be up to practice Taiji fist with us?" Nowadays, the immortal mirror was popular in Chang'an. It was difficult for many rich families to get a mirror, but the Li family didn't lack it. Not only did Han Yushi have a big mirror, but even Lan'er and Madame Li's rooms each had a big mirror. In this aspect, the Li family was richer than the palace because only Empress Zhongsun had a big mirror in the huge palace. Yes. I almost forgot about the important matter. Wife, did you slack off every morning when I wasn't around? Li Zixuan patted his head and quickly jumped off the bed. He hugged Han Yushi's slender waist from behind and gently blew into her ear. Hee. Husband. Itchy. Stop fooling around. Han Yushi laughed coquettishly and quickly turned her head. She said angrily, "Who's lazy? In the whole family, other than you who knows how to be lazy, who can be lazier than you?" Wow. My wife actually said that I'm lazy. Looks like my work last night wasn't good enough. Let's not go out for now. Let's do it again. Li Zixuan pretended to be angry and was about to attack her. Snake. Okay, snake. Help. At this moment, Xiaohe's terrified scream came from outside the door. Li Zixuan shook his head. It looked like his good thing was going to be ruined. Taiji Palace. The morning court was in session. Ever since the court issued the decree to reduce taxes on raising chickens, every household in the Guangdong region has raised an average of more than 70 chickens. Because many farmers have kept their eggs for hatching chickens, the price of eggs in all the provinces and counties has more than doubled. The price of eggs in Chang'an has risen the most. Merchants have heard the news and have moved large amounts of chickens and eggs from the Jiangnan region. However, it is still a drop in the bucket. This old official earnestly requests Your Majesty to conscript ships to transport chickens and eggs from Jiangnan to stabilize the price of chickens and eggs. Feng Xuanling's loud voice echoed in the hall. I second the motion. As soon as Feng Xianling finished speaking, Wei Zheng jumped out and was the first to agree. His speed was so fast that everyone was dumbfounded. Cough cough. The main reason was that eggs were too expensive in Chang'an recently. Wei Zheng's source of income was also very small. Now he could not eat eggs every day. Wei Yin was very depressed. Li Er looked at Wei Zheng strangely, then nodded and said, "Approved. Minister Xiao, you will be in charge of this matter." Xiao Yu stepped forward with a straight face and said, "This old subject obeys the decree. Reporting to Your Majesty, the 7 cultivators sect was destroyed overnight. General Niu has led the army back in triumph." At this time, a soldier in bright armor entered the hall and reported loudly. Immediately, there was a buzz of discussion in the hall. General Niu is really amazing. He came back so quickly. Yeah. General Niu and the others are still the best at war. He's much faster than Li Zhanshi. Previously, when Li Zixuan was defeated at Snake Spirit Mountain and returned to the court, Niu Jinda led 6,000 soldiers to attack Snake Spirit Mountain twice. Although many of them did not receive the news at first, they later heard some rumors from various places. Now, in just 3 days, Niu Jinda had returned in triumph. This made them praise Niu Jinda's godlike ability to command troops. At the same time, they criticized Li Zixuan's lack of experience in battle, which caused the court to lose soldiers and generals. Good. Quickly summon General Niu to the palace. Li Er's eyes flashed as he ordered in a deep voice. Yes. This old subject greets your majesty. About half an hour later, Niu Jinda came to Taiji Palace in full armor and greeted Li Er with cupped fists. Dispense with the formalities. Li Er stretched out his hand and said with a pleasant expression, Jinda, you've worked hard. Snake Spirit Mountain is full of poisonous miasma, and the terrain is steep. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Jinda, quickly tell me and the ministers how the remnants of the 7 cultivators sect were destroyed overnight. Niu Jinda straightened his body and said with a smile, Your Majesty, this old subject didn't work hard. In fact, this old subject didn't contribute much to the destruction of the 7 cultivators sect. As soon as his voice fell, all the ministers were shocked. Only Li Er sat on the throne with a happy expression, as if everything was under his control. Why do you say that, Minister Niu? Although he had already guessed the result, Li Er still helped to ask the question in everyone's heart. As your Majesty said earlier, the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is steep, and it's easy to defend and hard to attack. If we forcibly attack the mountain, although we can take down the 7 cultivators sect, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Therefore, this old subject led the army to surround Snake Spirit Mountain 3 days ago, and didn't attack, waiting for Li Zishuan to come and fulfill his promise. At this point, many of the ministers were puzzled. Promise? What promise? Could it be related to the 7 cultivators sect? Fang Xianling, Zhang Sunwuji, Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and the others just smiled and didn't say anything. They were all present that day, but they couldn't help but feel shocked. After listening to Niu Jinda's words, it seemed that Li Zishuan really did what he said. He single-handedly destroyed a sect that had a peak grandmaster and 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent, whose strength was comparable to a great grandmaster. This kind of thing sounded crazy. Niu Jinda ignored everyone's doubts and continued. Last night, this old subject was asleep, but I was awakened by a loud noise. This old subject went out of the tent to investigate and found that Snake Spirit Mountain had been struck by lightning and was accompanied by endless flames. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the mountain peak turned into a sea of fire, and I could faintly hear miserable screams coming from there. Today at dawn, this old subject went up the mountain with the soldiers and found that all the houses of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect had collapsed. There were corpses everywhere on the ground, and some of them didn't even have a complete corpse. Broken limbs were everywhere. After Lu Baodan, a disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect who was captured earlier, identified them, the sect master of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, Batian, Elder Fei Shi, and the other 30 or so bastards were all killed. However, this old subject didn't find any trace of the giant beast of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, the 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent. Hiss! After Niu Jinda finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. No wonder this old man vaguely heard the sound of thunder last night. At that time I thought I was dreaming. What exactly happened on Snake Spirit Mountain last night? How could it be so tragic? Who did this? How could they be so ruthless? General Niu just said that he would wait for Li Zhanshi to fulfill his promise. Could it be that Li Zhanshi did all this? Ooh! Chapter 541. Everyone's guess is correct. 3 days ago, Li Zishuan made a military order in front of His Majesty. He said that he would wipe out the 7 cultivators of true virtue within 3 days, and take revenge for the soldiers who died earlier. Last night he did it. The 7 cultivators sect has been wiped out, and the main culprit and the remaining evildoers have all been executed. This old subject congratulates His Majesty for having such an outstanding talent in Great Tang. In the Taiji Palace, when Niu Jinda heard the discussion of the ministers in the hall, he smiled and said loudly to Li Er, General Niu, your words are biased. While everyone was still in a daze, a fat middle-aged official wearing a scarlet robe stepped out of the crowd and cupped his hands. General Niu only heard the thunder last night, but it doesn't mean that Li Zhanshi did it alone. Moreover, as far as I know, the Snake Spirit Mountain is hundreds of feet high. How could Li Zhanshi climb to the top of the mountain and release the thunder at night alone? How is such a method different from that of an immortal? And Li Zhanshi is just like us with a mortal body. This kind of battle record is definitely not done by Li Zhanshi. Maybe the 7 cultivators sect did all kinds of evil and the heavens couldn't stand it anymore. So they sent down the thunder as punishment. Niu Jinda narrowed his eyes and recognized the official in front of him as Chamberlain Chui Shanfu. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Oh? Has Chamberlain Chui been to the Snake Spirit Mountain before? Otherwise, how could you be so familiar with the situation there? To tell you the truth, if it weren't for Gudu's letter, this old man wouldn't have known that there was such a poisonous mountain in the depths of the Qinling Mountains." The rest of the people originally wanted to agree with Chui Shanfu, but after hearing this, they immediately shut their mouths and cast doubtful looks at Chui Shanfu. Chui Shanfu's eyelids twitched and he hurriedly said, "General Niu, you don't know, but this Chui has a distant cousin who often travels around to sell goods. He once got lost in the Qinling Mountains and happened to pass by the Snake Spirit Mountain." What this official just said was all from him. Niu Jinda said with a faint smile, "Haha, what a coincidence. However, what I said just now was not all speculation. If you don't believe that Snake Spirit Mountain was destroyed by Li Zishuan alone, you can go to the entrance of the Li family in Yongla Lane and take a look after the court. The corpse of 7th cultivator of true virtue on the Serpent Spirit Mountain is still there to dry. Although I don't know what kind of method he used to transport the great serpent of 7th cultivator of true virtue, which is 30 feet long and weighs several hundred kilograms, from the midst of an army of tens of thousands of soldiers without anyone noticing. But I'm sure you won't have any doubts after seeing the spectacle of heavenly thunders and earthly fires, right?" Hearing this, Chui Shanfu's face suddenly became extremely ugly, but the other ministers couldn't help but exclaim. Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, "Good. There will be snake meat to eat. I, Old Cheng, have eaten all kinds of snake meat. But I have never touched the meat of the great serpent of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Now I have to taste it properly." Li Er secretly rolled his eyes. He then turned to Zhao Song, who had long been shocked out of his wits, and ordered, "Go and summon Li Zishuan for an audience." "Ah? Oh. This old servant obeys." Zhao Song came back to his senses and hurriedly responded. Then he walked out of the hall. As soon as he walked out of the palace, he saw a person running over and saying, "Old Zhao, bad news. Li Zhanshi is missing. He's not in the workshop." The person who sent him breakfast just now found that the Drunken Wind Pavilion was empty. Everyone in the workshop is now looking for Li Zhanshi. The person who came was the head of the spies that Zhao Song had planted around the workshop. Zhao Song said unhappily, "Idiot. Follow me to Yongla Lane." "Ah?" The head of the spies was dumbfounded. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, Why are we going to Yongla Lane? Don't tell me Li Zhanshi can fly home?" However, no one paid attention to his muttering. After Zhao Song finished speaking, he had already walked far away. "Wow! What a big snake! This snake looks so ferocious. It actually has 7 heads. This beast probably eats people. Look at how thick its body is." In front of the Li residence there was a lively scene. Earlier, Li Zishuan teased the frightened Xiao He. Then, he ordered the servants to carry the corpse of the 7th cultivator of true virtue to the front of the Li residence and set up a special shelf. This way of placing the corpse made the 7th cultivator of true virtue look even more ferocious, somewhat resembling its might when it was alive. "Dear neighbors, the people of the 7th cultivator of true virtue tried to harm me twice in a row, wanting to kill me and my wife. They even tried to assassinate the ministers of the imperial court in broad daylight. The 7th cultivator of true virtue is disregarding the laws. Therefore, 6 days ago, I received His Majesty's decree to attack the 7th cultivator of true virtue together with the commander of the Northern Yamen's imperial army, Dugu Xi. As for the details, you should have heard my wife mention them before. We could have taken them down in one fell swoop. But at the last moment, the elder of the 7th cultivator of true virtue, Flying Snake, released this ferocious beast and charged into the army, killing 215 heroic souls. In order to avoid more casualties, I had no choice but to order a retreat. But good and evil will eventually be repaid, and the heavenly Tao will reincarnate. Last night, I attacked the Serpent Spirit Mountain alone and destroyed the 7th cultivator of true virtue in one fell swoop with the help of the heavenly lightning. The sect master, elders, and disciples of the sect were all killed, and the enmity of 215 heroic souls was finally avenged. This is the consequence of being so vicious and disobeying the imperial court's decree. Li Zishuan stood in front of the door and shouted at the crowd. What the hell, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Li Xiannan destroyed an entire sect by himself. That's too scary. Not only did they have many experts in their sect, but they also had a 7-headed snake. How did Li Xiannan do it? Hiss. That's too ruthless. But heroes really come from the young. Li Xiannan is so young, but his martial arts are already so good. Master Li gave birth to a good son. He's really good at both civil and martial arts. Looking at the red-lipped, white-toothed, and seemingly harmless young man in front of the gate of the Li residence with a relaxed smile on his face, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They thought to themselves, this man is so ruthless. He wiped out an entire sect by himself. We can't afford to offend him. We can't afford to provoke him. Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the result. He glanced at the crowd and pointed at the 7th cultivator of true virtue hanging on the frame, saying, I, Li Zishuan, don't like to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. If someone wants to harm my family again, I won't hesitate to kill them no matter how powerful they are. Even if I have to chase them to the ends of the earth, I'll kill them. The ordinary people shrunk their necks and couldn't help but ridicule him in their hearts. You're going to destroy an entire sect just because you don't like it. Who would dare to provoke you in the future? However, the complexions of several men changed, and they quietly retreated. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't care about them. Li Zhanshe. Li Zhanshe. His Majesty summons you immediately. Chapter 542. In front of the Li residence. When Li Zishuan saw Zhao Song and the others, he was stunned. Zhao Song was Li Er's most trusted eunuch. Why would he personally come to deliver the decree? Butler Zhao. May I know why your Majesty has summoned me? Seeing the arrival of the angels, the crowd in front of the Li residence dispersed. Li Zishuan braced himself and greeted them. Now, among the people he didn't want to see the most, Li Er was definitely at the top. Although the bombing last night was very satisfying, Li Zishuan had a headache when he thought about how he would have to clean up his mess later. After all, he was now in a feudal monarch's dynasty. He had used supernatural powers. If he didn't explain it clearly, it would be easy for Li Er to be suspicious. Zhao Song first glanced at the 7th cultivator of true virtue that was hung up in front of the Li residence. He could feel the remaining bloodthirsty and ferocious aura on the snake's body. Even Zhao Song, who had been in the Grandmaster realm for many years, could not help but be shocked. He secretly wondered how Li Zishuan defeated this giant snake. After a while he said, Mr. Li, you must be joking. We are just following His Majesty's orders. How can we guess His Majesty's intentions? You'd better come with us to meet His Majesty. Li Zishuan was speechless. This was obvious, yet Zhao Song still tried to hide it. He could only say goodbye to his family and ride Big White to the palace with Zhao Song. On the way, Zhao Song's gaze involuntarily fell on Li Zishuan several times, causing Li Zishuan to feel uncomfortable. Finally, Zhao Song smiled casually and said, Mr. Li, you are very capable. That 7-headed snake alone may not be a match for 1,000 soldiers. Mr. Li, you single-handedly destroyed the 7 cultivator of true virtue sect. You are indeed a young hero. The corner of Li Zishuan's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and said, Butler Zhao, you flatter me. I'm just borrowing some of my master's shadow to do whatever I want. Please don't laugh at me. Shadow? Zhao Song's curiosity was piqued and he asked, Could it be that what happened last night had something to do with your master? Li Zishuan nodded and said seriously, Of course. Otherwise, how could this kid be so capable? Seeing that Zhao Song wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Butler Zhao, it's best that you don't ask about the details first. We'll be meeting His Majesty soon, and His Majesty will definitely ask about it. You'll know then. He laughed evilly in his heart. Who asked you to be so unkind to me just now? Now I'll whet your appetite. Just as Zhao Song's breath came up, it was blocked. He was really choked. However, he thought that Li Zishuan's words made sense, so he nodded gloomily and did not ask further. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Zhao Song left, the ministers in the imperial court were supposed to continue discussing state affairs. However, after listening to Niu Jinda's description, they were all anxious to know what relationship Li Zixuan had with the destruction of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect. Or rather, how did Li Zixuan destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect single-handedly? At this time, no one was in the mood to discuss state affairs. They were all silently waiting for Li Zixuan, the person involved, to come over. However, there was one exception, and that was Minister Cui Shanfu of the Honglu Temple. Ever since he went for wool and came home shorn, he had been keeping silent. Later, when he heard Niu Jinda swear that Li Zixuan was the one who destroyed the Snake Spirit Mountain, and that there was conclusive evidence, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he seemed to be very anxious. In the main hall, a few ministers were reporting irrelevant topics, and Li Er also gave some irrelevant responses from the Dragon Throne. Finally, a sharp voice came from outside. Crown Prince Zhanshi, Li Zixuan, requests an audience. Li Er said in a deep voice, "Enter." A moment later, Li Zixuan walked in with his head held high. That man is here. The man who destroyed the entire sect is here. Wherever Li Zixuan went, the ministers would avoid him. They did not know if it was an illusion, but many of them felt that the Li Zixuan today was very different from before. This was because there was a trace of blood on his body, and he was more decisive in killing. This kind of aura was only felt by Cheng Yaojin and the others many years ago. However, these old generals were now old, and their aura was much more stable, unlike the past. They did not expect that Li Zixuan would also start to have this kind of terrifying aura. "This humble subject pays respect to your majesty." As soon as Li Zixuan came in, Li Er's pupils couldn't help but shrink. What a heavy murderous aura. At this time he saw Li Zixuan come forward and salute him. He nodded slightly and said, "You may rise." After Li Zixuan straightened his body, Li Er said in a deep voice, "Li Zixuan, the 7 cultivators sect was attacked by heavenly lightning and earthly fire last night, and the entire sect was destroyed. Was it related to you?" As soon as his voice fell, all the ministers looked at Li Zixuan. Although Niu Jinda had already said it with certainty, they still wanted to hear what Li Zixuan had to say. Replying to your majesty, it was indeed this humble subject's doing. The 7 cultivators sect has done all kinds of evil, and they tried to assassinate me twice. They have no respect for the law, and they gather in the mountains and forests. How are they different from bandits? A few days ago they killed 215 soldiers of the imperial court. What this humble subject did yesterday was only to fulfill the promise this humble subject made a few days ago, and more importantly, to avenge the soldiers. At this point there was nothing to hide, and there was no need to hide. Many people like to pick on the weak. Although Li Zixuan had only been in Tang for less than a year, he didn't want to be a pushover. Although this matter might arouse Li Er's suspicion, it could also serve as a deterrent to those who had evil intentions towards him. He wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. "It's fine if you want to harm me, but you must be prepared to have your whole family killed." Li Zixuan wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but he was a person who was afraid of trouble. If he was bullied by cats and dogs every day, wouldn't it be very troublesome for him to slap their faces one by one? As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, most people's expressions changed, and they secretly thought that this young man was really ruthless. Kong Yingda frowned and stepped forward. "Mr. Li, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. The sages often say that we must maintain a benevolent heart. Although the 7 cultivators sect has committed terrible crimes, you only need to kill the main culprit. Why do you have to exterminate the entire sect and kill them all? This is against the will of the heavens." Although Li Zixuan had left the Imperial College and established his own school, Kong Yingda still regarded Li Zixuan as a junior. His words were directed at the matter, not the person. He was only advising Li Zixuan not to kill too heavily. When he bombed the 7 cultivators sect, Li Zixuan did indeed hesitate whether he would kill the innocent by doing so. But every time he thought about how Zhao Siwei and the others arranged the Modeo formation at the last moment to cover him and Dugu Xian's retreat, all the hesitation in Li Zixuan's heart was swept away. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame those people for joining the wrong sect. After the incident, He also expected that his action of exterminating the entire sect would attract the dissatisfaction of some Confucian defenders, but he didn't expect that the first one to jump out would be Kong Ingda. Li Zixuan paused for a moment and then retorted. The will of the heavens? What is the will of the heavens? Watching your brothers die tragically and not taking revenge, is that the will of the heavens? Allowing the wicked to go unpunished and continue to do evil, is that the will of the heavens? Bullshit. When I, Li Zixuan, do things, I don't let down the heavens, I don't let down the earth, I don't let down the emperor, and I don't let down my brothers. I'm benevolent. I'm only benevolent to my own people. Besides, those 215 soldiers died on Snake Spirit Mountain without leaving behind their corpses. Who in the 7 cultivators sect would dare to claim to be innocent? Since they chose to fight the imperial court together with Enchantress, they should be prepared to die. Chapter 543. Within Taiji Palace. Li Zixuan's words caused Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sunwuji and the other civil officials to frown, while the military officials nodded repeatedly. Cheng Yaojin was even more excessive. This old fellow walked over with a hearty laugh and patted Li Zixuan's shoulder with all his might, saying, "Ha! Good. Well said. This is a good man of Great Tang. How can benevolence and righteousness protect Great Tang? Only by using the blade and blood can Great Tang not be bullied. Your Majesty, this child is a good seedling." Li Zixuan grinned. This old fellow really did not know how to control his strength. If the ground under his feet was a little looser, Chang Yaojin's 2 slaps would have planted him into the ground. Kong Ingda was so angry that his beard blew up. He scolded. Preposterous. All preposterous. Duke of Lu, as an elder, how can you teach your juniors to be bloodthirsty? Li Xiannan has killed so many people at such a young age. What good will it do him in the future? Li Zixuan wanted to retort, but Chang Yaojin stared at him. So what if he's young? Xiao Xian killed people who deserve to be killed. What's wrong with that? Back then, Huatsubing attacked the Xiongnu in the north when he was 17. Why don't you say that he's young? With Cheng Yaojin speaking up, Li Zixuan was happy to watch the show from the side. However, after hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, he could not help but feel happy. Cheng Yaojin, this boorish person, also knows how to quote classics? Duke of Lu, you are wrong to say that. Chancellor Kong is doing this for the good of Li Xiannan. How can you not distinguish between right and wrong? Furthermore, Huatsubing is such a hero. It's already amazing that there's 1 in 1,000 years. How can everyone be like Huatsubing? Cui Shanfu saw the opportunity and said in a weird tone. Cheng Yaojin curled his lips. I'm arguing with Chancellor Kong. Why are you interrupting? Cui Shanfu's face turned red. You. What about me? Cheng Yaojin glared at him. Other people might be afraid of the Cui family, but Cheng Yaojin wasn't. He was now part of the new aristocratic group, so he wasn't afraid of these old aristocratic families. Shut up. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to fight, Li Er knitted his brows and made the final decision. The 7 cultivators of true virtue sect has no respect for the imperial court and no respect for the law of the country. If they are destroyed, then so be it. Li Zixuan, come out and tell me. How did you single-handedly destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue? As soon as this question was asked, everyone quieted down. Cheng Yaojin, Kong Ingda and Cui Shanfu, these 3 people who were about to fight, stopped arguing. They all turned their attention to this side, because this question that Li Er asked was a question that everyone was concerned about. Others wanted to listen, but Li Zixuan was too lazy to talk about it, because there were too many things that needed to be avoided and paid attention to. If he didn't pay attention, it could cause very serious consequences. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Li Zixuan touched his nose and said embarrassedly, Your Majesty, it's a long story. You should discuss state affairs with the other ministers in this precious time. Otherwise, if you miss a drought or flood, how many innocent people will die? It won't be too late for me to talk about this later? Talk about it later? After hearing these words, all the ministers couldn't help but curse in their hearts. They had been waiting for an answer for so long, but he said that he would talk about it later? Later, your sister. The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched and he said angrily, Shut up. Say it now. Li Zixuan thought to himself. You already told me to shut up, so what else can I say? However, if he continued to act coquettishly at this time, Li Zixuan might go berserk. Therefore, Li Zixuan could only start to speak. Then I'll talk about it. Your Majesty, you also know that many brothers were sacrificed in the first battle of Snake Spirit Mountain. At that time, I was filled with grief and indignation and had always wanted to avenge them. Therefore, I made the agreement that I would destroy a mountain sect alone. In the next 3 days, I worked hard day and night to avenge those soldiers who died. In 3 days I did 2 things. Li Er frowned when he heard this. Li Zixuan said all this at the beginning. In his opinion, it was all nonsense. If he were a modern person, he would definitely say at this moment, "Old fart, stop scratching. Hurry up and get to the point." However, when he heard the last sentence, Li Er suddenly became interested and began to listen carefully. The first thing is to build mountaineering tools. Everyone should know that Snake Spirit Mountain is relatively high and the mountain path is narrow. If we set up traps and checkpoints in advance, it will definitely be easy to defend and difficult to attack. I thought about it. Since it's not easy to go up the mountain from the mountain path, I'll go up from the sky. Li Er said suspiciously, "The sky? Don't tell me you're planning to fly up there?" Although Li Zixuan was annoyed that he was interrupted, the person who interrupted him was Li Er, so it was naturally a different matter. He nodded and flattered. "Your Majesty is truly wise. That's right, I was planning to build a tool that could fly up Snake Spirit Mountain. In the end I succeeded. I relied on this tool to reach the peak of Snake Spirit Mountain, and launched a surprise attack on the 7th cultivator of true virtue." Buzz buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. In this era, although there were some people with high martial arts who could rely on Qigong to jump 30 feet high, that was far from flying in the sky. The sky was sacred and mysterious to the ancient people. Now there was actually someone who could rely on a tool to fly to the peak of a mountain that was hundreds of feet high. This kind of thing subverted too many people's understanding. What kind of tool is so amazing? It can actually fly to a height of hundreds of feet? Did Li Xianji really fly to the peak of the mountain? Can a mortal fly so high? After some of the officials recovered from the shock, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Li Zixuan cleared his throat and continued. "In order to prevent this secret from being leaked to other countries, I will personally present the specific method of building this flying tool to Your Majesty later. As the saying goes, the higher one stands, the further one can see. With this tool, our Tang Empire will always be able to predict the enemy's moves when we fight in the future." "Good." Li Jing couldn't help but laugh and say, "Your Majesty, Little Xian's actions can be considered as a meritorious service to our Tang Empire. However, this kind of tool must be in the hands of our Tang Empire. We can't let other countries learn it, or else we will be in a passive position." How could Li Er not know the importance of this matter? He nodded and said to Li Zixuan, If this thing is really as useful as you say, I will remember your merit." Li Zixuan curled his lips and thought to himself, "Old Li, you owe me a lot of merits. When will you reward me for all my merits?" "Thank you, Your Majesty." Although that was what he thought in his heart, Li Zixuan definitely wouldn't say that out loud. He wasn't a fool after all. "Continue speaking. Tell me about the second thing you did." Chapter 544. The second matter? Upon hearing Li Er's question, the ministers in the hall recovered from their shock. Anyone with a bit of brain knew that flying to the top of the Snake Spirit Mountain was only the first step. The most important thing was how Li Zixuan single-handedly destroyed the entire 7 cultivators of true virtue. Such destructive power was like the work of a true immortal. They really couldn't figure out how Li Zixuan, who had a mortal body, was able to do it. Li Zixuan's heart tightened. He secretly thought that what was going to happen was going to happen. He glanced at the curious babies in the hall and said, "After the mountaineering tools were made, this little minister was thinking about how to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Although I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, I've only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm." Chang Yaojin, Nyojinda, Qinqiong, and the others almost vomited blood after hearing this. They all wanted to drag Li Zixuan over and beat him up. What did he mean by, "I've only just stepped into the Grandmaster realm"? How could these old generals, who broke through to the Grandmaster realm in their 30s or 40s, live? The sect master and the elders of the 7 cultivators of true virtue were all martial arts experts above the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, they had a 7-headed giant snake whose strength was comparable to my master's. If we fought with brute force, this little minister was definitely not their match. However, this little minister had no choice but to take revenge for the 215 soldiers. During those 2 days, this little minister tossed and turned in bed, thinking about it day and night. Finally, this little minister remembered that before my master passed away, he gave me something. What is it? Li'er knitted his brows and asked in a deep voice. Among the people in the hall, Li'er's understanding of Li Zishuan was definitely at the forefront. After hearing Li Zishuan's words just now, Li'er muttered in his heart. He felt that there must be something wrong with this kid's words. Li Zishuan raised his head and closed his eyes, as if he was recalling something. Then he said with a sad face, "Before my master died, he compressed all his true qi into a fist-sized iron ball. This ball was made of extraterrestrial iron and was extremely hard. Later, when my master gave me the Zhenqi iron ball, he also taught me a method to detonate the Zhenqi inside the iron ball. He also told me that if I were to encounter a life or death crisis in the future, I could detonate the Zhenqi inside the iron ball, which could instantly turn all the enemies within a radius of 200 feet into ashes. However, this method could easily harm others and oneself. But this time, with the help of a flying mountaineering tool, he was able to avoid the explosion of the true Qi iron ball. Last night, after I flew to the summit of the Spirit Snake Mountain, I detonated the true Qi iron ball left behind by my master and threw it down. After a loud explosion, the 7 cultivators of true virtue was reduced to ashes in an instant. This is the heavenly lightning and earthly fire General Ox saw at the foot of the mountain. After saying that, Li Zishuan took a deep breath. From an outsider's point of view, he was grieving because he thought of his deceased master. However, the truth was that he was muttering in his heart, "That's right. I'm sorry, my great master. This is a serious matter, so I have to ask you to come out and be my shield again. Next time when I go to Mount Longhu, I'll bring you some good wine and burn a few paper wives for you." The more Li'er listened, the more he felt that it was strange. Why did this thing sound like a plot from a novel? He couldn't help but frown and scold. Nonsense. How come I've never heard of anyone who can compress true qi into an iron ball? Take out another iron ball and show it to me. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel his teeth ache. Others didn't suspect anything, so why did Old Li blindly join in the fun? In the end, wasn't I hiding the truth for the sake of the imperial court? In fact, Li Zishuan's nonsense just now had attracted the attention of many officials in the imperial court. They didn't have too many doubts. In their view, if Li Zishuan could even do something as inconceivable as flying in the sky, what was so shocking about his master, who was rumored to be like a god, making an exploding iron ball with his lifetime's worth of cultivation? Hearing Li Zishuan's question, many people couldn't help but quickly retreat. A few ministers who were closer to Li Zishuan ran away quickly, because they were afraid that Li Zishuan would really take out another true qi iron ball. Li Zishuan didn't expect that his nonsense would have such an effect. He awkwardly coughed and said, "Your Majesty, this kind of heaven-defying object is not easy to make. This is because a large amount of true qi must be fully compressed in order to make this thing have a large destructive range. My master exhausted all his skills and only managed to make one. Therefore, I don't have anything like that with me. However, this thing does exist. If you don't believe me, I can't make a true qi iron ball for you." This was considered a scoundrel, but Li Zishuan really had no other way. The Zhenqi steel ball was the best excuse he could think of in a short period of time. Even though there might be loopholes in it, he had no other way. He could only resign himself to fate. No matter what, he couldn't reveal the fact that he knew how to make explosives in front of so many people. However, even Li Zishuan himself didn't expect that when he resigned himself to his fate, he would actually be blessed with good fortune. Someone that Li Zishuan had never expected would actually stand up for him. "Your Majesty." This old servant once read in an ancient book that martial arts experts at the peak of the great Grandmaster realm can indeed condense their genuine qi. Although the genuine qi iron ball that Li Xiannan just mentioned sounds incredible, theoretically speaking, it is possible. However, if it is put into practice, it is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid that only an expert like spiritual master Ling Su would dare to be so daring as to dance on the tip of a knife. The person who came out was Zhao Song, the man with the highest martial strength in the entire hall. He shouldn't be considered a man. Ever since he had returned to Taiji Palace, Zhao Song had been thinking about what Li Zixuan meant by borrowing some of my master's shadow. When Li Zixuan had explained the entire incident from beginning to end, Zhao Song was suddenly enlightened. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder if Li Zixuan's method of compressing vital qi and detonating it would work. After he had figured everything out, Zhao Song's heart was suddenly enlightened. At this moment, he was so impressed by Li Zixuan's master, spiritual master Lingshu, that he would prostrate himself in admiration. Cough cough. Spiritual master Ling Su, who was in the tomb, expressed his innocence. All of this was caused by Li Zixuan. Actually, this so-called True Qi Iron Ball or True Qi Bomb was just something that Li Zixuan made up based on some fantasy novels that he read in his previous life. It was a little like Xiao Yan's Buddha's Angry Lotus Flame in Battle Through the Heavens. The difference was that the Angry Lotus Flame was fused with a heavenly flame, compressed it, and then thrown into a group of enemies to explode. However, the general principle was similar. Originally, it was an excuse that he came up with at the last minute. Now that Zhao Song had explained it, Li Zixuan felt that he was really a genius. When the officials heard Li Zixuan say that there was only one true Qi Iron Ball, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This thing was so awesome that anyone would be afraid of it. Now that they heard Zhao Song's explanation, most of them no longer had any doubts about Li Zixuan's ability to kill Qi Xiu alone. However, Li Er still felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "But..." The word "but" came to an abrupt end. It was because he saw Li Zixuan winking at him. At this moment, Li Er was really angry and amused. He was the emperor, but there was actually an official who dared to wink at him? Then this matter will end here. Officials, if you have something to discuss, please report. If not, the court is dismissed. After all, Li Er was not stupid. He thought of something and said loudly. Chapter 545. Hearing about such a bizarre battle during the morning court assembly, many of the ministers were satisfied. Chang Yaojin was beaming with joy, his face extremely proud. It was as if Li Zixuan was his son and had done such a great thing, and he was also proud of it. Other than Li Er, who didn't believe Li Zixuan's words, there was another person in the hall. That was Li Changqian, who had been standing below Li Er to listen to the morning court session. The reason why he didn't believe Li Zixuan was because when he went to the workshop a few days ago, he heard a loud bang. Although the power wasn't enough to shake the earth, it was still shocking. Li Changqian felt that the thing was a miniature version of the weapon Li Zixuan used on Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zixuan just said that spiritual master Lingshu only gave him one true Qi Iron Ball. Either Li Zixuan was lying and there was more than one true Qi Iron Ball, or the thing that destroyed Snake Spirit Mountain was not a true Qi Iron Ball at all. Although he knew that Li Zixuan must be hiding something, Li Changqian did not expose his good brother. He only looked at Li Zixuan with a faint smile. Seeing that no one in the hall had anything to report, Li Er got up and prepared to leave. Zhao Song understood and said in a sharp voice, "Court assembly is dismissed. Farewell, Your Majesty." The ministers bowed. After Li Er left, other than a few old generals who had a good relationship with him, the rest deliberately kept a distance from Li Zixuan. Cui Shanfu's expression was complicated. There was fear, relief, and resentment. He glanced at Li Zixuan and left in a hurry. "Mr. Li, His Majesty has an order for you to go to the Sweet Dew Hall for an audience." With no one bothering him, Li Zixuan was happy to be free. He wanted to chat with Chang Yaojin as they left the palace, but Zhao Song came over and said. Li Zixuan was speechless. He had not even walked down the stairs of the Taiji Palace and Li Er had asked Zhao Song to call him. Old Li must be in a hurry. Looks like I can't escape this calamity. Alright, I'll go to the Sweet Dew Hall now. Thank you for speaking up for me just now, Chief Zhao. Li Zixuan calmed himself down and said reluctantly, "Escape is impossible." However, his last sentence of gratitude was sincere. Zhao Song's explanation in the court just now was more or less of a help. Haha, Mr. Li, you must be joking. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not helping anyone. Zhao Song said calmly as he led Li Zixuan in the direction of Taiji Palace. Li Zixuan smiled and didn't say anything. With his current status, there was no need for him to deliberately make friends or curry favor with anyone. On the other hand, we have to thank Li Xiannan. Spiritual Master Ling Su is a genius, to be able to think of such an unimaginable method. I've benefited greatly from it. Although I can't condense my qi outside my body, I can try compressing it inside my body. Perhaps I can break through the shackles of my realm. After walking for a while, Zhao Song suddenly stopped in his tracks and said to Li Zixuan, "Gosh, why are you so unrestrained?" Li Zixuan's jaw dropped. 10,000 alpacas galloped across his heart. This Zhao Song was truly a lunatic. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had never come into contact with martial arts, so he naturally didn't know about these twists and turns. However, in this life he was a martial arts master, so of course he knew how powerful it was. Even he didn't dare to do something like compressing his qi, because it could easily cause his meridians to explode and turn him into a cripple. What he said just now was just an excuse to cover up the explosion on Snake Spirit Mountain. He never thought that Zhao Song, who looked honest on the surface, had such a reckless heart. Supervisor Zhao, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the risks of compressing the genuine qi far outweigh the benefits. Back then my master abandoned everything to do this at the last moment of his life. You still have to consider it carefully. Zhao Song had more or less helped him. Li Zixuan didn't want Zhao Song, a great master, to become a cripple because of his nonsense. If Li Er knew, he would probably mess with him. Haha. On the path of martial arts, I definitely can't go as far as Spiritual Master Ling Su. In the end, I like to be overcautious and timid. This time, no matter what, I have to try it myself. Zhao Song said with a smile as if he was touched. Your humble servant pays his respects to your majesty. After chatting with Zhao Song for a while, the two of them arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Zixuan bowed to Li Er as he prayed in his heart that the stubborn old man Zhao Song wouldn't explode in the future. Haha. You sure run fast. Did you forget the promise you made in the imperial court? Li Er waved his hand and said in a bad mood. His hands were itching now, mainly because Li Zixuan was asking for a beating. Li Zixuan hurriedly smiled and said, Haha. I didn't forget. How would I dare to forget? Here, your majesty, this is the tool I used to fly up the Snake Spirit Mountain last night. The blueprints are all here. As Li Zixuan spoke, he took out a stack of blueprints from his sleeve. These were the blueprints he had drawn in the workshop for the past 3 days. Li Er didn't put on airs and personally went forward to take them. He casually flipped through them and looked at Li Zixuan and asked, This mushroom-like thing can fly up to a height of 1,000 feet? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Of course. If your majesty doesn't believe me, you can go to my house to take a look in the future. That thing is still in my courtyard. Li Er was furious when he heard that. Bastard! Why didn't you keep such a national treasure well and leave it in your courtyard? If it was stolen by thieves and fell into the hands of other countries, how many of our Tang Empire soldiers would die in vain? When you go back, immediately send that thing to the palace. Since you can't keep it well, I'll keep it for you. Openly robbing, and it was a righteous robbery. How could Li Zixuan, who had dealt with Li Er so many times, not know that the latter half of Li Er's sentence was the main points? He hurriedly said, Don't. Your Majesty, I will definitely keep that thing well in the future. If you really want that thing, can't you ask the craftsman to make another one according to the blueprints? Oh right, if the craftsman can't understand this blueprint, you can ask Qing Ke to teach them. Qing Ke knows this. Get lost. At the mention of Li Tai, Li Er was even more furious. He pointed at Li Zixuan and scolded, You brat, you still have the nerve to mention Qing Quebec. I originally wanted him to learn from you, but now he has been bewitched by you to build a house in the Cloud Mountain. My son is actually building a house for you. You're getting bolder and bolder. Chapter 546. Inside the Sweet Nectar Hall. Seeing Li Er's furious appearance, the palace maids and eunuchs at the side hurriedly lowered their heads. Previously, they had only seen Wei Zheng, who could make Li Er lose his composure. They didn't expect that today there would be another Li Zixuan. Sure enough, heroes came from the youth. Cough cough. Your Majesty, please calm down. Building a house is also a kind of learning. There is a saying in Taoism called entering the world to cultivate. If Prince Wei stays in the palace for a long time, it won't be good for his character growth. I believe your majesty understands this point. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed Qing Ke to go to Cloud Mountain. Heh. Li Er laughed. He didn't agree or disagree. He thought for a while and then said meaningfully, "Let's not talk about this for now. Is there something you forgot to tell me?" Li Zishuan was stunned. Then, he suddenly thought of something and immediately put on a fawning expression. "Ayaya. Your Majesty, you are too polite. This humble subject only presented a few blueprints, and you want to reward this humble subject heavily. In fact, this humble subject will be grateful if you reward me with something else. Why do you want this humble subject to personally choose the reward? As the saying goes, thunder and rain are the grace of the emperor. This humble subject." "Shut up." Li Er couldn't listen to him anymore. His expression was as if he was a dog. He said angrily, "When did this humble subject mention a reward to you? This humble subject is asking you to truthfully tell me the method you used to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue." He didn't expect that there would be such a shameless and daring person in this world. He was both angry and amused. So it's not a reward." Li Zishuan was stunned. He muttered, touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Cough, cough. The method to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue, was an iron ball of true qi. Didn't this humble subject just say it in the imperial court?" Li Er glared at him and said angrily, "You can fool others with that nonsense, but don't think you can fool me. Quickly tell me the truth. You brat, you're getting bolder and bolder. You even dared to lie to me." If someone else dared to be so naughty in front of Li Er would have long ordered people to drag him out and behead him. However, this person was Li Zishuan. Therefore Li Er felt helpless. Li Zishuan was so capable that any monarch who had slightly opened his burning point would choose to put him in an important position. Of course, Li Er was no exception. Feeling Li Zishuan's aggressive gaze, Li Zishuan shrunk his neck and said hesitantly, "Actually, the thing that I used to bomb the 7 cultivators of true virtue that night was a type of strong gunpowder. The general principle behind it is similar to that iron ball made of true qi. The only difference is that it wasn't made by my master, but by me." Hearing this, Li Er's breathing suddenly quickened. As expected. I've long guessed that it's impossible for there to be only one of these things. You can definitely make more. However, what is a strong gunpowder? At this time, the term gunpowder had yet to appear. The person who truly defined gunpowder was Song Ingxing of the Ming dynasty. He wrote in the Heavenly Works of Creation, Gunpowder is mainly made of saltpeter and sulfur, supplemented by plant ash. Saltpeter is of the extreme yin nature, while sulfur is of the extreme yang nature. When these 2 divine objects meet, there is no gap between them. When they appear, people will be shocked and their souls will scatter. However, the appearance of gunpowder could be traced back to the spring and autumn period. According to the Fanzi Yeren, gunpowder was already used in China during the spring and autumn period. According to Fanzi Yeren, gunpowder was already used in the common people's livelihood. Of course, gunpowder at that time only referred to saltpeter. This was because saltpeter could directly ignite or explode when it collided with organic matter. When it came to gunpowder that was slightly more powerful, it had to be refined into a pill alchemist. This was because the original use of gunpowder in China was to be used in the fire process of refining pills. In ancient times, when it came to poisonous metals such as sulfur and arsenic, they would often burn them before using them. The word burn meant to subdue them. To make the toxicity lose or reduce, this procedure was called fire suppression. After Li Zishuan heard Li Er's words, he choked for a moment. What did he mean by, "I already guessed that there was more than one"? After all this time, he was tricked. "Your Majesty, gunpowder is a medicine that can be ignited by sparks, flames, and so on. When these things burn fiercely in a very narrow space, it will cause an explosion. This can actually be used as the ignition agent in the fire suppression procedure of Taoist alchemy." After cursing Li Zishuan several times in his heart for having little gg, Li Zishuan gloomily explained. When Li Er heard the word alchemy, his eyes suddenly lit up. He asked, "You also know alchemy?" Li Zixuan looked at Li Er's expression and knew what he was thinking. He hurriedly said, "Of course I don't know this. My master once said that the art of alchemy is the biggest scam of Taoism. Back then, ever since the first emperor recruited alchemists to refine the elixir of immortality, the world has been changing dynasties for nearly 800 years, but there has never been anyone who can live forever. This is just a scam to confuse people." After saying so much, Li Zixuan still didn't want Li Er to go astray. Li Er couldn't help but blush when his thoughts were seen through. After he calmed down, he said with a straight face again, "I also understand that the art of alchemy is just a small matter, but this gunpowder is so important to my Tang Empire. Why didn't you tell the truth in the imperial court just now?" Li Er stared sharply at Li Zixuan's face and asked word by word. Li Zixuan's heart tightened. He knew that the most important test was coming. He hurriedly stopped smiling and said seriously, "Your Majesty, the power of this gunpowder is enough to destroy the world. It is precisely because it is so important to the country that this humble subject doesn't dare to reveal it in front of others. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. No one can guarantee that all the officials in the Taiji Palace are working together with Your Majesty. Once the gunpowder is leaked, with this kid's previous example of bombing the 7 cultivators sect, all the other forces will definitely covet the gunpowder and send all kinds of spies to find out the formula. Once they find out the formula, it will definitely be a disaster for the Tang Empire's army. After all, gunpowder is a double-edged sword. It can hurt others and also hurt oneself. This is a serious matter, so I have to be careful. That's why I lied in the imperial court just now. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me." Li Er's expression turned cold. When Li Zixuan said this, he instantly thought of many bad things. At present, the Tang Empire had just been established, and Li Er had only been in power for less than a year. His control of the Tang Empire had not reached the point where he could sit back and relax. Aristocratic families, external enemies, internal troubles, external troubles. These were all unstable factors hidden in the dark. If he was careless, he might lose the whole game. Not bad. I'm very pleased that you can think of these things. Li Zixuan, you didn't disappoint me. After a long time, Li Er sighed. His expression gradually softened as he looked at Li Zixuan and said, Chapter 547. In the Ganlu Palace. It was rare for Li Zixuan to hear Li Er speak human language. He couldn't help but feel a little better. Wasn't he working so hard for the sake of Great Tang? Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. In addition to what I said earlier, I also believe that Great Tang doesn't need gunpowder at all. What do you mean? Li Er asked with some confusion. Li Zixuan stood with his hands behind his back and said, Your Majesty, Great Tang's army is full of valiant generals and high morale. What we lack now is not combat power, but the country needs to rest and recuperate. Once the people are rich and the treasury is full, the Turks in the north will be wiped out. Gunpowder is just icing on the cake. It's not the key to victory. Currently, gunpowder may be useful for defending a city, but for attacking, once the other party spreads the cavalry, gunpowder won't be effective. On the contrary, once gunpowder is used in war, we have to be prepared for other people to research gunpowder and use it on us. I feel that the gains don't make up for the losses. Although they had gunpowder now, gunpowder and cannons were two different things. If they wanted to make cannons for attacking, they still needed to solve many technical problems. Unless they were like Li Zixuan, who used a fighter jet to bomb the 7 cultivators of Virtue sect, gunpowder would have a limited effect in war. Moreover, if someone secretly learned the gunpowder formula, it would be really troublesome. Li Er shook his head and said, Although what you said is reasonable, how can I give up eating for fear of choking? The power of gunpowder is beyond doubt. I believe that as long as we keep it a secret, there won't be a problem. As for how to use gunpowder for attacking, didn't you already do it yesterday? It seems that Li Er also wants to use yesterday's bombing of the 7 cultivators of virtue. Li Zixuan quickly shook his head and said, Your Majesty, this is not the same. For the time being, this subject will call the mountaineering tool the celestial lamp. Although the celestial lamp can fly hundreds of feet high in the sky, its flying direction is completely dependent on the direction of the wind. Wherever the wind blows, it will follow, just like a sailboat on the sea. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. How can we pin our hopes on the unreliable direction of the wind? Li'er asked doubtfully. Then how did you do it last night? I remember that it wasn't a southwest wind last night. Ugh. Li Zishuan said awkwardly. Your Majesty, I used my true qi to forcefully change the direction of the celestial lamp last night. I'm afraid it's very difficult for people below the guru level to achieve this. Li'er was speechless. Ha! The 7 cultivators of true virtue is truly unlucky to have provoked you, brats. Li Zishuan awkwardly smiled and stood there without saying anything. A man can't be a man if he doesn't take revenge. If there was someone to blame, then blame the people from the 7 cultivators of true virtue for provoking him. Li'er clasped his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps. Suddenly he asked meaningfully, there must be other reasons besides the ones you just mentioned, right? With that he stared into Li Zishuan's eyes with a faint smile, waiting for an answer. A few drops of sweat suddenly appeared on Li Zishuan's forehead. It was said that the emperor was very suspicious, and Li Zishuan was no exception. How should he explain this? Brat! Even if you don't say it, I already know. You didn't dare to tell the truth in the imperial court because you were afraid that I would feel that you were too big of a threat and suspect you, right? Li'er saw Li Zishuan struggling and unable to say anything. He laughed loudly and walked over. Sizing up Li Zishuan, he said, you don't need to quibble. That's what you were thinking at the time. Haha. I remember telling you before that under my command, you can use as many talents as you want. Although the situation with the gunpowder is very special, I still know what kind of temperament you have, brat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you live until today because of what you did. Li'er's face turned slightly cold as he finished speaking. Li Zishuan was silent. He secretly thought that Li'er had his reasons for becoming an eternal emperor. His vision and breadth of mind were things that many emperors didn't have. After a long while, Li Zishuan faintly sighed and cupped his hands. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I don't have any great ambitions in this life. I just want to lie at home and live a leisurely life with my wife and parents. I don't want to participate in these disputes. Of course, I also hope that Tang Empire is infinitely powerful. It's best if it's so powerful that no one dares to provoke us. Then, I can peacefully enjoy my life at home. Li'er glanced at him and snorted. Useless. Wait until you help me develop Tang Empire to a point where no one dares to provoke us. Then we can talk about enjoying your life. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty, contentment brings joy. What is being successful and not being successful? Anyway, I'm very satisfied with my current life. Don't I still have Your Majesty to worry about other things? Li Zishuan's words were sincere. He wouldn't exchange his current lifestyle even if he was given the title of emperor. Didn't you see how Li'er the emperor was so busy every day that his feet didn't touch the ground and was even criticized by the haters? It was really tough. How could it be as comfortable as him hugging his wife? Humph. Brat, according to what you said, you don't even care about my throne now? Li'er said with some dissatisfaction. If it were anyone else who heard this, they would definitely be scared half to death. However, after having a heart-to-heart talk with Li'er today, Li Zishuan had a better understanding of old Li's personality. He wasn't afraid and just said casually, I didn't say that. I don't care about my position, I don't care about politics. I just want to be a good son and a good husband. I don't care about other things. Heh. You brat. Li'er pointed at Li Zishuan and then walked back to the table and sat down. Li Zishuan felt that today's conversation was about done. He felt around his chest and took out a small piece of paper. He stepped forward and handed it to Li'er. Your Majesty, this is the formula for gunpowder. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but this formula must be kept a secret. Moreover, if Your Majesty really wants to make gunpowder, you must not do it in the bustling areas of Chang'an. Once an accident occurs, not only will it alarm those with ill intentions, it will also cause a large number of innocent casualties. Li'er stared at the small piece of paper and his face slightly flushed. He didn't take it and instead asked, You handed over such an important thing so easily? Li Zishuan said seriously, Your Majesty, as I said before, I don't have any great ambitions. If it wasn't for the 7 cultivator sect forcing me into a corner, I wouldn't have used gunpowder. Now that I've made gunpowder, this national treasure should be handed over to your majesty for safekeeping. I can't think of any use for it. Good. Immortal lamp, gunpowder. Don't worry, since you took the initiative to offer these two things, I won't treat you unfairly. Li Er took the small piece of paper and said in a deep voice. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, your majesty. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Go. Chapter 548. More than an hour ago, in a private room of the Junue restaurant. Inside, there were 5 young masters who were dressed luxuriously and had extraordinary appearances. Their nobility and elegance were clearly not something that could be nurtured by a poor family. The 5 of them sat opposite each other, and did not deliberately maintain the order of the seats. Among them, the young man named Xianji said. Li Zishuan first flattened the price of books, and then he launched the dictionary of the Tang dynasty. Such actions are tantamount to digging at the foundation of the Shandong landowning clans. I believe that all the brothers present can see this. Xianji is right. Since the establishment of the Li Tang dynasty, the Shandong gentry have been suppressed repeatedly, and have long lost their former glory. Now we have to pay attention to the actions of this Li Xianji. He is shaking the prestige of our families in the scholarly circle. A slightly older man sitting next to Xianji took over the conversation. How can a small dictionary shake the foundation of the Shandong gentry? Cui Xuanji Cui Shan. When have the people of the Cui family of Qinghe and the Cui family of Bowling been so timid? Hearing these two people talking, the handsome young man sitting on the outside sneered discontentedly. It turned out that the people sitting in this room today were all outstanding representatives of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Cui Xuanji of the Cui family of Qinghe, Cui Shan of the Cui family of Bowling, Zheng Huijie of the Zheng family of Xingyang, Lu Chongqing of the Lu family of Fanyang, and Li Jingxian of the Li family of Zhao County. Now 5 of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were here. The Li family of Longxi and the Wang family of Taiyuan were not here. To be able to be chosen as the representative of each family, these people naturally had their own outstanding aspects. Right now, perhaps they were still not well known because Li Yuan and Li Er, these 2 generations of emperors, were doing their best to suppress the Shandong landowning households. After a few more years, many of them would stand out in the court. For example, Lu Chongqing, who was the prime minister during the Gaozong period, Cui Shan. Although this person did not have many achievements in the officialdom, he later had a very powerful son named Cui Xuanji. This person also served as the prime minister during the Gaozong period. During the Wuzhou period, in order to support the crown prince Li Xian to ascend the throne, he launched a coup and was conferred the title of prince. Zheng Huijie. Today is different from the past. You and I have both seen the plight of the aristocratic families. The emperor's ambition is also clear as day. At this time you still have high standards but little ability. Could it be that you will only wake up when we are all reduced to ordinary families? Cui Xuanji said with an ugly expression. You really have groundless fears. In any case, the Cui family was a rich and powerful family that had lasted for thousands of years. Even if the current emperor intended to weaken the aristocratic families, could he really do anything to the Cui family? It's true that our families are being suppressed now, but I think it's just because Li Tangchu and the Li family of Longxi want to raise the status of the Guanlong nobles. At this moment we only need to lie low. When the crown prince takes the throne, we will definitely have more opportunities. Zheng Huijie retorted somewhat disapprovingly. It had to be said that although this guy was a little arrogant, he had a good grasp of the overall situation. In China's history, aristocratic politics sprouted in the Eastern Han dynasty and died at the end of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, some people felt that the aristocratic family politics from the Eastern Han dynasty through the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties, to the Sui and Tang dynasties, gradually weakened and died out following the disappearance of the 2 great privileges of the economic occupying farmland shady guest system, and the political 9 ranks of the emperor system, without any rebound. In fact, this was a great misunderstanding, because in terms of historical facts in China's aristocratic politics era, there were 2 most glorious periods. One was the Weiji Northern and Southern dynasties and the other was the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, especially in the Middle and Late Tang dynasty, aristocratic politics didn't dim. On the contrary, it strangely became glorious again. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the Shandong nobles were indeed greatly suppressed. First, the Guanlong military group still had a lot of power at that time. Second, the emperor deliberately suppressed them. Third, in the vigorously promoted imperial examination system, many ministers of the illegitimate family appeared. At that time, the 5 families were not used to this kind of official method. Fourth, the court officials who came from humble families were jealous. However, after Empress Wu came to power, on one hand, she suppressed the old ministers of the Guanlong nobles and eliminated political resistance. On the other hand, she began to use the Shandong nobles. For example, Li Jingxian, who came from the Li family of Zhao County, was recognized by Empress Wu at this time and walked into the center of power. After the Lushan rebellion, the political center of the Tang dynasty was rebuilt. The power to suppress the nobles was no longer as fierce as it was under Li Yuan and Li Er. The 5 families also used the imperial examination system to rise up fiercely. For example, the Zheng family of Xingyang. During the Tang dynasty, it was hard to find a prime minister. However, from the middle of the Tang dynasty onwards, there were more than 10 prime ministers and important ministers. Another example would be the Cui family of Qinghe. In the Tang dynasty, there were 10 people from the branch house, the South Ancestral branch, the Qinghe main branch, the Qinghe small branch, and the Qingzhou branch. Before the Lushan rebellion, there were only 2 people who were prime ministers. After the rebellion, 8 of them became prime ministers. The reason why the nobles of Shandong were able to rise again was because of the change in the attitude of those in power. Another reason was that after adapting to the imperial examination system, the profound family tradition and knowledge of the nobles gave them a special advantage in the imperial examination. For example, the Lu family of Fanyang had more than 100 people in the Tang dynasty, especially from the middle of the Tang dynasty onwards. This number was shocking. One must know that in the Tang dynasty, the Jinshi examination was the most difficult. The number of people who were admitted was also very small. The Lu family was able to have such results because of their family traditions and knowledge. Therefore, if the nobles wanted to develop, they had to wait for the right time. Li Jingxian nodded and said, Xuanji, although Huaijia's words are offensive, they are not without reason. Right now, we should wait patiently and not take the initiative to cause trouble. However, Lu Chongqing frowned and said, Jingxian, you're wrong. Ever since Li Zishuan appeared in Cheng, the speed of his rise has left people dumbfounded. Everything that Qing Guanji has done seems to be deliberately going against us. Recently, I even heard that he wants to build some Yanhuang Academy and develop engineering. It's really absurd. Qing Guanji suspects that he is a tool that His Majesty arranged to suppress the nobles. The current situation is no different from boiling a frog in warm water. If we don't take action soon, sooner or later, our foundation will be nibbled away. If the Cui family wants to deal with Li Zishuan, the Lu family is willing to help. Cui Xuanji smiled and said, Brother Chongqing is really far-sighted and righteous. Then he turned to Zheng Huaijia and Li Jingxian and said, Brother Zheng, Brother Li, time waits for no man. If Li Zishuan is allowed to do as he pleases, the situation of our families will be even more worrying. Please reconsider carefully. Cui Shen chimed in, Huaijia Jingxian, I believe that with your foresight, you can't see Li Zishuan's threat. Please consider the big picture. In the current situation, 3 out of the 5 families had formed a united front. Hesitation appeared on Li Jingshuan's face. After a while he stood up and said, In that case, the Li family of Zhao County is also willing to help. However, this is a serious matter. Jingxian will have to discuss it with my father. Of course, of course. Cui Xuanji smiled and nodded with a hint of joy. Chapter 549. After Li Jingxian agreed to join the temporary alliance, everyone looked at Zheng Huaijie again. It was no longer about Li Zishuan, but whether the Zheng family still wanted to play with the other 4 major families in the future. Zheng Huaijie wasn't stupid. He could also figure out the crux of the matter. A moment later, he waved his hand in annoyance and said, Fine, fine, fine. Do whatever you want. But our Zheng family is only responsible for providing the money, not the manpower. Good, good, good. Cui Xuanji was overjoyed. He was about to say something when someone knocked on the door. Young master, I have something important to report. The atmosphere in the room was stifling. Logically speaking, no servant would come and disturb such an important meeting. Apart from Li Jingxian, the other 4 people all had anger on their faces. Li Jingxian hurriedly said, please don't blame him. I'll go out and teach him a lesson right now. It's okay. It's okay. Although everyone was a little displeased, the good education they had received since they were young still made them not speak ill of him, and they all expressed that they did not mind. Li Jingxian cupped his hands, opened the door and walked out. After half an hour, Li Jingxian returned to the room, but he looked a little upset. When everyone was about to ask him, Li Jingxian cupped his hands and said, "Sorry everyone. Everyone, I'm very sorry. Something urgent has cropped up in Jingshuan's family, so he can't stay here any longer. Also Xianji, the Li family of Zhao County will no longer be involved in the matter of Li Zishuan. Just pretend that Jingxian never came here today. Goodbye." Then, Li Jingxian left without waiting for everyone to recover from the shock. Hey, Brother Li, please wait. What on earth happened? Cui Xuanji was stunned for a while, but Li Jingxian was nowhere to be seen. Xuanji, forget it. Since Jingxian is not willing, we can't force him. Chuishan walked over and patted Cui Xuanji's shoulder. That's the only way. But fortunately there are still 4 of us. This time, we will definitely ruin Li Zishuan's reputation. Cui Xuanji sighed regretfully. Just as he finished speaking, there was an urgent knock on the door. Young master. Bad news. I have something important to report. It was almost the same tone and the same words. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Zhang Huaijie stood up, cupped his hands and apologized. Then he hurried out of the door. After a while, Zhang Huaijie walked in with an embarrassed face and said quickly, I'm sorry everyone. I have something urgent to deal with at home. The Zhang family of Xingyang won't be involved in the fight against Li Zishuan. Goodbye. The 3 people in the room were stunned. In less than a quarter of an hour, 2 out of the 5 alliances had withdrawn. Such a fragile alliance was ironic. Cui Xuanji's face alternated between green and white. He was the one who hosted today's meeting. Now that things had turned out this way, it was a slap to his face, a slap to the Cui family's face. However, Li Jingxian and Zhang Huaijie had left in a hurry, and Cui Xuanji had nowhere to vent his anger. He was both frustrated and confused. Bam! 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 Young master! Bad news! Bad news! I have something important to report. As soon as Zhang Huaijie left, there was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Lu Chongqing looked at Cui Xuanji and Chuishan helplessly and walked out without saying anything. Half an hour later, Lu Chongqing walked in with a solemn face. Just as he was about to speak, Cui Xuanji interrupted him. Brother Lu, is the Zhang family of Xingyang also withdrawing? What exactly happened? Can you tell me first? Lu Chongqing said awkwardly. Ahem. Xuanji, something big has happened. You should receive the news soon. I'll take my leave first. The Lu family will also not be involved in the fight against Li Zishuan. After that, he ignored Cui Xuanji's dissuasion and left. Cui Xuanji looked at Chuishan anxiously and said, Cousin, what should we do now? Why did they go back on their words in the blink of an eye? During the Western Zhou dynasty, the son of Duke Ding of Qi Jizi gave the country to Shui while he himself took advantage of Cui Yi. After Jizi gave the country away, he was conferred the title of Cui Minister and took Cui Yi as his surname. Ever since Jizi was conferred the title of Cui Yi, the Cui family began its own development process. After entering the Sui and Tang dynasties, according to the new Tang dynasty, the Cui family had 10 houses. The first was Zhengzhou, the second was Yanling, the third was Nanzhou, the fourth was Qinghe Big House, the fifth was Qinghe Small House, the sixth was Qinghe Qingzhou House, the seventh was Bowling and Bungalow, the eighth was Bowling Big House, the ninth was Bowling Second House, and the 10th was Bowling Third House. The first 6 houses belonged to the Qinghe Cui family, and the last 4 houses belonged to the Bowling Cui family. The 2 Cui families came from the same family, and had always maintained a close relationship. That was why Cui Xuanji called Chuishan his cousin. Chuishan frowned and said, Xuanji, there must be something we don't know about. Send someone out to find out if something big has happened. Cui Xuanji nodded and said, "Yes, cousin. Bam bam bam. Bad news, young master. Come in." At this time, a series of equally urgent knocks came from outside the house. Cui Xuanji's expression changed, and he shouted before the servant outside the house could finish speaking. Squeak! A young servant in green clothes and a green hat came in from outside the room. He looked strong and powerful. Wu Jia. Hurry up and tell me what happened. Cui Xuanji walked quickly to the servant and asked in a deep voice. Huff! Young Master Li. Wu Jia was about to speak when he saw Cui Shen next to him. He hesitated and didn't know if he should continue. Tell me. Cui Xuanji frowned and shouted. Yes, young master. I just received news that Li Zishuan, who disappeared for 3 days, has returned. Last night, the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was razed to the ground and wiped out. That 7-headed snake was also killed by Li Zishuan, and its corpse is hanging in front of the Li family's door for public display. Wu Jie no longer hesitated and told him everything he had found out. Boom! Cui Xuanji's mind went blank. He staggered 2 steps back and murmured, Impossible! Impossible! I've never heard of the Imperial Army launching an attack on the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect recently. Even if they did, it's impossible to take them down in such a short time. This must be a rumor. Wu Jie said with a bitter face. Young master, I saw everything with my own eyes. Li Zishuan just pointed at the 7-headed snake and told the people that if anyone wants to harm his family, no matter how powerful they are, they will be killed just like the 7-headed snake. Even if he has to chase them to the ends of the earth, he will kill them. Cui Xuanji roared angrily at his words. Damn it! They've gone too far. Chapter 550. Haha. Come. We brothers have been on the battlefield together. Let's not go home until we're drunk. Drunken Immortal Restaurant. Heaven Private Room. Li Zishuan, Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, Dugu Exine, and Dugu Feiying sat around a table full of delicacies, drinking to their heart's content. Li Zishuan was supposed to treat Dugu Exine and Dugu Feiying to this meal. Earlier, when the Snake King tried to kill him outside Chang'an City, the 2 brothers had saved him in time. A few days ago, when they attacked Snake Spirit Mountain for the first time, Dugu Exine and Dugu Feiying had also helped him a lot. If not for their extraordinary performance, he would not have been able to defeat Batian alone, and the Imperial Army would have suffered more casualties that day. Therefore, when Li Zishuan returned from the Imperial Court, the first thing he did was to ask someone to invite the 2 brothers over. They had helped him so much. Logically speaking, it wasn't too much to treat them to a meal. Although Cheng Chumo was only an observer during the attack on Snake Spirit Mountain, he felt that he had helped. When he heard that Li Zishuan was treating him to a meal, he quickly brought Yuchi Baolin along for the meal. When he heard Li Zishuan say that they would not leave until they were drunk, Cheng Chumo laughed proudly. Heh, who's afraid of you? Xiao Xian, you've only learned how to drink for a few months. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ha ha ha. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes. I wonder who was the one who got drunk and fell under the table on my wedding day? Cheng Chumo's face turned red and he said unhappily, Chow, that's because you cheated. Later I finally remembered. You let the 4 of us drink in the front while you secretly hid at the back. Otherwise, you would have been the one who fell first. Heh, looks like this kid is not stupid. Dugu Feiying looked at the wine in front of him, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and said in enjoyment, Haha. I don't care who's better at drinking, as long as I have good wine to drink. After saying that, he picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Ha! Good wine. After drinking so much, little Xian, your drunken immortal is still the best. How satisfying. Awesome. The moment the drunken immortal entered his mouth, that spicy and domineering feeling ignited a ball of fire in his heart. Dugu Feiying recalled the sweet taste in his mouth and said in a slightly intoxicated manner. Dugu Exine frowned. Feiying, don't be rude. The host hadn't even touched his chopsticks, but the guest had already started eating. This was an extremely rude behavior whether it was in ancient times or modern times. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. We are all good brothers, why are you so particular about that? Exine, it's not that I want to scold you, but can't you smile more? It's easy to get depression if you put on a cold face every day, What is depression? Dugu Exine was taken aback as he asked. Li Zishuan scratched his head and said, Depression. Depression is a prolonged period of depression. The patient's depression can range from melancholy to grief, inferiority complex, pessimistic, and even suicidal attempts or behaviors. Dugu Feiying was startled and quickly asked, Big brother, you don't have these symptoms, right? Don't take it too hard. Dugu Exine angrily slapped his unreliable younger brother, and said while vomiting blood, Nose. Then he seemed to feel that these two words weren't very convincing, so he added, I'm just not willing to talk a lot of the time, not because I'm depressed. Last night, I witnessed the destruction of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect at the foot of the mountain. Seeing my brothers get their revenge, I'm still very happy. Little Xian, although I don't know how you destroyed the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, I, Dugu Exine, am grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. Because of your actions, we were able to avenge our brothers without shedding any blood. After saying that, he raised his wine glass with both hands and said solemnly, Let me toast you. Li Zishuan nodded and didn't say anything else. He raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Then he said, We've fought side by side for so many times and we're already brothers. There's no need to thank me. Besides, those brothers died because of me, so I have to avenge them personally. Yes. We're all brothers, so there's no need to be so polite. Come, let's drink together. Cheng Chumo stood up and laughed. Drink. The reason it's drink and not cheers is because the word cheers hasn't appeared yet. The English word cheers originated in Ireland in the 16th century, and it originally meant toast. At that time, Irish drunkards had the habit of putting a piece of toast into a glass of whiskey or beer to improve the taste and remove the impurities. It was only in the 18th century that the word cheers took on the meaning it has today, and it developed into a congratulatory eulogy. After downing another glass of wine, everyone's faces were a little red. After all, this was the strongest drunken immortal. Yuchi Baolin wiped his mouth, looked at Li Zishuan and asked, Little Xian, last night, Chou Niu and I happened to see you sitting on a fireball and flying to the top of the Snake Spirit Mountain. What was that thing? How could it fly so high? When the Dugu brothers heard that, they quickly looked at Li Zishuan curiously. They had come out to observe the situation after hearing the explosion at the top of the mountain last night. They weren't like Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, who had brushed shoulders with Li Zishuan's fairy lamp. Therefore, when they heard that Li Zishuan had flown to the top of the mountain, they were very shocked. As for Cheng Chumo, when he heard Yuchi Baolin mention last night's incident, his expression became a little unnatural. This fellow had clearly thought of the fairy joke. Hearing those words, Li Zishuan thought for a moment. Everyone present was the second generation of the military, so it was unlikely that they would commit treason. Thus, he told them about the celestial lamp and the iron ball made of Jinqi. As for the gunpowder, it was currently a top secret of the Great Tang, so he could not reveal it to them. Hiss. F***ck. There's actually a tool in this world that can allow one to fly. This is too magical. Little Xian, can we go to your house and take a look at that fairy lamp later? After hearing Li Zishuan's story, Dugu Feiying's eyes widened, and he slammed the table excitedly. Even though he could use his qinggong to jump a few meters high, a few meters and a few hundred meters were two completely different things. Okay? The fairy lamp was a heaven-defying tool, and any man would want to experience that thrill. I want to go and take a look too. Right, little Xian, do you still have the true qi steel ball that your master left for you? You're so skilled in martial arts, so you probably don't need it anymore, right? Give me 2 of them? Cheng Chumo stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Li Zishuan said angrily, Give your head. It's gone. Ah? Why is it gone? Ooh. Chapter 551. Oh, that's right. Feiying Exine, did you too improve your martial arts in the previous battle? Li Zishuan suddenly asked after drinking for a while. He clearly remembered that when they first attacked the Snake Spirit Mountain, the 3 of them joined forces to deal with Enchantress, who was at the peak of Grandmaster. Due to the gap in their realms, they were at a disadvantage at first, and Dugu Feiying was almost killed several times. However, he took advantage of the opportunity created by Li Zishuan and Dugu Exine to injure Enchantress with 3 throwing knives, which really blinded everyone. Later, Badian risked everything to kill Du Gufeng first, and he used the first 6 swords of the Taishan 9 swords to save him. Du Guxian also used a series of complicated swordsmanship to save Du Gufeng, and his speed was only a little slower than his own. In the end, the two of them stabbed Badian one after another, severely injuring him. Such a battle record and such strength would definitely not appear in the battle against the Snake King in the eastern suburbs, which was why Li Zishuan asked. Du Gufeng said excitedly, "Yes. That was the first time I fought a grandmaster outside the city. After I went back I learned a lot, and the last time I was at the Snake Spirit Mountain I learned something again, and that's how I injured Badian. Hey, I feel that my Xuanya throwing knives is about to reach the small success level. Am I right, big brother?" Du Guxian nodded and said, "Yes, you've improved a lot. Although it's a narrow escape from death, it's also the fastest way to improve one's strength. Only between life and death can one achieve great things. First we fought the Snake King and then we fought the more powerful Badian. After these 2 battles, I feel that my lonely wind swordsmanship is about to reach the 6th sword." Chang Chumo looked at the two of them enviously, and he was annoyed that he didn't get to experience such a hot-blooded situation. Li Zishuan asked curiously, "Lonely wind swordsmanship? Is that the Dugu family's swordsmanship?" It was no wonder that he asked. Although he had a powerful master, he didn't know much about the martial arts names in Jianghu. Besides, in this era, Jianghu was still in its infancy, and there weren't many well-known martial arts techniques. Most martial artists' martial arts techniques were passed down from their families. Du Guxian nodded and said, "It is indeed the Dugu family's swordsmanship." Feiying didn't like that since he was young. He found a book of throwing knives and swordsmanship from some corner of the family storehouse, and he has been practicing until now. Li Zishuan nodded thoughtfully and asked, Xian, you said that you're about to reach the 6th sword. How many sword moves does this lonely wind sword art have in total?" If someone else had asked this question, Du Guxian would definitely have given them the cold shoulder. After all, this sword technique was unique to the Dugu family, and was not taught to outsiders. However, the person who asked this question was Li Zishuan. He thought for a moment and answered, "There are a total of 9 sword moves. I can only use the first 5 moves now, but I feel that I have already touched the threshold of the 6th move." 9 swordsmanship moves? Li Zishuan was startled when he heard this, and his expression suddenly became strange. Du Gufeng didn't understand and asked curiously, "What's with your expression, Xiaoxian? My brother is already very powerful to be able to practice the 5th sword, okay? My dad is only at the 6th sword." Li Zishuan knew that this guy misunderstood. He quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't mean anything else. I just thought of another swordsmanship. It also has 9 sword moves." Du Gufeng snorted and said, "There are many swordsmanship with 9 sword moves in this world. What's so strange about that?" "Yeah. Xiaoxian, doesn't your Taishan 9 swords also have 9 sword moves?" Chang Chumo, who had been with Li Zishuan for the longest time, knew the most about the situation. He also interrupted. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "No, the swordsmanship I thought of is called Dugu 9 swords." "Dugu 9 swords?" Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Then, everyone's expression became strange. Du Guxian couldn't help but say, "I've never seen this swordsmanship in my family, but from the name it seems to be related to my Dugu family. Xiaoxian, tell me, where did this Dugu 9 swords come from?" Li Zishuan was secretly amused. "Of course you haven't seen this swordsmanship before. This is a divine skill from Old Master Jin's novel. Where did you see it?" Actually, the reason why he mentioned the 9 swords beyond the swords was because Du Guxian's words had coincidentally reminded him of the smiling, proud wanderer from his previous life. The other reason was that he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, and he had mysteriously acquired martial arts. With his current martial arts realm and comprehension, some of the moves in Old Man Jin's novel seemed to make some sense, and it was worth pondering over. Li Zishuan used his powerful spiritual power to recall a little, then answered, "I heard from my master that this Dugu 9 swords was created by a senior who was known as the Sword Demon. He defeated all his enemies, defeated all his heroes, and defeated all his opponents. He was invincible in the world. The Sword Demon wanted an opponent who could make him defend himself with one move, but he couldn't get it. In the end, he buried his sword in an empty valley and died. He also had another name, Dugu Chobai. When the other four heard this, their eyes widened in shock. Dugu Feng exclaimed, Dugu Chobai? That name is so domineering. There's actually such a strange person in the world? Then this Dugu 9 Swords must be very powerful, right? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Of course. Dugu 9 Swords has a total of 9 moves. Ultimate move, breaking sword move, breaking knife move, breaking spear move, breaking whip move, breaking rope move, breaking paw move, breaking arrow move, and breaking chi move. The Dugu 9 Swords is the extreme of swordsmanship. There are a total of 360 variations, and it only attacks and does not defend. When you understand the sword intent of these 9 swords, there is nothing you cannot do, nothing you cannot come out of, and nothing you cannot enter. Damn! That's awesome! Xiao Xian, do you have this sword manual? If you do, I'll practice this instead of the horse lance in the future. Chang Chumo said with a hopeful face, drooling. Dugu Xen stood up and cupped his fists solemnly. Xiao Xian, this Dugu 9 Swords is very similar to our Dugu family's solitary wind swordsmanship. If you have this sword manual, our Dugu family is willing to pay any price to exchange it. Please help us. Seeing Dugu Xian's solemn face, Dugu Feng also stood up and cupped his fists. Xiao Xian, please. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Our Xian Feng, sit down first. Sit down, sit down. But, sit down first. Otherwise, I won't say anything. All right. After they all sat down, Li Zishuan said, I've only heard about this Dugu 9 Swords from my master. I don't have the sword manual, but I can roughly remember the essentials of each move. I'll tell you in detail when I have time in the future. When he heard Li Zishuan say that he did not have the sword manual, Dugu Xian was initially disappointed, but when he heard the last sentence he was instantly excited. He quickly said, Okay. Ooh. Chapter 552. Hey, didn't you say that we're not going home until we're drunk? Why are we talking about swordsmanship now? Come. Let's drink. The dishes are going to get cold soon. The 9 Swords Beyond the Swords was an idea that Li Zishuan came up with on the spot. Li Zishuan had no idea if he could come up with a complete set of 9 Swords Beyond the Swords based on the description in Old Man Jin's novel. However, with his current understanding of martial arts, he had the ability to give it a try. However, it was obviously not a good time to give it a try. Hence, he stood up and called out to them. Haha. Yes. Let's drink. Let's get Xiao Xian drunk today. Xian Feng, you two don't know this, but on his wedding day he asked me, Bao Lin, Huayu, and Huiran to drink for him while he sneaked off to the bridal chamber with the bride. Don't you think this kid is unkind? That time I was so drunk that I slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Chang Chumo raised his glass and began to expose Li Zishuan's ugly side to the Dugu brothers. Dugu Feng rubbed his chin and said hesitantly, That's indeed unkind. Haha. I knew it. We're all reasonable people. Feng, let's take turns getting him drunk today, and let him have a taste of his own medicine. Chang Chumo laughed excitedly as if he had met a soulmate. Dugu Feng turned his gaze to Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian frowned and said, Chonyo, marriage is something that happens only a few times in a person's life. Xiao Xian must have placed too much importance on it. That's why he asked the few of you to drink for him. I don't think it's too much to ask for a little understanding. Not too much to ask? Chang Chumo almost vomited blood when he heard this. He had never imagined that Dugu Xian, who had always been cold and indifferent, would say such shameless words that went against his conscience. What the F*** K was going to happen? What the F*** CK? Xen, how did you become such a person? Didn't little Xian just agree to give you the sword manual? You're going against your conscience because of this? F*** CK. I old Chang have misjudged you. Chang Chumo glared and said with grief and indignation. Haha. Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. Chonyo, isn't it easy for you to get me drunk? I'll give you a chance today. But there's no point in fighting like this. How about we play a game? The loser will drink. Hehe. Little Xian, are you talking about rock, paper, scissors? This is good. I'm the best at this. Let's do this. Yuchi Baolin clapped and cheered. Finger guessing is fine too. I'm definitely better at this than you, little Xian. Chung Chumo echoed. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, not rock, paper, scissors. Let's play a game that no one has played before. That's only fair. What game? There's a game that I, Old Chung, have not heard of before? Chung Chumo said in disbelief. The others also looked at them curiously. Li Zixuan smiled and began to explain. The game I'm talking about is called Every 7 Passes. The rules are simple. The 5 of us will pick one person and say any number. For example, if Chonyo says 8, Baolin, you have to say 9, Xian, you have to say 10, and so on. But there's one thing to take note of. Whenever there's a number that's a multiple of 7 or contains 7, that person can't say it out loud. He has to say pass. Those who don't say pass or those who hesitate for more than 2 breaths will all fail. The loser will be punished by drinking a glass of wine. Then we'll start the next round from that person. How about it? This game is quite interesting. Why don't we play it? It was the first time Du Gufeng had heard of such a novel game. He could not help but be interested. On the other hand, Chung Chumo was smart. He thought about it and shook his head. No, Xiaoxian, you're scamming us again. At the end of the day, this game is still testing one's ability to calculate. In this aspect, if you dare to say that you're second, who would dare to say that they're first? No, I won't do it even if you beat me to death. Who would have thought that this idiot would be enlightened at such a crucial moment? Li Zixuan was amused. Although this game is related to calculating ability, it's also very easy to fail miserably. Okay? After all, it also tests one's reaction speed. Besides, this is my first time playing this game. Let's have a fair competition. Chonyo, if you don't dare to play, you can watch from the side. If you want to play, come and play. Let's use this method to get drunk today. Okay. Count me in. Count me in too. I'll join too. The moment Li Zixuan finished speaking, Du Gufeng, Yuchi Baolin, and Dugu Xian all expressed their willingness to join. Chung Chumo said anxiously, who said that I don't dare to play? Who's afraid of who? I'll join too. This idiot rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was about to go all out. He said to Li Zixuan, let's begin. Li Zixuan smiled. Okay, then the first round will start with me. 6. Chung Chumo was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, pass. He was secretly pleased with himself. You want to scam me so soon? No way. After all, this idiot had spent so much time in the mathematics school where experts gathered. He had learned quite a lot. The ones who were at the losing end were probably the 2 brothers, Dugu Xian and Du Gufeng. Yuchi Baolin. 8. Dugu Xian. 9. Du Gufeng. 10. Li Zixuan. 11. Chung Chumo. 12. Yuchi Baolin. 13. Dugu Xian. 14. No. When it was Dugu Xian's turn, this honest kid's brain had not yet processed the situation and subconsciously blurted out the answer. Ha. Wrong. There's no use regretting it. Drink up. Chung Chumo immediately stood up and shouted. At this moment he felt that this little game was quite interesting. Dugu Xian knew that he had answered wrongly as soon as he said it. Seeing Chung Chumo's heckling, he did not say anything else and directly raised his head to drink the drunken immortal in one gulp. Then he shouted, continue, I say 20. With the help of the game, their banquet lasted all the way until the sun set in the west. The bustling sounds in their private room could be heard throughout the entire drunken immortal restaurant. As for the final battle, Dugu Xian and Du Gufeng drank the most and had to be carried back. It was very easy for the game to fall into a vicious cycle. Those who drank too much would naturally become more and more muddle-headed towards the end, and the number of times they answered wrong would naturally increase. Li Zixuan did not drink that much. This was his first time playing this game in Tang Dynasty, but he had played it many times in his previous life. Naturally, he would not lose to the natives of Tang Dynasty.